With eyebrows locked in a scowl, Huangpu Qingyun could feel the eyes on him taking a different nuance, making his heart burn with newfound rage. Damn it, this punk is good in psychological warfare as well. He got these geezers buckling with a few words. This can't go on. He must die beyond any shadow of a doubt. I have to shut him up now. Will I have any respect left? Any credibility? If this keeps up? With his mind set, Huangpu Qingyun restrained his aura, ready to make an overt attack at any opportune moment. Since I can't counter that odd movement, I'll just finish him off with one clean and hidden strike. Before his chance came, however, Xuefan flitted to the closest arena wall, aiming for a quick escape. Curses! Again with the running. Huangpu Qingyun cussed, feeling his plan ruined before he could even enact it. He wanted to sneak attack Xuefan, so he dropped his aura to confuse enemies. But Xuefan took the initiative to move first before he could. He was exasperated. The little shit is a parasite. How is it that whenever I'm planning something, he reacts as if knowing what it is? There wasn't anyone around to tell him that this old and veteran demon, Xuefan, could tell if he had to take a dump before even he did. And now that Fifth Elder's trust in Huangpu Qingyun plummeted, his reaction was somewhat slower than before. This short delay allowed Xuefan to arrive before the wall. The two hurried to catch him while Xuefan was having a blast. Ha ha ha. Too slow. You're far from enough to stop yours truly. Xuefan lashed his lightning wings at the walls. The wall sported a brand new 5-meter-tall hole, allowing sunshine to spill inside. Fresh air rushed to him, lifting his spirits. Xuefan then stepped into the clouds. He was like a caged bird finally seeing the wide-open skies for the first time. Fifth Elder gnashed his teeth. Only now did his senses come back, figuring out that Xuefan's speech was meant to drive a wedge and affect their state of mind. How else could he escape from under the tight guard of two profound heaven experts in an enclosed space like Drifting Flowers Arena? This kid is more cunning than Seventh Elder. He may be sighing inside, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. The more outstanding Xuefan revealed to be, the more he had to put the kid down. He's already a freak in bone-tempering stage. What will happen when he enters the profound heaven stage then? Who in Tianyu will be able to stop him? Huangpu Qingyun was of a like mind. He had to be killed. They looked at each other, finding determination in each of their eyes. They rushed through the hole and engaged in the chase. Vicious Pill King muttered to himself as he took Yen Fu through the hole as well. The only ones left inside were Long Zhou's gang. Secretly sighing, Iris Overseer looked on in fright. Demon Xuefan is beyond cunning. He played the astute Huangpu Qingyun like a fiddle. Now I can see how he killed the insidious demon, Yugiki. Hee. But of course. Snickering, Xie Tianyang shook his head dejected. That brat is just too sly. Those with brains but not brawn will undoubtedly lose. Those with brawn but no brains will never get the upper hand on him. He is the single most dreadful thing in this world. My husband is brave and wise beyond his age. Xiao Dandan's pride in Xuefan jumped a few notches. Chu Qingqing smiled without meaning to. Even her eyes glinted with pride. The others had to nod at her words. Xuefan was a rarity on this continent. Where could one find such a youth excelling in mettle and mind? Long Zhou proposed, let's go as well. He is now in an open space with a high chance of escaping, but it's best we are nearby if things go south. They all nodded and flew outside. But a panicked cry came at this moment. Dandan, save me. His master's corpse turned Lin Tianyu's legs to mush, unable to even move from fear. Watching Chu Qingqing's group leaving as well, he supposed they were aiming for Xuefan and got excited. Lin Tianyu started crying as if he hadn't seen his relatives in years. This man truly took after his master. He was still clueless which side was pro-Xuefan and which was anti-Xuefan. He went and assumed Xuefan made a scapegoat out of Drifting Flowers edifice. So, he hurried to Xiao Dandan, gave a few bows to the seniors and wept. Dandan, that demon killed my master. For the feelings we had, for Drifting Flowers edifice and Merry Woods intermarriages all these years, I plead seniors to give Master justice and kill that demon. Please avenge Master. Long Zhou's group was startled, then looked at him funny. The apple truly didn't fall far from the tree. He's as dumb as his master. Did you not see us standing at the side doing nothing, with no intention of stepping in? You are one clueless kid to come ask us for help. Lin Tianyu was off-put when they were silent and second-guessed. They had to be in fear of Zhuo Fan, unwilling to join, thinking their house's well-being was on the line. Since appealing to their morality went bust, he'd appeal to reason. He turned grave on the spot as he spoke with zeal. Demon Zhuo Fan flaunts his ruthless and barbaric power. Today he killed my master, tomorrow he will kill you. Even with second young master and fifth elder joining hands, they may not hold him here. If he runs, it will spell the end of the 7 houses. For our brothers and sisters, I plead you to think of your own house, of your bleak future, and join together with second young master in removing this vile spawn from the face of the world. Lin Tianyu spoke with righteousness, with valor, but the ones he was talking to were having a ball in their minds. Is this kid still playing the gentleman with no crowd around to see him? Better yet, since when did the 7 houses become brothers and sisters? Are you blind to not see vicious Pill King almost annihilating Drifting Flowers' edifice? You need to get your facts straight. Just how has this disciple been raised to believe this nonsense? When the time comes, he is the type that won't even know how he died. They only shook their heads and ignored him as they went on their merry way. He is a prime example of what a fool is. Miss Dandin, I find this kid upstanding, so why not take him? Later. You'll need to handle him well. Xia Tianyang cracked jokes. Lin Tianyu had no clue what this sword Marquis Abode's young master was going with this. But his words brought Xiao Dandin one thought only. Isn't that telling me to whip him? And her cheeks flushed. Lin Tianyu saw them treating him like thin air and he downheartedly implored Xiao Dandin. Dandin, Mary Woods is too far and I won't make it in time to report. Please, you have to convince your seniors to avenge Master. Do it yourself. What man are you? Letting others do your job for you. Xiao Dandin snapped a glare at him, then kicked him before storming back to the group. She was so perplexed. How could they both be men, with one a hero and the other an annoying coward? He even had the nerve to ask others for revenge when he didn't even look the killer in the eye. The more she compared the two, the more her love grew. On the other hand, Lin Tianyu fell to the ground and wailed dejectedly. What's wrong with asking others for revenge? How am I supposed to fight that freak who killed Master? This is not how a man. Outside the Drifting Flowers arena was packed with clansmen and alchemists, who were in the area, afraid of getting in the crossfire between Huangpu Qingyun and Zhuo Fan. Although they did leave the building, they were too curious to vacate the premises. They wanted to see for themselves the ending. How the demon Zhuo Fan, Grandmaster of Alchemy, was as scary as the rumors painted him out to be. Meanwhile, they were also afraid that they might get caught in the crossfire and end up injured. This was a profound heaven expert's fight to the death. Was it not? Sticking too close would send one to an early grave. Sigh. Everything's so twisted. The Drifting Flowers edifice's disciples were tasked with upholding order. Xiaoya was among them too, lamenting. Why is this times 100 pill meeting filled with fighting? She was thinking the Drifting Flowers arena might even blow up from their profound heaven stage powers. Boom! As she was mulling, a loud explosion rang her ears. The crowd saw a new opening in the arena wall and a winged figure taking to the skies. Zhuo Fan. Startled, they began to admire how amazing he was to escape from Hell Valley and Regent Estate. But then, 2 more figures came out, Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder. They only took a blink to bar Zhuo Fan's way. A sledgehammer and a golden fist flew and backing Zhuo Fan into a corner. But with the wide open space around him, Zhuo Fan bizarre art was even weirder, flitting back and forth like a specter. Not even Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder's tight blockade could hold Zhuo Fan. In the sky, 3 figures dashed around, but they always flashed past each other, not once connecting. The crowd had long stood slack-jawed. None could reach their speeds, but they could guess how astonishing it was. Seeing Zhuofan flitting around so relaxed was enough proof. No wonder he's dubbed demon when he can throw off profound heaven experts with his weird movements. Only a demon could move as creepy as that. Whoosh! With a sudden kick, Zhuofan escaped the two's encirclement. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were now panting in pursuit but couldn't catch up. They were body cultivators but had no movement art. Matching their speed to Zhuofan taxed their bodies. Ha ha ha! Huangpu Qingyun. Time to count your blessings, laughed Zhuofan. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were far from willing to give up. Suddenly, an aged voice came. Youngster, have you forgotten about me? Unable to react, Zhuofan was stuck. It was as though he was hit with an artillery shell, slamming him onto the ground, creating a 10-meter crater in the ground. And in his previous spot was a meter-large blood-colored bat with small eyes and sharp glints. The crowd cried out, "Third-level spiritual beast! Rumbling blood bat! Rumbling blood bat! A seldom-seen peculiar spiritual beast." In the world of spiritual beasts, the strong preyed on the weak. The higher the level, the stronger they were. Yet this creature was an exception. It was no stronger than a first-level spiritual beast and had neither claws nor fangs. It had a shocking trait though, the rumbling bat wave. It was a sound attack that struck the soul. It would leave one in a coma or, worse, annihilate one's soul. After using it, it would then go and bore its fangs into the victim, sucking blood away. It may be a mere third-level spiritual beast, but few were capable of surviving its sound attack. Not even a fourth-level spiritual beast could stand up to a flock of 10 rumbling blood bats. Who cared how tough you were? Who cared how skilled you were? You'd still die from this creature's sound attack if your soul lacked heart. This creature that bared Zhuofan's escape was one that could strike fear even in fourth-level spiritual beasts. Jumping out of the hole, Zhuofan looked up at the 10 bats. He was finally sporting a serious expression. Then looking at the speaker and saw Vicious Pill King. He was holding a gourd, smiling at Zhuofan. Now I see. This must be your final move. Zhuofan squinted. He'd seen the old man carry the gourd for a while now, but only discovered it was a beast-holding item. When cornered by Iris Overseer, Chu Qingcheng, and Long Jiu not too long ago, he was still putting a tough front because of the rumbling bloodbats in his gourd. It was smart of them to back off and not to attack then, or they would have been doomed. This old man wasn't to be pushed around. Even after using blood essence 4 times, he still couldn't be underestimated no matter how weak he appeared. Zhuofan's eyes flashed in admiration. Long Jiu's group just came out through the hole and saw him standing amidst ruins. They turned to the sky and paled. Rumbling blood bat. And 10 of them, they all turned grave. Just when they thought Zhuofan had free reign of the skies outside the arena, he was met with 10 rumbling blood bats. Zhuofan was now cornered by 2 profound heaven experts and a 4th-level spiritual beast equivalent flock of bats. Not even a profound heaven expert could pull an escape out of this, least of all a winged bone tempering expert. Their hearts were now stretched taut. Ha ha ha, Elder Yen. In the end, you are the most reliable to block this brat. Laughing freely, Huangpu Qingyun floated next to the old man. Then, he stuck up his chin at Zhuofan. Kid, let's see you run now. Hell Valley's 5th elder landed beside them, eyes flashing with cruelty. Sighing, Vicious Pill King looked on with regret. Song, Grandmaster Zhua, I am in awe of Sir's wondrous refining skill. I am pained to have you as my enemy, but I am bereft of any choice. His words stirred the sympathy of many clan delegates, as well as the alchemists participating today. The demon Zhuofan, who offended Hell Valley, was Grandmaster Song. Such sorrow. A cruel death awaited all who dared oppose the 7 noble houses. But an exalted alchemist to find his end in such a wretched way was lamentable. The least the crowd could do was show deep respect while sending off this great man on his final journey. But Zhuofan only snickered. Elder Yen, you think too highly of your batsies. They can scare a 4th-level spiritual beasts, but in the end, they're a flock. Zhuofan vanished as he took flight. The bats flapped their wings and opened their snouts. The air rippled and a visible wave traveled at Zhuofan. Zhuofan sidestepped. The wave hit the ground but nothing happened. Yet, the stones around turned to dust. The people began to fear the rumbling bloodbat even more. A normal bone-tempering expert struck by this wave would have died in anguish. But Zhuofan relied on his uncanny speed to dance among the attacks. He was almost out of their encirclement. Damn, Zhuofan is too sly. He noticed that the 10 bats are unable to coordinate and slipped through the gaps in their attacks. Let's block him together. Fifth Elder. Huangpu Qingyun cried in panic, to which Vicious Pill King dismissed his words. Second young master, don't worry. You'll only make it worse if you charge along with the bloodbats. I will make sure he won't have anywhere else to run. Vicious Pill King opened his gourd and made a hand sign. A screech came from within it, followed by another flock of bats flying to the gap Zhuofan was aiming for, shutting it tight. A dozens of times stronger ripple sent Zhuofan barreling into the ground, leaving another huge hole. When he crawled out, he sucked a cold breath at the sight. The sky was filled with rumbling bloodbats. A rough estimate would give around 100. If 10 were enough for a 4th-level spiritual beast, then 100 would even kill a 5th-level spiritual beast. A bolt of fear went through the crowd, including Huangpu Qingyun. They were so frightened they couldn't speak. Not even a radiant stage expert could come out of this one, least of all this Zhuofan freak. Holy! Just where did the old coot find so many rumbling bloodbats? They don't grow on trees. Long Zhou's mind was in a haze. Not even the brat could get out of this one. What? Xiao Dandan jerked. You're saying husband has no chance? Nodding gravely, Long Zhou sighed and pointed. When Zhuofan was falling, Vicious Pill King made other signs and had Zhuofan surrounded by the 100 bats. If he dared fly, the bats would blow him back down. This barricaded area seemed to belong to a different world, covered by 100 rare rumbling bloodbats. They tightened the space so much that it became smaller than Drifting Flowers Arena. Damn it! Zhuofan frowned as he jumped in the sky again. Like a pillar coming from the heavens above, Zhuofan was sent into the ground without delay. His knees were touching dirt, blood seeped from his mouth, and all the rocks around him were blown away as nothing but dust. Ha ha ha, 100 bloodbats is so strong that even the kid's unyielding body is wounded. His death is in sight. Huangpu Qingyun laughed, watching Vicious Pill King with newfound respect. Elder Yen, you've surprised me. I never knew you hid such wonderful things. Second young master, you jest. These bats were gathered over the past 1,000 years by the Pill King Hall. I was only allowed to use them because of my modest contributions to Pill King Hall. Vicious Pill King then turned a sad look to Zhuofan. Second young master, Zhuofan is, after all, a grandmaster alchemist. He may deserve death, but leave his corpse intact. Humph, I really wanted to tear him apart, but since it's Elder Yan's request, I will let it go. Huangpu Qingyun waved, pleased inside. Nodding, Vicious Pill King made the 100 rumbling bloodbats open their snouts again. All of them struck with sound attacks at the same time. Ah! With a wail, Zhuofan felt his head about to explode and his mind fading. His soul was damaged. If not for the refining he had been through, he would have long had his soul scattered. Blast it! I still had a way out, but now it's useless. I should have used it when I had the chance. These bastards better hope I won't get out of here or I will slaughter them all. His head hurting like hell, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and held on to his dear life. His bloodshot eyes and veiny forehead let the crowd in on the suffering he was enduring. Humph, he is a freak, all right. Anyone would have hit the dirt by now. But he's still holding strong. Fifth Elder exclaimed. Huangpu Qingyun laughed, his eyes sharp. So what if he's a freak? He's just slightly tougher than the average man. He'll soon drop dead anyway. This is for the best. Killing him here will show the world what end awaits any who stands against Regent Estate. Ah! Zhuofan's wail never ceased, akin to a flogged wild beast. The rocks he had been clutching had long been crushed to powder. Vicious Pill King didn't indulge in taking revenge, only feeling endless regret. His greatest and most respected opponent would find himself dead in such a wretched way. The alchemists around also sighed. But there was no one there willing to stand up to the seven houses. Xiao Dandan's face was covered in tears, pleading Chu Qingcheng with her eyes. She bit her lip, about to intervene, but Long Zhou pulled her back. Not even we can save him from the 100 rumbling bloodbats' onslaught. We will only throw our lives away. Let it go. There is no point. Long Zhou sighed at Zhuo Fan's sorry state, already thinking about how to abandon the Luo clan. His alliance was with Zhuo Fan. Without him, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion had no reason to help the Luo clan. With Zhuo Fan dying, the alliance agreement would fall through. Sai brother, don't blame me. I will look after your clan, but cannot uphold the alliance any longer. It just isn't in the house's benefit. Long Zhou sighed, while the rest lowered their heads in resignation. Zhuo Fan was in dire straits, with no one appearing to aid him. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's wailing was cut short. Everyone's heart seized with a shiver. Qingcheng even began shedding tears thinking Zhuo Fan was gone. But what was so astonishing was that Zhuo Fan's energy signature was still there, with an azure flame in the center of his forehead. Under its cover, Zhuo Fan started breathing eased up. The sound waves didn't stop, but they weren't as aggravating as before. That's... Xia Tianyang cried. I remember now. In his battle with Yugiki, this azure flame appeared as well, shielding his soul. Indeed, Zhuo Fan was muddled from the pain to his soul, and forgot about the azure flame protecting his soul. Now that his soul was at its limit, the azure flame came out by itself. With it, Zhuo Fan relaxed. Under the gentle and warm glow of the flame, his soul began to recover. Zhuo Fan felt how it grew and was on the verge to break through into the radiant stage. Slowly closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan remained kneeling and ignored everything around him as he let the warmth bathe him. This was a rare chance for his soul to advance, and he wasn't about to miss it. The proud Huangpu Qingyun now cried in panic at Vicious Pill King. Elder Yen, what's happening? He still seems to be alive. He's not dead yet. Vicious Pill King was also confused. Then what is this? Why isn't he wailing and seems to be enjoying it instead? Huangpu Qingyun was baffled. Vicious Pill King rolled his eyes and shook his head. How should I know? Elder Yen. Huangpu Qingyun squinted. You can't be thinking of going easy on him because he's an incredible alchemist, are you? Incensed, Vicious Pill King snapped his glare on him. Second young master, please watch your tone. Haven't Pill King Hall always assisted Regent Estate? When have we ever shown the opposite? Aren't we getting the Bodhi root for you as well? Ha ha ha, that remains to be seen. Everyone knows Pill King Hall yearns for this incredible treasure. Who knows? Maybe you'll just take it and run at first chance. Huangpu Qingyun snorted. Vicious Pill King was so furious he couldn't say a word and his heart sank. Zhuo Fan's words may have been to break their teamwork, but they were undoubtedly true. This Huangpu Qingyun was no leader material, he was too narrow-minded. Fifth Elder walked to Huangpu Qingyun, watching Zhuo Fan assaulted by the rumbling bloodbats, and said, Second young master, I think he had come up with a way to block the bloodbats. If this continues, the situation will only worsen. What do you think we should do? Huangpu Qingyun was growing worried as well. Fifth Elder revealed a wicked grin. I suggest we attack him together. The bloodbats sealed that uncanny movement skill and we can kill him at close range. Also, second young master, didn't you speak of killing him yourself to ease your hatred? Yes, we'll do as you say. Huangpu Qingyun nodded and said to Vicious Pill King in request, when in fact it sounded more like a demand. I'll be troubling Elder Yen to stop the bloodbats attack and let us go fight him ourselves. But remember, don't let that kid escape again. Snorting inside, despite his anger, Vicious Pill King complied. Who told the Regent Estate and Pill King Hall to sign an alliance agreement? For lack of a better alternative, he had to obey. With a hand sign, the 100 rumbling bloodbats stopped, but Zhuo Fan's eyes were still very much closed as he kneeled on the ground. He looked just like a man on his last leg. With his reserve spent, he was unable to even stand up. With one exception, the azure flame still flickered on his forehead. "What's wrong with him?" Chu Qingqing asked, anxious. With the sound attacks gone, he should have jumped to his feet. But he was sitting there like a statue instead. He may be either comatose or too weak to even move, both of which were the worst possibilities in such a dangerous situation. Chu Qingcheng pleaded Long Jiu with her eyes. "Uncle Jiu." His lone eye shook as he said gravely, "Wait a bit longer. If he still has a scheme in play, we will not only fail to save him by going in now, but even ruin his plan." Xia Tianyang blurted. The rest nodded. They were all clear from Zhuo Fan's handling of Huangpu Qingyun so far. He always aimed for when his opponent was unguarded. He was unfathomable to always seem to manage to have Huangpu Qingyun trapped again and again without even realizing it. Huangpu Qingyun was thinking the same thing. Zhuo Fan looked calm, unmoving, but who knew if he was faking it instead? They wanted to avoid his sudden assault, which could send another one of them to an early grave. Huangpu Qingyun recalled just how dangerous it was so far, and he was soaked in a cold sweat. His steps were even more careful as they neared Zhuo Fan. The alchemists and the clan's delegates bolted before they could witness the intricate battle of before. To their eyes, two profound heaven experts, from the 7 houses, were shaking in their boots in the face of a defenseless bone-tempering cultivator. They were dumbstruck. "Dude, what's up with that? You are the ones after his life, you are the strongest one here, yet you won't dare get close to an unconscious man. You're disgracing the 7 houses, you know?" Huangpu Qingyun's response, if he could hear them, would be, "I know. Damn it." Taking a deep breath, Huangpu Qingyun closed in on Zhuo Fan ever so slowly, yet the sweat on his brow grew denser as well. He wasn't afraid of fighting Zhuo Fan. It was Zhuo Fan's tricky nature that left him harried. At the end of it all, he was just scared of falling for Zhuo Fan's trick again. When they finally got to Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder tested with a punch. Bam! The golden fist smacked into Zhuo Fan's face and sent him flying. Then a boom resounded as he was buried in rubble. Huangpu Qingyun was stumped. Wasn't that too easy? Zhuo Fan didn't even react, and he was now overjoyed. He must be still out of it from the bat's sound attacks. Fifth Elder, we were right. His brain is the only thing that kept him alive so far. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. Fifth Elder nodded and grinned as he invited, "If you would, second young master." The two puffed out their chest and strutted to the rubble. The people were speechless. They were shaking in their boots before, but now they knew he was out like an extinguished candle, a lamb to the slaughter. They got their haughty attitudes back. What kind of people are these? The crowd looked at them with derision. They'd be raining mockeries if not for them being from the 7 houses. The two were too self-absorbed in their joy to notice, and were now going to pluck the fruit of victory. Chu Qingqing was panicking. Even if she acted now, it was far too late. Long Jiu looked up at the circling bats, then around and said through clenched teeth, "Jian Suifeng, Iris Overseer, Peony Overseer, come with me to deal with the bats. Kill as many as you can. Qingqing, you go save the kid." I hope Huangpu Qingyun will go easy seeing a familiar face. Chu Qingqing nodded with conviction. But before they could start, another boom followed. Zhuo Fan jumped out of the rubble and the azure flame was also gone. But his eyes flashed with a bluish glow, as if flames still throbbed within. "Who the hell hit me? Step up and I promise not to beat you to death." He twisted his neck around to the two of them with an evil grin. Startled, Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were incredulous. "You're fine even after being hit by 100 bats' attacks?" Ha ha ha. The 100 bats cawing were nothing but annoying. Zhuo Fan showed a cryptic smile. The people were dumbstruck. 100 rumbling bloodbats were enough to kill a 5th-level spiritual beast, but he was safe and sound? Zhuo Fan is a freak through and through. Vicious Pill King was also dazed from shock. Long Jiu's group finally relaxed. He is always giving us scares and worries. He has a talent to keep turning a crisis into a blessing in disguise. Long Jiu sighed. but Chu Qingcheng frowned at the bats in the sky. The danger has yet to pass. No, it's all fine now. Xia Tianyang smiled. Look how his eyes changed. I only saw that look once when he killed Yu Giki. I will never forget that unnerving confidence. They all looked and realized Xia Tianyang was right. Zhuo Fan's entire demeanor changed. He was like a honed sword, waiting to leave its sheath and upturn the world. And deep in the dark abyss that were his eyes, frigid killing intent roiled. Even Long Jiu, a profound heaven expert, shivered. Xia Tianyang laughed and stretched. He is itching to slaughter someone. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder nearby the rubble were tense. But the 100 bats overhead worked to assure their safety. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan. There's nowhere for you to run. So stand still and await your death. Run. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan flicked his eyes at the beasts above and smiled. Yeah, there's nowhere to run now. And since none of you want to see me running, I will do just what you want and stay put. Stay and kill. Zhuo Fan spat through gnashed teeth, riveting his boundless killing intent on the two of them. The two shivered and their hearts were struck by an odd sense of fear. The two found it hard to accept it. How can this be? Soul suppression. It was an ability anyone with a powerful soul could use to put pressure on those weaker than him, until they could not even stand. Zhuo Fan didn't reach that far but was enough to instill fear in his enemies. This in turn caused them to feel shocked. Although both were body cultivators, they were nonetheless still focused on training their souls in preparation to enter the radiant stage. The best example was Huangpu Qingyun, who trained in Imperial Tyrant body art, refining his body with dragon power but also able to use dragon soul to refine his own soul. Their souls were strong, even for profound heaven experts like them. However, reality showed Zhuo Fan's soul exceeded theirs by so much that they felt fear. The only explanation was that this kid had the soul of a radiant stage expert. This thought crippled their hearts in fear. They stared dumbstruck at Zhuo Fan to such a degree that not even they could think it possible. His cultivation was merely in the bone-tempering stage yet could go toe-to-toe with a profound heaven expert and even have his soul in the radiant stage. Was such an outlandish coincidence even possible? Zhuo Fan picked up on their thinking and smirked. I believe thanks are in order. Without the rumbling bat wave's torment, I would have never have gotten such a timely chance at breaking through. The azure fire in his eyes died out and Huangpu Qingyun's heart seized with it. He felt a deep fear from the core of his being. That has to be it. The two were now certain Zhuo Fan just entered the radiant stage with his soul. His soul was indeed strong but not quite there yet to kill with intent alone. The reason for his still position before was because he was in the middle of advancing. This freak cannot be allowed to live. Yelling inside, Huangpu Qingyun signaled Fifth Elder with his eyes. Fifth Elder picked up on his decision and got ready. They had to end him now while they still had the chance. Or when he grasped how to kill with intent, it'd be too late. Bam! With no preamble, Huangpu Qingyun shot towards Zhuo Fan. His body lit up in a golden glow and was preparing a punch. Fifth Elder also took out his hammer, aiming at Zhuo Fan's head. Zhuo Fan was suddenly overshadowed as if a mountain was about to fall on him. Suddenly, in front of him was Huangpu Qingyun with his majestic fist, holding enough power to break mountains and cleave seas. In face of such devastating assault, Zhuo Fan was unfazed. Two azure glows flickered in his eyes and all he did was slant his head, and the might fist hit nothing but air. The golden light traced past his ear, blowing up a whole street of houses, yet powerless enough to not touch a single hair on Zhuo Fan's head. Regarding the incoming hammer, Zhuo Fan simply jumped and was out of its range. The hammer boomed into the ground, caving the earth for 20 meters around, yet only enough to reach Zhuo Fan's toes. He was barely standing at the edge, at peace, as if all was natural in the world. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were nervous, going at him again, with a flurry of fists and a rain of hammer blows. There were so many blows. Each was so fast that it should have sealed any means of escape. However, Zhuo Fan lightly sidestepped around the attacks without even the use of mystifying phantom step. Simple footwork was enough to get him out of any and all danger. Throughout these 100 blows, Zhuofan had danced in but a 2-meter circle, while Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were powerless to even ruffle his clothes. This spectacle was unheard of, much less seen, eliciting cries from the crowd. 2 profound heaven experts were rendered moot in the face of a bone-tempering stage cultivator. They attacked 100 times but not once succeeded. Even if this was staged, it was not possible to have such uncanny accuracy. While it was impossible to make sense of it all, it was also clear to Long Jiu and the rest. But they were all so shocked, so astonished, that they only stared bug-eyed for a long time. They were clear of this being a radiant stage cultivator's ability, the discerning field. Within its range, the user could detect the most minute change. It was also easy enough to detect an attack's course. This was the reason behind all his perfect evasions. While he was under a barrage of blows, his heart was as still as water. This brat had reached a whole new level of freak. That's a radiant stage's ability, yet used by a bone-tempering cultivator. Long Jiu was astonished, yet his heart was pained. How many elders of Veiled Dragon Pavilion worked their whole lives to reach the radiant stage, to feel its power for themselves, yet were unable to? Long Jiu was no exception. However, this up-and-coming Zhuofan, still wet behind his ears, beat them to it. It was a sense of defeat mixed with admiration that made it so hard to swallow. He saw Zhua as his brother, but he could not cast out all the envy he had. Why were they so different? Why couldn't he do it as well? Xianxia sighed as well. By the looks of it, our little freak came out of his shell and became a full-fledged abomination. I wonder if he even has a limit. Will I ever be able to reach him? Ha! It doesn't look like it. Xianxia shook his head in frustration. The others sighed and nodded. Back to the battle. Zhuofan skipped around calmly, escaping the enemy's range. The only thing off about him was the azure glint ever present in his eyes. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were already panting. They could guess as to the reason as well, but knowing didn't enable them to solve it. Zhuofan, a bone-tempering cultivator, was armed with the radiant stage's discerning field, leaving them powerless to even land a glancing blow. You little prick. Fight me if you dare. Come on. Be a man for a change. Perhaps his mind was taxed, or his patience long overdrawn. That Fifth Elder started cursing Zhuofan. He was now regretting doing it. Since 2 great, profound heaven experts can't finish a mere bone-tempering cultivator, you're asking him to stand still? If this isn't ridiculous, then what is? You might as well ask him to tie himself up for you while he's at it. His words were met with profound disdain from the crowd. The 7 houses picking on others was a common occurrence, but never had they sunk so low. Humph, now I know why Grandmaster Zhua killed you, geeky. That old coot was so insufferable that he couldn't take it anymore. Hell Valley must be the most shameless of all 7 houses. Many whispers traveled, and none were good, holding some hint of scorn, whether open or otherwise. Huangpu Qingyun glared at the senile fool. If you want to disgrace yourself, fine, but don't go around dragging me into your mess. Just what is Hell Valley's requirement for elders these days? Shamelessness. Zhuofan only quirked an eyebrow and smiled a nod. I guess that's fine. Since I don't plan on going anywhere either, I suppose I might as well give you a sound defeat. You see this spot? I won't move from it. Zhuofan then planted his feet a tad deeper into the ground, his face filled with zest. Just like in refining earlier. If my feet leave this spot, my head will be yours. Success. The crowd gasped in fright. The heroism of Grandmaster Zhua is so unmatched it got to his head. There was nothing to fear while refining since you had that amazing ancient secret refining art. It is all because of that you managed to keep your head. But this is another matter entirely. You, sir, a bone-tempering cultivator, although stronger than average but is still a bone-tempering cultivator nonetheless. For the love of God, you are facing 2 shameless and despicable profound heaven experts head-on. They won't go easy on you just 'cause you're weaker. If you're still doing with all this into account, then it's your funeral. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder jerked but turned bewildered. You little prick. What are you playing at? Huangpu Qingyun eyed him cautiously, and the crowd rolled their big white eyes, with some close to spurting blood. Grandmaster Zhua is rooted to the spot, and all that's left is to tie him up. Yet, you fools are overthinking it, saying it's some sort of scheme of his. Humph. Guess there's no frickin' relation between a man's nerve and his cultivation. A bone-tempering cultivator has more guts to face two profound heaven experts, while you two are more scared than a mouse. You don't get to see this every day. The people could no longer stand for how despicable they acted and scorned them despite being from the 7 houses. Huangpu Qingyun's face was aflame, finding his own words somewhat faint-hearted. But it was best to be safe rather than sorry in that punk's trap. Laughing, Shuofan didn't even try hiding it. Of course I have one, but nothing overt, just something necessary. Shuofan took out a bottle and snickered. Don't forget, I'm an alchemist. He popped the cork and a blue gleaming pill landed in his hand with a shake. 5th grade pill, bursting pill. Vicious pill kings cried. And Huangpu Qingyun was also panicking as he flitted back tens of meters. He's gonna blow! The scene was thrown into chaos as people scampered all over the place for cover. They feared a bone-tempering cultivator's detonation would reach them. Long Zhou's group was startled and perplexed. The situation wasn't that dire to warrant such an extreme decision as blowing himself up. To be truthful, the bursting pill was in fact only useful when one did detonate himself. The people looked at Shuofan's calm face, still sporting that cryptic smile of his. 1, 2, 3. The pills fell in Shuofan's hand with a light tap of the bottle, and with every fall of the azure gleaming pill, hearts were strung tighter than a fiddle. When 5 gathered in his palm, Shuofan placed the bottle away. 5 pills ought to be the limit. 5! Vicious Pill King's eyelid twitched. A single bursting pill could increase one's yuan qi by 10 times. If the body couldn't take it, it would blow up from the strain. That explosion was also 10 times stronger than a simple self-detonation. Taking these pills would turn Shuofan into a ticking time bomb. It increased his power 50 times, but the explosion would be no less than a profound heaven expert's. The damage wouldn't be limited to this small area either, but the entire drifting flower city. It would be swept by the shockwave raised to the ground. Vicious Pill King's heart shuddered as he shouted in fear. Stop him, or he'll drag us all down with him. Too little, too late. Shuofan swallowed the pills without hesitation. In a blink, the wind picked up, and a rumbling echoed. Under the frightened eyes of his audience, the space around Shuofan warped. Something seemed to seep out of his body as well, looking akin to raw and physical yuan qi. His lightning wings had grown twice their size. Under constant changes, Shuofan gnashed his teeth as sweat trickled down his brow. His fist clenched, his face grim from the unspeakable pain. But he held on to his voice, not letting even a grunt escape. Bam! His body shivered and his 2 arms exploded in size. His forehead sported the azure flame again, but this time bigger than before. The azure flame now burned hotter. His wings flickered with thunder, and his cold eyes were bloodshot. His twisted face as well looked ready to unleash a gruesome power. The people watched the advent of their death from afar, incredulous of how much power he had gotten. He rose steadily from the second layer of bone-tempering stage under the watchful eyes of Vicious Pill King and the rest, with constant anguish. The stronger he got, the more bang for his buck. If his control slipped while he powered up, the explosion would be less, but only by a fraction. But Shuofan stubbornly hung on and his power soared. Huangpu Qingyun was appalled, but he was crying inside. What in God's name is this brat made of? How is he still holding it together? With a relieving sigh, just like a tornado, Shuofan's power-up reached the end. Yet, outside of everyone's expectation, there was no explosion. All they saw was a calm Shuofan breathing in and out. That's... Vicious Pill King's voice trembled. It's the profound heaven stage. The others could see the fierce aura around him and gasped. In just a few breaths, Fan climbed from the second layer of bone-tempering stage all the way to the profound heaven stage. This is too astonishing. Huangpu Qingyun and the fifth elder's faces were grave. They knew now the pills weren't to off himself, but to increase his power. But how could a man accomplish such a feat? To the average man, a 10 times yuan qi increase would burst him like a balloon. But this brat withstood 5 times of that. Just how tough is he? Monster! Huangpu Qingyun couldn't help but voice it. The others also watched with shock and awe of Fan's staunch body. Making a come-hither gesture at Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder, Fan mocked them with a smile. Didn't you want to fight? Well, come and get me. The audacity and scorn made Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder burst with anger. This was the first time they were ever mocked this much. They shot at Fan without words, and Huangpu Qingyun launched a golden fist right at his face. You little shit. If you have the nerve to taunt, then don't dodge and take it like a man. Huangpu Qingyun was goading him. Smirking, Fan lifted his hand. There's no longer a need to dodge. Bam! Fists met, tearing up the air with a sharp explosion and making ears sting from it. The two's yuan qi collided and spread like a tidal wave all around. The pebbles and rocks around were pulverized under such raw, unbridled power. The people were frantic in getting their yuan qi up to shield themselves. But some weak bone-tempering cultivators were flung 20 meters away and spat blood. The shock from a simple clash dominated their hearts. The fight was going to be intense. But then their eyes widened. They watched in shock as Huangpu Qingyun's all-out attack was simply blocked by Fan. The latter didn't even look to be trying. Suddenly, fifth elder entered the scene from behind, swinging that hammer right at his head. Dong! Screeching of metal on metal resounded and another shockwave sped away. The audience worked to withstand it, but dozens were flung into the air. Yet, when they looked up now, their eyes were twitching. Fan's face was as calm as ever, to the point of ignoring the fifth elder completely and letting a wing lightly block the hammer. Fan didn't even shudder from the blow. Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder cried frantically, "Impossible! Nothing's impossible, especially when it comes to yours truly." Fan gripped Huangpu Qingyun's fist and threw him. Huangpu Qingyun slammed into the ground, sinking inch by inch. Not forgetting about the fifth elder either. His lightning wings slightly shook and the old man flew for 100 meters before hitting the ground. But even so, he had to take 6 more steps back to stabilize. Looking at Fan now, the fifth elder was frightened. But his heart couldn't accept it and charged again. Fan brushed his attempt off, only staring down at Huangpu Qingyun with sarcasm. "Second young master? Remember when you talked to me about men and women? Then allow me to inform you that this time, only those standing are real men." It was naked humiliation. Huangpu Qingyun roared and swung at Fan. He was Regent Estate's second young master. How dared someone insult him? Fifth elder arrived as well, smashing with his hammer. But Fan only laughed at their futile attempts. His body was refined with diamond sand into a 5th-grade demonic treasure. He couldn't take these two on earlier because his yuan qi was lacking in bringing about the body's true potential. Taking 5 bursting pill compensated for this, allowing him to use his demonic treasure body to its full capabilities. Adding to his radiant stage soul, how could these two even land a hit? Grinning, Fan placed a hand behind him and only used his left to block everything and anything Huangpu Qingyun threw at him. At the same time, he used his wings to dance to fifth elder's hammering tune. Clangs and dings were heard constantly, as the power behind each swing was enough to pulverize anything around them. The sting from the explosions hurt the people's ears, but they were too dumbstruck to mind. Seeing how easily Fan handled 2 profound heaven experts while standing still was hard to believe, even when seeing it themselves. What is wrong with this world? Since when did there exist a bone-tempering cultivator who is such a monster, capable of making profound heaven experts become his stepping stone? This is 2-on-1, and they can't even gain the upper hand. Worst, their opponent is taking it in stride. Despite their curses, they knew the truth. The profound heaven experts that laid in front of their eyes were in no way weak. but this bone-tempering youth was simply too much of a monster. Long Zhou's group was stupefied. A blink was all it took for Zhuo Fan's power to surpass everyone's imagination. Their minds couldn't cope with the impossible scene unfolding right before their eyes. The world flipped, the power scheme upturned, and a bone-tempering cultivator was playing with two profound heaven experts. Chu Qingcheng and her overseers were bug-eyed. It was Iris Overseer who first recovered somewhat to gasp. Demon Zhuofan lives up to his infamy, the monster of all freaks. Xia Tianyang felt like crying. Eighth Elder. I should go find Elder Brother to train with my sword. I want to revive Sword Marquis' abode. There's no point in going after that brat. That dream is just wishful thinking. Jian Suifeng sighed as well. Ever since they saw Zhuo, not only the juniors, but even the elders were suffering a serious blow to their self-esteem. Boom. Not for a second did the explosion stop. Huangpu Qingyun had now clashed 200 times with Zhuo Fan. Adding Fifth Elder's hammer blows, it made for a total of 400, yet Zhuo Fan had not once lost his cool. No matter how the two attacked, they could not even scratch him. With cold laughter, Zhuo Fan was now looking at them as if they were a bunch of noisy children, hardly of any threat. Who? Suddenly, the azure flame flickered above Zhuo Fan, slowly dissipated. Zhuo Fan's brow was locked, finally sporting a serious face. Almost there. Humph, have you swung enough? My turn then. Snorting, the ever-passive Zhuo Fan just stretched his hand and gripped Huangpu Qingyun's wrist in a vice. Bam! A simple ordinary fist hit the man squarely in the belly and gave Huangpu Qingyun the feeling as if a mountain bore through. He then whistled through the air like a ragdoll, only to pass through dozens of buildings on his way and ending under a pile of rubble. With one down, Zhuo Fan looked askance at the ever-swinging Fifth Elder. One wing shifted and flowed along the hammer like a viper and latched onto his shoulder. The other whipped him on the chest. Bam! With a thunderous sound that could only be made by a crumbling mountain, Fifth Elder flew into the air before smacking into the ground, leaving behind a deep hole. When he staggered out of it, he slipped and fell down, spewing blood. 5 ribs broken. Fifth Elder tried to bear through the pain as his brow was marred with cold sweat. He had never suffered this much in his entire life as a body cultivator. Worse, just one thrash was all it took to break his 5 ribs. Huangpu Qingyun fared no better. He got out of the rubble only to hit the dirt and spat out blood 5 times, with pieces of flesh in the puddle. Clutching his stomach, he was aware of the heavy wounds his organs suffered, but his shock of Zhuo Fan's power trumped it. He cultivated the Imperial Tyrant body art yet couldn't take even a punch? The azure flame died from his forehead and Zhuo Fan eyed the two coldly. He lightly stepped out of the footprints he made and patronized. I gave you not 1 but 2 chances. It's you who are too weak to make use of them. You ought to be convinced of your defeat by now. So it is only proper for me to take your lives. The crowd was in complete shock. With the two of them being second young master of Regent Estate and fifth elder of Hell Valley, they may be beaten at every turn, but only they had the privilege of killing others whenever and however they wanted. It was not supposed to be not the other way around. It was as if their killer couldn't give a rat's ass about the 7 houses' retaliation. But the crowd doubled back and wondered again. Who is this man? Demon Zhuo Fan, killer of the insidious Yugiki. So why would he care if he messed with Hell Valley again? When one of the 7 noble houses was offended, what difference would it make if he added another? This realization got the audience's expectation to rise. The 7 noble houses had no one to answer to for 1,000 years, until now. This was perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see the 7 noble houses finally being on the receiving end. It was high time they got what they deserved in full. They masked the joy they felt, silently cheering. Grandmaster Zhuo, you're our man. Kill them. Kill them all. Besides, it had nothing to do with them anyway. It wasn't like enjoying the show was a capital crime. Zhuo Fan seemed to have heard their hearts and stepped towards Huangpu Qingyun with killing intent in his eyes. Huangpu Qingyun was downright panicking. finally getting acquainted with the taste of fear for the very first time. He never saw someone as powerful as Zhuofan, nor one to have such a matching, imposing flair. Deep down, he began to feel like a meager ant waiting to be squished. Sweating like a pig, Huangpu Qingyun fell backward with a mask of fear and not even trying to put on a token of resistance. Hell Valley's fifth elder felt just as helpless. This freak Zhuofan surpassed their expectations. He wanted to go and help, but he needed power, which he didn't possess. Also, what was he doing going around helping Regent Estate's second young master when his situation was no better? However, a seven-colored mist flew at the squinting Zhuofan. Rainbow Cloud Palm, Yen Song. Of course it is me. Vicious Pill King propped his frail body as he used the signature profound ranked martial art of Pill King Hall. His mouth curved into a grin. Grandmaster Zhua, I admit your refining skill is thousands of times better than mine, but your escape is nigh impossible from the poison of my rainbow cloud palm. Yen Song, putting up this front will only speed your death. Why must you throw your life away? Zhuofan frowned as he shouted at Vicious Pill King. Grinning, Vicious Pill King raised his head and sighed. Repaying favor with favor. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and secretly nodded. Boom! The seven-colored poisoned mist swallowed Zhuofan whole. Huangpu Qingyun was grasping straws at this point, happy to find hope in this frail rescuer. Thank you, Elder Yen, but this brat is a freak of nature. Can your rainbow cloud palm handle him? Cough, cough. No, it can only buy time. Using a profound ranked martial art with an already weary and damaged body only aggravated his precarious state, resulting in a vicious coughing fit, followed by spitting blood. Yen Fu could no longer stand still and watch him suffer, but Vicious Pill King gestured to him to stand down. Second young master, the bursting pill has increased his power to profound heaven stage for a short while, but it comes with side effects. As this power isn't his to begin with, once the time is up, cough. You're saying he'll go back to normal? Huangpu Qingyun's eyes shined, his face ecstatic. He could see the dawn of victory on the horizon. Vicious Pill King smiled. It won't stop there. He forced himself to increase his power, and it will undoubtedly harm his body, no matter how tough he is. Once his boost is sapped, his body will be torn from the inside, his power is waning. He will be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. We just need to hang on for a bit and victory will be ours. Huangpu Qingyun found hope rekindled. Fifth Elder was thrilled as well. But how long can he last? Fifth Elder asked nervously, and Huangpu Qingyun looked at Yen Song eagerly. Snickering, Vicious Pill King's eyes glinted at the rainbow mist. Not long. You may not have noticed, but the azure flame wisped away from his forehead. His time is running short. Huangpu Qingyun reddened with shame. The two were scared shitless, and that made them lose all reason. Vicious Pill King shook his head, fully grasping the seriousness of the situation. Second young master, you can't blame yourselves. This brat is too cunning, seeing through you and having you buy into his fake bravado. He is now under my rainbow cloud palm and is suffering from its poison. He will soon be too weak to put up any resistance. Huangpu Qingyun was immensely grateful. He could finally see the light. Chu Qingcheng, however, was frowning in worry. Then a sudden laughter came from within the mist. Ha ha ha, you're indeed praiseworthy, Vicious Pill King. I can't hide the bursting pill's side effect from you, although you are wrong about one thing. The time I have to kill the likes of you is aplenty. Humph, Grandmaster Zhua, you can't fool me. You had your chance before, but now, under my rainbow cloud palm's poison, your Yuan Qi will be sapped even faster. Oh, you mean these 7 poisons? More laughter spread from the mist. Elder Yen, you may not recall our discussion, but to whom this world belonged to again? My answer is to men and smart people, naturally. Vicious Pill King didn't know where Zhuofan was going with this. With another laughter, Zhuofan continued, Mine is different. The world belongs only to the strong. Suddenly, black billowing energy spewed from within the 7-colored mist and swallowed the poison mist whole. And from amidst the black energy, Zhuofan strutted out like a king, unharmed and untouched. Impossible. Pill King hauls 1,000-year-long research in the 7 poisons. Bug-eyed, vicious Pill King staggered 2 steps back. All the shocks he experienced today paled to this. Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Old man, do you get my meaning? I am not saying you should lump me together with those useless broads. What I'm saying is not to take me for a weakling, the same as them. Your poison only works on the weak, with not one damn effect on the strong like me. Vicious Pill King gasped heavier and heavier, unknown if from shock or anger. But Iris Overseer was so pissed her eyes spat fire. Who is this brat calling weak? Easy now, easy. It's all just an act. Xia Tianyang placated her, and smiled. Moreover, his words clarified that you and he have nothing going on. This is for your own good. At least Regent Estate won't come finding faults with you. Yeah. Darling's words are savage, but he's always looking out for us. Not to mention, we are indeed weaker than Darling. Xiao Dandan looked at him like a love-struck puppy, infatuated the more she gazed upon him, and grew in boldness as well. Peony Overseer pinched her. Damn girl, you're starting to get on my nerves. Zhuofan dominated the battlefield. He was a living paragon, taking dauntless steps towards the 3. The murderous glint in his eyes was razor-sharp and got them shaking from the very core. Zhuofan was now the picture of indomitability, willing to slay everything that dared bar his path, including gods. Huangpu Qingyun had lost all will to even resist, standing there like a terrified chicken. The 3 never dreamed they'd see the day when they would run into such a dreadful foe. For 3 great experts, joined together too, sinking so low was an irony in and of itself. Sweating bullets, Vicious Pill King watched Zhuofan with nothing but fear. He very much knew of his foe's weakness, needing but little time to turn all of this around. Yet, he couldn't stop the sense of powerlessness boring deep in his heart. This was power. He knew how to counter but lacked the means to do so. The power gap was a bottomless pit. Vicious Pill King wrecked his mind about, and suddenly his eyes flashed with resolve. He took out a bottle toward the other 2. Second young master, both of you take a pill. He proceeded to give each of them one. Huangpu Qingyun and 5th Elder stared at it in shock. Zhuofan's brow also shook. He was more than familiar with it. In fact, it was the same pill he used, bursting pill. Eyes shuddering, Huangpu Qingyun's heavy gaze landed on Vicious Pill King. Elder Yen, this is indeed the only way, even if we need someone to self-destruct to kill him. Huangpu Qingyun squinted at 5th Elder. 5th Elder, I entrust this task to you. Have no worry. I will pay your valley a personal visit and present my utmost gratitude to Valley Lord, in honor of your selfless sacrifice. Regent Estate and Hell Valley will forevermore be allies. When the time to blow is at hand, why the hell aren't you doing it? 5th Elder was about to rain curses, but Huangpu Qingyun's dead-set eyes cut him deep. Regent Estate is a double-crossing, 2-timing pack of pricks. I can bet my life on it that Huangpu Qingyun won't ever take Hell Valley as his ally. Even if he does, what freaking good will that honor do me? 5th Elder wouldn't stick his head out even for Hell Valley. Huangpu Qingyun saw 5th Elder still wavering and stared him down while belittling him. This brat is Hell Valley's problem to begin with. It's your duty to finish him. 5th Elder's face sank, itching to tear Huangpu Qingyun a new one. Hell Valley has a score to settle with this demon. But aren't you also aiming to kill him? And now that you find yourself lacking, you wish to throw me to the wolves. Zhuofan shook his head and snickered. When life and death hung in the balance, almost everyone would cling to their only vain chance at life. Why would he sacrifice himself for the sake of others? Everyone looked on with respect and deference towards Regent Estate, but none would ever wash their necks and spill blood for them. Who was that big of a fool anyway? No need to shift the blame. You'll both be dropping dead soon enough. Grinning, Zhuofan's fist ebbed with black energy. Huangpu Qingyun and 5th Elders shuddered and stepped back in horror. Vicious Pill King shook his head and shouted, Second young master, 5th Elder. This pill isn't meant to kill you. It is to boost your power like it did to the brat. What did you say? The 2 shouted in unison, watching him flabbergast. Sighing inside, Vicious Pill King showed a trace of disappointment. These two were great in the 7 houses, but they couldn't hold a candle to a kid's valor. His face hard, he spoke. You are body cultivators, while he is a freak of nature, you are titans. If he could take 5, how could you not even handle one? And since death is certain, why not go for broke? Isn't it better to die on your terms than end up lambs to the slaughter like my weak self? The two trembled and gathered up their courage as they looked at the pill in their hands. Then they swallowed it. Instantly, a gale blew and their yuan qi spiked. Overpowering yuan qi coursed through their veins, eating at their flesh. The pain was excruciating and elicited a roar from them both. The yuan qi-imbued roar scattered even the rumbling blood bats, while the people around covered their ears in hope of dampening the splitting headache. But this power couldn't be denied, tearing at their ears and making them all bleed. Zhuofan had to take a few steps back from the raw display of power. Vicious Pill King was pushed back more than 10 feet as well, but his breath was as uneven as before. With how Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were profound heaven experts to begin with, a 10 times increase in power far outstripped the norm. The increase finally stopped and the two felt the surging yuan qi within their bodies. The power was intoxicating, evident from their excited faces. They could never believe this was their power. Now looking at Zhuofan, they shed all fears and bore down on him with killing intent. Ha ha ha, this outcome is only logical. Taking a bursting pill is nothing when you're a profound heaven stage cultivator. Vicious Pill King laughed in glee. This was his desperate attempt at turning things around, yet never once did he believe it would work. Long Jiu's group felt the two's raw power, far exceeding Zhuofan's, and were filled with concern. Zhuofan's advantage was stripped and, even worse, his time was running out. As time passed, the two may not be able to defeat him, but his yuan qi would run dry and all that awaited him was death. Zhuofan couldn't be more clearer on this. In fact, this was his main worry. Tightening his fists, with a burst of power, Zhuofan's wings flickered and stared down the three of them. We all know I don't have time to waste, so I'll just snatch victory with one blow. Humph couldn't agree more. I will take your head myself. With great power came a great boost in ego to Huangpu Qingyun, releasing all that he was worth. Following dragon's roars, 6 golden dragons swirled around him, the same as when he first attacked Zhuofan. But soon, a 7th dragon was added. Imperial Tyrant Body Art, 7th stage. Not only Vicious Pill King but even Long Jiu's group gasped. The Imperial Tyrant Body Art was a marvel among body cultivation methods. Each stage would transform the user body, toughening and strengthening it in all aspects. With him advancing in such a dire moment, Huangpu Qingyun's power must have grown by no less than 10 times. In a blink, the people turned to Zhuofan with worry. Huangpu Qingyun had now become the same level of freak as Zhuofan. Hee hee, you little shit. Feast your eyes on Regent Estate's Imperial Tyrant Body Art's true power. Huangpu Qingyun roared and charged. The 7 golden dragons swirled around and made all defense moot. Zhuofan squinted fearlessly. He charged as well, although his display was much weaker. At the moment of impact, Zhuofan revealed his trademark smirk. Kid, when it comes to martial arts, your wretched Regent Estate has nothing on me. Zhuofan roared. Wraith Style's first move. Soaring Demonic Dragon. Roar. With a sky-shaking roar, Zhuofan was enveloped in the image of a black dragon as he clashed with Huangpu Qingyun. The 7 golden dragons and the black dragon collided, unleashing a shockwave of epic proportion. The witnesses had to cough blood while the weaker ones were knocked out cold. Even Vicious Pill King was hurled 300 meters into the air. He never would have guessed Zhuofan was hiding so many outstanding abilities. It was no less than Regent Estate's Imperial Tyrant Body Art, if not stronger. When things finally settled, people relaxed. They turned to see smoke billowing and watched dumbstruck. Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingyun changed positions, but Zhuofan was as mighty as ever, with no decrease in his aura, just like a god of war. His eyes flashed with boundless valor. As for Huangpu Qingyun, he was pale and blood pooled at his feet. Looking down, he saw half of his body in pieces. His innards had long turned to dust. How can it be? So strong. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes bulged out of his sockets as he peered into the hole in his body. Then his eyes went dead and collapsed in his own blood. His death was the same as any of Zhuo Fan's victims, filled with endless remorse. Success. Gasping, the people stared at Zhuo Fan with dread. Huangpu Qingyun, under the bursting pill at the peak of his power, was killed in one blow. Vicious Pill King as well as Long Zhou watched, astonished at Zhuo Fan's new degree of power, making them reassess this youth's level. They thought that in Huangpu Qingyun's newfound power against Zhuo Fan, a tie was already an extravagant wish, but it went way beyond that, getting killed with only a single blow. Xia Tianyang gasped and lamented. Now I really need to go practice my sword with Big Brother. It was just too hard a truth to swallow. Hell Valley's fifth elder still sported a confident smile in his power, just as Huangpu Qingyun before him. But witnessing the latter's miserable ending cut all his bravado short as he reeled back again and again. No, that is no human. Not even a bursting pill is enough to defeat him. I need to escape now. Second young master. Suddenly, for cries echoed and four figures were next to Huangpu Qingyun and lamenting his fate. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow at the four. They were Huangpu Qingyun's porters, in the first layer of the profound heaven stage. However, Zhuo Fan's soul was now in the radiant stage and this time looked at the four with a frown and suspicious eyes. These guys were indeed of profound heaven cultivation but were weak as hell, even when compared with peak bone tempering experts. No wonder Huangpu Qingyun told them to stand aside. But why are they here anyway? At one point in his thinking, Zhuo Fan's vision swirled and his body was on the verge of collapse. Damnation! I'm running out of time. Gnashing his teeth, Zhuo Fan braced himself to keep up appearances and then flee from this place. Staying here longer than necessary would only make it worse for him, as he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and fall unconscious. At that point, his head was up for grabs. But he didn't get the chance as the four porters roared and jumped him. You savage mongrel! You dare kill Regent Estate's second young master. We will kill you. Just the four of you? Please. Zhuo Fan snorted. But as the four approached, his mind whirled and his power plummeted. Bursting Pill's effect was declining faster and faster. Biting his tongue to clear his head, Zhuo Fan's wing lashed out and the three porters were cut in two while the latter was wailing on the ground having his arm chopped off. Ignoring the lucky fellow, Zhuo Fan flew away as fast as he could. Vicious Pill King paused for a moment before yelling, Fifth Elder, stop him now. His fight with second young master used up his yuan qi and can't hold on for long. We have to keep him here at all costs. When Fifth Elder was ready to slink into obscurity, he whipped his head around and saw the three dead and one rolling on the ground. His eyes lit up then laughed out loud. Demon Zhuo Fan's attacks were ruthless and precise. How could he just harm and not kill? His body can't take it and didn't have the time to finish the last one. Fifth Elder then shot straight for Zhuo Fan and swung his mighty hammer. With his vision fading away, Zhuo Fan swayed in his flight. He watched the incoming hammer dazed. Chu Qingcheng was beside herself with worry, but there was not enough time to help. Fifth Elder cackled. His eyes lit up with savagery. Ha ha ha, Demon Zhuo Fan. Time to pay for what you did to Seventh Elder and Second Young Master with your life. You're not nearly worthy enough to take my life. His body's power was sapped, but his eyes never lost their ruthlessness. Biting his tongue again to sober somewhat, Zhuo Fan roared and lashed with his wings like a pair of lightning whips. Bam! Fifth Elder's hands went numb from pain, with the half-a-ton hammer slipping from his grip, flung away by Zhuo Fan. Yet, Fifth Elder couldn't be happier. Ha ha ha, wise ass. It is you who fell for it this time. You can't possibly fend me off when you have no wings to protect you and your body is too weak to resist. Fifth Elder's hand was wrought in a fierce flame and clawed at Zhuo Fan's chest. High spirit ranked martial art. Back-piercing fire claw. With the lightning wings used to fend off the hammer, they were too far off to recall them in time. Zhuo Fan's chest was wide open. with Fifth Elder being a body cultivator in the 5th layer of Profound Heaven stage and using a high spirit-ranked martial art, the strike would go straight through him. Not even Zhuofan could keep his life then. Fifth Elder smirked while Chu Qingqing was watching below, racked with anxiety and powerless to help. Zhuofan's eyes flashed coldly and said, "I already told you. You're not worthy enough to take my life." Zhuofan roared. Wraith Style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. With another heaven-shaking dragonic roar, the two claws clashed. Something incredible happened. In that instant, Zhuofan ripped Fifth Elder's entire arm clean off. Blood spurted, but Fifth Elder took a long time for the feeling to sink in. He turned to his arm and then fell from the sky wailing. Only Zhuofan, the invincible, stood in the sky like a king. The burning arm he was clutching was now soaked in blood. Humph! No one is worthy of taking yours truly's life. Snorting, Zhuofan once again displayed his power for all to see. He clenched his hand and Fifth Elder's hand was ripped to pieces. He's just too strong. They couldn't be further from the truth. Zhuofan's power kept dropping, but even so, he ripped the arm off Fifth Elder despite the latter having been at his peak of power and having taken the bursting pill. Such power struck the core of everyone. Vicious Pill King had long been reduced to standing there dumbly. Zhuofan's early power was based on the 5 bursting pills. But now that the pill's effect was waning, how was he still invincible? Even Long Zhou's eye bulged out. Who was Hell Valley's 5th Elder? An expert that clashed with Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3rd Elder thousands of times to a draw. The shock was palpable, seeing his hand ripped off like it was a child's play. Just how am I going to explain this to Third Brother? This little freak has far surpassed him. How shocked will he be when he finds out? Long Zhou shook his head, turning to Long Kuei and Long Jie. Maybe you'll be the one to break the news to him. The two had long stopped listening. They never had truly witnessed Zhuofan fight for real, and were now watching dumbstruck at what their peer was capable of. Panting, Zhuofan had used too much of his energy. He snapped a cold glare at the dazed Vicious Pill King and flew off. Biting his lip, Vicious Pill King's eyes roamed everywhere, and after some hesitation, he roared, "Zhuofan! Don't forget, I'm still around." The 100 rumbling blood bats flew at Zhuofan. Zhuofan's flight faltered and glared back. "Old fool! Don't be obstinate. I let you go in respect from one Grandmaster Alchemist to another. Don't you come and throw your life away. Humph, as I was entrusted. I shall reply with the same devotion. Second young master is dead, and only your head will keep me alive. Bluntly speaking, either you die or I die." Vicious Pill King roared as his hand made signs. The 100 rumbling opened their snouts and unleashed rumbling bat waves on Zhuofan. A huge ripple struck Zhuofan just like a tidal wave. Chu Qingqing was overwhelmed with alarm. This was a soul attack. Zhuofan's tough body was useless against it and could only resist with the azure flame. And when that happened, he'd be too exhausted to leave. But Zhuofan wasn't fretting. He flicked his eyes to Vicious Pill King and made a hand sign. "Since that is your wish, I shall oblige." Wraith Style's 3rd move, Necro Dragon Screech. Zhuofan snapped his jaws open and roared. This dragon roar was unlike the rumbling blood bat's wave. It came out of Zhuofan's mouth and appeared as a dragon. It flew in the air and shook the whole world. That's a sound martial art. And a goddamned profound rank at that. Xianxia had never been so overwhelmed with shock in his entire life. He said to Long Zhou, "Didn't he say he comes from a 3rd-rate clan? Just where the hell did he really come from when such an art doesn't even exist in the entire Tianyu Empire? Or the 7 houses?" Long Zhou shook his head bitterly. "How am I supposed to know? That is one secret only the brat knows. But there's one absolute truth. He did not come from that 3rd-rate clan." Xianxia nodded slowly. Then the 2 sound waves collided. The tidal wave and the dragon fought each other, and the aftermath spread well into the crowd below. The previous shock waves were from Yuan Qi, so the people could resist it. But this time it was a soul attack. They would hit the ground, dead if their souls lacked in the least. Chu Qingqing used her soul to resist, and Peony Overseer covered Xiao Dandan behind her. But even they, profound heaven experts, were forced to spew blood. With pain came shock, unable to believe that a sound martial art was unblockable. They weren't even the real targets of the attack and were already suffering. It was unimaginable how astonishing its power was on the real target. The people began looking at Zhuo Fan with dread. Vicious Pill King was relying on the 100 rumbling bloodbats while Zhuo Fan could do it himself. His hand made another sign as Vicious Pill King did his best to withstand the shockwave, with dark blood leaking from his mouth. Never had he dreamt it possible for Zhuo Fan to use a sound martial art. He was an abomination. He was able to hold Zhuo Fan back before, but now, squinting, Zhuo Fan saw through the old coot's inability and roared again. The huge dragon above whipped its tail and the tidal sound wave was dissolved. It then flew through the 100 rumbling blood bats, whose eyes went blank as they fell on the ground like hail. Such was irony, cruel and merciless. The powerful bloodbats, prideful in their sound waves, were shot dead by Zhuo Fan's own sound attack. But the huge dragon didn't stop there, passing through Vicious Pill King as well. His mind went blank, with not even a simple thought coming to him. Then his body plopped to the ground stiffly. Yen Fu wailed, "Master!" Zhuo Fan grinned and flew away. When his figure was gone, a mad laughter resounded. The great 7 houses beneath the imperial family are not able to kill one man even with 7 against 1. Their name is undeserved, bringing shame to the entire world. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan was long gone, yet the people still stared dumbly in his direction. And when they managed to gather their wits, all they heard were mournful cries all around. The ground was littered with corpses and thousands of wounded. The aftermath of Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingyun's fierce clash. The last sound wave, in particular, must have caused over 1,000 to fall. Hell Valley's 5th elder weakly got to his feet, watching dazed. His missing arm bellowed to the sky, "Zhuo Fan!" These 2 simple words were mixed with hatred and rage that any other survivor had after this bitter battle. Yep, after this bout, Zhuo Fan's name would be heard clearer and further than ever, but never in a good light. He was one of the very few notorious figures known in Tianyu since its foundation. Demons paled to what he had become now. Towards the bodies strung about, to the endless suffering ramming their ears, people had only horror in their core. But at the same time, 2 words were deeply etched in their minds. Demon Archon. Chu Qingqing's group finally came to as well, only to look on with pity at the miserable state surrounding them and sent people to count in the dead. Xianxia was soon back with a tally, and a visage painted in sorrow. Edifice Lord, in the aftermath of the battle, 4862 are dead and 36,019 people are wounded. This count is mainly the heavily wounded, while the light wounded are too many to count. So many! Iris Overseer cried and said inside, "Is Zhuo Fan the harbinger of death? He killed so many in just 1 strike." Long Zhou's group was startled as well. They were aware of how insanely powerful the brat was, but not once they thought him capable of this. It was no different than the aftermath of a skirmish. And Xianxia faltered, but still said it. Because of 100 Pill meeting, many delegates of important clans have come. The number of casualties is disastrous, with more than 2,000 clans having lost their people, and 10,000 more in critical condition. Chu Qingqing's heart tightened and was agitated. "Xianxia, try to calm them down. Tell them Drifting Flowers Edifice will give them an answer for this disaster. That we will also offer some compensation for their losses." "Yes." Xianxia left with a nod. Xie Tianyang took a deep breath. "Damn. Killing more than 4,000 at once. This brat is racking up enemies to an all-time high. Humph. How is it Darling's fault? With how many died in the aftermath, they should be taking up with Regent Estate for the damages. Not once did Xiao Dandan see Zhuo in a bad light and wasn't one to tolerate anyone who spoke ill of him as well." Xie Tianyang had to admit Xiao Dandan's words with a nod. But then he jeered, "Oh, Miss Dandan speaks true. Although, who has the nerve to complain to the 7 noble houses? Not to mention, Regent Estate is also a victim, with 4 dead and a cripple. Humph. Since they don't dare to take it up with Regent Estate, They think darling is one to be pushed around? Xiao Dandan stuck out her chin in pride. Yeah, with that freak's power, even a profound heaven expert would give him a wide berth. However, raising an eyebrow, Xianxia chuckled. Didn't you listen to Vicious Pill King? The kid's time is almost up, and he'll be unable to move then. Even a 3-year-old could do him in. That startled them. If not for his reminder, they'd have forgotten Zhuofan might be lying somewhere, weak and alone. Everyone, scour the place for Demon Zhuofan. I want him alive. He will have regent estate to answer to, Chu Qingqing ordered. The only way to pull the wool over the other's eyes was to treat him like an enemy. Xiao Dandan bore her stare into Xie Tianyang with hatred. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have mattered? Those with half a brain are already searching for him. Xie Tianyang pointed around them with a smile. Tell me, who is missing here? Long Zhou's group was puzzled. Only Xiao Dandan clapped. It's the Dong siblings. Then, she took off in Zhuofan's direction. Silly girl, why so anxious? Peony Overseer shouted. How can I not be? That Dong lass has a thing for darling. I can't let her get ahead of me. The other had to laugh at that. Xiao Dandan was one innocent and chipper young lady. Peony Overseer's face flushed. You nitwit disciple, you're enough of a disappointment as it is. I get that you're all googly-eyed over him, but can you at least not make a fool out of me too? On another note, Zhuofan was rushing to fly away while also keeping an eye out for a nice corner of the world to hide and lick his wounds. All while his sight was growing ever hazy. Suddenly, his vision went dark and passed out. His body then crash-landed into a small valley. With a bang, he touched the ground and got buried in a pile of rocks. Moon took the sun's place in the sky. Then soon, the sun rose back to its rightful place. For 3 days, Zhuofan laid there among the rocks, defenseless. This was a blessing in disguise, as the wild animals would have dispensed with his body by now if he was out in the open. Rustle. On the dawn of the 4th day, morning dew trickled from the rocks and on Zhuofan's face, rousing him from slumber. Zhuofan opened his eyes and felt his whole body aching so much he couldn't even budge. His original plan was to take the route and flee. He'd then divide and conquer his pursuers, Huangpu Qingyun's group of 4, as they got further apart from each other going after him. Bursting Pill was saved as his last resort. He had been trying to get away many times, but was foiled at every turn and even got surrounded. With no choice in the matter, he ended fighting the 4 of them together instead of making a break for it. But the toll for this was hardly worth it. Sensing his body, he was sure he was stuck here, disabled, for a month before he could even lift a finger. During this period, he'd be as helpless as a lamb, at the mercy of any strong guy that chanced upon him. Putting his life in fate's hands wasn't the demonic emperor's style, but no amount of lamenting would get him out of it. He was a piece of meat ready to have its life pounded out of him. Suddenly, slow steps were heard coming and Zhuofan tensed, but he was too hurt to even sweep the area with his soul to check. He was in the dark about the person's cultivation and panic was slowly setting in. Suppose it was the enemy's profound heaven expert. That would curb his short life even shorter. Crack. Sounds of stones clashing resounded and Zhuofan knew the newcomer was digging through the pile. Boom! Then, the final layer was removed and a piercing sun ray graced his face and making him unable to see his rescuer. Then he heard a familiar voice. Brother! I found him. Dong Xiaowan. Frowning, Zhuofan sighed. If it's the Dong guys, I'm saved. He. Step aside, Xiaowan. I'll get him out. Rocks crumbled to pieces as a powerful hand reached into the pile and pulled the buried Zhuofan out into the light of day. With a boom, his dirty body was wrested out of the darkness by Dong Tianba and smacked the ground hard. Zhuofan felt something was oddly off here. Before Zhuofan even saw their faces, what greeted him was the cold, glinting steel of a 3rd-grade spiritual sword resting on his neck. Zhuofan's heart was floored. What did I ever do to you? Dong Xiaowan cried. Brother, what are you doing? Stay out of this. Dong Tianba stared Zhuofan down, the sword shaking in his hand. Demon Zhuofan, I've been waiting to meet you for a long time. You're just as they say, so cunning you made complete fools out of us. Zhuofan smiled. Here I am, Demon Zhuofan. I never planned to fool you, but you never left me alone. You dare talk back? Dong Tianba's anger spiked. I'm asking you, where's my dear brother Songyu? Why did you take his face in coming to Drifting Flower City? Zhuofan finally got to know what this was all about and grinned wickedly. I'm sure you realize the truth by now. You killed him. Dong Tianba's hand trembled and his eyes reddened. Of course. Why? Grinning, Zhuofan's eyes were cold, and his tone flat. I am a demon. Since when did I need a reason to kill someone? Zhuofan's remorseless eyes in killing song, you got Dong Tianba trembling from anger. Roaring, his sword advanced. No, brother. Dong Xiaowan threw herself before Zhuofan and said nervously, Brother, he helped us. We would have died if it weren't for him, and so would our clan. You're not only picking on the weak, but you're also biting the hands that feeds you. Dong Tianba's sword stopped. His hands trembled, a reflection of his chaotic heart. Who dares harm my darling? A sudden shout echoed. A flash of red pushed Dong Xiaowan back and stood before Zhuofan, Xiao Dandan of course. Dong Tianba, you got some nerve. You dare mess with my man. Xiao Dandan scared Dong Tianba, jumping 2 steps back, causing his sword to tremble like a leaf. He wasn't afraid of her, but the drifting flowers edifice behind her. Move! Zhuofan's cold tone came. Xiao Dandan jerked and turned her head in doubt, only to meet a pair of frosty eyes. Darling, this ungrateful punk wants to hurt you. Are you deaf? Zhuofan's roar got Xiao Dandan shaking in her boots and demurely moved aside. Zhuofan was immobile, but that didn't curb his dominating attitude in the least. He spoke to Dong Tianba calmly. I won't lie to you. I not only killed your good little brother, Songyu, but his sister as well. If you plan on taking revenge, no one's stopping you. Dong Tianba was hesitating and flitted a glance at Xiao Dandan. She had her glaring eyes riveted to him, as if to say, just try it. Zhuofan understood his reluctance. This is between us, men. Women have no place here. Listen here, Xiao Dandan. If you mess with the Dong clan because of this, then don't ever call me darling again. Xiao Dandan flared. Then you'll accept me? Zhuofan just stared at Dong Tianba with unnerving calm. The sword lifted at times and fell in others. Dong Tianba saw Zhuofan's eyes shift from hatred to gratitude. Recalling the time when they were drinking like best buds, Dong Tianba threw the sword away with a sigh. Forget it. I'll just take it as Brother Songyu's luck was the worst to meet a demon archon like you. Why aren't you attacking? Is it because of Xiao Dandan? Kill her then kill me. You two need to just keep a tight lid on this and know even Drifting Flowers Edifice will find out about this. If you're still worried, I can teach you how to make a scapegoat out of another clan. 100% success guaranteed. Zhuofan smiled wickedly. His words got all 3 of them jumping. Did the world have someone so kind to teach his killer not to get found out? Xiao Dandan was morose and muttered, Darling, I'm trying to help you. So why do you want me killed as well? Turning a blind eye to this love-struck puppy, Zhuofan stared at Dong Tianba with a vague smile. Dong Tianba was vexed. Wanner is right. You saved us before, and killing you will bite the hands that feed us. It's best if today ends with both our debts being settled. You're saying? You're letting me go for saving you? Zhuofan smiled. Nodding, Dong Tianba sighed. What a pity. I just can't take revenge for my dear brother Songyu. Whoosh! Dong Tianba was cut short by a golden streak passing his ear. With a boom, a 50-meter-tall rock was pulverized. The golden light returned to Zhuofan and grinned wickedly. The 3 found it to be a golden infant. It was indeed Zhuofan's bone-tempering stage blood infant. With a sneer, Zhuofan's tone was cold. Dong Tianba, you are far from worthy to decide my fate. My life is my own no matter the circumstances. Suppose your sword got a bit too close. Well, you wouldn't be standing right now. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Dong Tianba looked at the grinning blood infant, then at the sinister smile on Zhuofan. The two caused his heart to beat a mile a minute. Demon Zhuofan was the one who killed Yugiki, not someone a nobody like him could handle. Zhuofan needed but a blow and this second-rate young master would be naught but dust. It made a mockery of his earlier display of settling their score even. I never had the right to choose the fate of someone who challenged the 7 noble houses. Xiao Dandan's eyes were more intoxicated than ever. Her darling was so hurt he couldn't move but the flare around him. The boldness made him a man among men. The best of the best were still there. Dong Xiaowan wasn't that far gone as Xiao Dandan, but among the fear and trepidation her eyes conveyed, they nonetheless held a constant ripple and firm gaze on him. Not bored enough to mind the eyes of his fans, Zhuofan closed his eyes. Take me somewhere safe. I need a fortnight at the least to recover. Okay, darling, I'll carry you. Xiao Dandan jumped at the chance, holding no reservations. Zhuofan's silence was all the approval she needed. Suddenly, Zhuofan's ears peeled and he opened his eyes. Wait, someone's coming. The others looked around for any signs while Zhuofan got Blood Infant back in his body. Blood Infant was good with scaring bone-tempering cultivators, but he might not succeed in a sneak attack against a profound heaven expert, least of all going from the front. Only when he paired up with Blood Infant in battles was he invincible. But now he was a dead weight and Blood Infant's success rate fell sharply. He hid Blood Infant in his body, waiting for the right moment to strike a killing blow. The bushes ruffled under the anxious gaze of everyone. Then an old man came out. Zhuofan knew who it was, Lu Yizhen. Lu Yizhen couldn't be happier he found Zhuofan. Song, Grandmaster Zhua, I finally found you. I'm so glad you're all right. Zhuofan looked at the others clueless. Was I ever so close with this oldie? What got you so concerned about my health? Zhuofan was baffled, seeing Lu Yizhen jumping to examine Zhuofan's state. Zhuofan and the rest found no ill will hidden among his actions and let him through. Lu Yizhen was frowning a moment later, gushing with worry. Grandmaster Zhuo's meridians are damaged. You'll need 3 to 5 months to recover. Luckily I have the 6th grade pill, Yang Recovery Pill. It may not be enough to bring about a total recovery, but enough to allow Grandmaster Zhua to at least move. Yang Recovery Pill? Zhuofan was overjoyed. He knew of this pill since he was an alchemist. With it and the Bodhi Jade sap, he'd be up and about in no time flat. Before the 100-pill meeting, he had no 6th grade ingredients and couldn't refine a Yang Recovery Pill, or he'd have done it ages ago. Lu Yizhen's arrival was such timely help. Lu Yizhen saw him in glee and was even overjoyed. His hand flashed with a bottle and presented a scarlet pill. Xiao Dandan hovered it near Zhuofan for a close inspection, then let him have it when it was deemed safe. In an instant, Zhuofan began glowing a blinding light from his main acupoints as the warmth traveled through his meridians. It was so strong that even the others around him could feel it. It started with a twitch of his finger as Zhuofan slowly got the feeling in his arm, testing its range of movements. Lu Yizhen shouted in glee. In less than an hour, Grandmaster Zhua will be able to walk. Zhuofan wasn't one to wait as he used his only able arm to swallow a drop of Bodhi Jade sap. Lu Yizhen slapped his head. How could I forget? Grandmaster Zhua still has that divine treasure. You won't even need an hour now and you'll make a full recovery. This shocked the rest. Zhuofan sat cross-legged and focused on recovery. The medicine flowed throughout his body and Zhuofan could feel how his meridians recover. It went so well that they not only recovered, but became stronger. Bang! With a sudden popping sound, Zhuofan's ears twitched as a newfound power roamed unhinged through him. Dong Tianba cried. He broke through. His words were followed by another pop and Zhuofan's power doubled as he even started to glow in waves. It was as if diamond sand was roaming through his body. He broke through again. Lu Yizhen blinked his aged eyes and yelped. This is incredible, breaking through twice in one breath. How many in this world would ever have such luck? Then it happened again right in the middle of his speech. What? Lu Yizhen's voice trembled. Doing it 3 times in a row is unheard of. Grandmaster Zhua's title of freak is justly deserved. Even I had to cultivate day after day, year after year, to advance, but never once have I done it so fast. Everyone around him who heard his speech rolled their eyes. How can you even compare yourself? He is a freak, a genius among geniuses. How can an old coot, who's not even a genius to begin with, even dream of climbing to his level? Lu Yizhen realized his blunder and straightened his beard awkwardly. An hour later, Shuafan's power withdrew within him and opened his eyes with a flash of azure. Every minute movement within a kilometer around him in the valley appeared in his mind, down to the last cricket. This was Radiant Stage's discerning field. When Shuafan just entered the Radiant Stage with his soul, he exhausted his Yuan Qi from using that dangerous pill, thus preventing him from carefully sensing the changes the new stage brought. Now, he broke 3 layers and entered the 5th layer of the bone-tempering stage in one smooth motion. His growth wasn't limited to that of the body, but of the soul as well, while also stabilizing it. Just like Fang Qiubai, who had eyes everywhere within a kilometer of him, Shuafan could as well. All that was left was to practice killing with his mere intent. That was a Radiant Stage expert's most dreadful ability. Congratulations, Grandmaster Zhua, for your recovery and improvement. Lu Yizhen gave a gesture of respect along with a smile. Shuafan shot him a glance. Skip the small talk and say what you want. Lu Yizhen's face froze for a second, then bloomed into a broad smile. Grandmaster Zhua is a man of true talent. I will no longer hide it from you. Humph. That's all thanks to knowing there is no one in this world helping a stranger without getting something in return. There's no free lunch in this world. You must be after something big to give away a 6th grade pill. Shuafan's piercing gaze saw right through him. Lu Yizhen muttered something under his breath, then threw himself at Shuafan's feet, kowtowing 3 times. Disciple Lu Yizhen admires Grandmaster Zhua's endless talent. I beseech Grandmaster to accept me. Dumbstruck. Not even in Shuafan's wildest dreams did he consider the old guy's request being this. Scowling for a second, he said, Give me an empty jade slip. Lu Yizhen's eyes sparkled and handed it over with glee. Yes, master. Not even he expected his request to go through so smoothly. However, Shuafan closed his eyes for a brief moment, then gave the jade slip back. Grandmaster Lu. This jade slip contains 3 alchemy secret skills. My debt to you. We are now even. Don't mention apprenticeship again. I do not take disciples. Why the hell would I take another when the first and last one almost got me killed? Humph. Teaching a disciple starves the master. This saying couldn't be more right. I will abide by it all my life. Shuafan sighed, recalling that traitorous disciple of his. Lu Yizhen wanted to plead his case, but Shuafan cut him off with a wave. Shuafan then turned to Xiao Dandan, throwing her a pitch-black ring. Xiao Dandan was startled. Wasn't it the same storage ring Chu Qingqing gave her? Take this back to Edifice Lord Chu. Tell her that I have paid the favor for the medicine. She and I are now even. What about me? Xiao Dandan was panicking, her heart in turmoil. Shuafan perked an eyebrow and watched her funny. It has nothing to do with me. Do whatever. He took a single step and shot high into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Lu Yizhen watched the jade slip downcast, then sighed as he put it in his ring. Xiao Dandan looked at the sky and cried, Wah! Darling doesn't want me. Dong Xiaowan saw the heartbroken Xiao Dandan and lowered her head in desolation. At least Shuafan explained himself to Xiao Dandan, while not sparing her so much as a glance. Am I of no value in his heart? Dong Tianba saw through his sister's distress and patted her shoulder. Wanner, that guy is bound to cause great chaos. There's nothing in common between him and us. Dong Xiaowan nodded, her heart clear. How could a girl from a second-rate clan deserve a hero who fought back the 7 houses? But that didn't mean she could accept it. She looked up at the wailing Xiao Dandan and felt envious. He did spare this lady a glance at the least. In the hazy night, among the broken-down houses of the slum, Chu Qingqing's lovely figure struck a touching image standing there in the moonlight. She hid behind her Iris Overseer and Long Zhou's group while Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples scoured the place for any sign of Zhuofan. Edifice Lord Chu, it's been 4 days already. Are you sure he'd return here? Xia Tianyang shook off a yawn. Chu Qingcheng was still as she watched Zhuofan's fleeing direction, but her eyes flickered with resolve. This is where we lived together. I know he will come here once he is safe. Sigh, that only means you don't know him. That brat is a ruthless and stone-cold killer. When he was docile to you in that idyllic period, it was just him playing his role as Songyu. That wasn't the real him. Xia Tianyang sighed. Chu Qingcheng smiled, but her mind was set. I believe in the feelings from that time. He will not abandon me. We can only hope. Xia Tianyang sighed, not believing in the slightest. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a horse's trotting was heard and everyone looked to see a worn-out carriage drawing near. Chu Qingcheng's eyes shined, her heart in bliss. She recognized this carriage. It was Zhuofan's. He's back, Chu Qingcheng cried, rushing over with the others in tow. But the people to come out were just Dong Tianba, Dong Xiaowan, and the crying Xiao Dandan. Chu Qingcheng realized they were the only one in see and asked, You came back without finding him? Dong Xiaowan and Xiao Dandan were downhearted and in no mood to speak. Dong Tianba bowed. Edifice Lord Chu, we did find him. But he left once he recovered. We didn't follow. What, he left? Chu Qingcheng exclaimed in shock before he could finish. This man left without so much as giving her an explanation? Why? Wah. Sister Qingcheng. Darling doesn't want us. Xiao Dandan could no longer hold in the pain and let it out in the form of rivers of tears. Chu Qingcheng was stunned as Peony Overseer drew her dear disciple into a hug. Dandan, tell me, did he do anything to you? Sniffing twice, Xiao Dandan gave the black ring to Chu Qingcheng and said between tears, Sister Qingcheng, he said he repaid the favor for the medicine. From now on there is no relation between us. What? Does he have no conscience? Is he that heartless? Peony Overseer went into a rage. I told you, men aren't good for anything. Chu Qingcheng was lost as she took the items from the ring. It was the spirit tablet Chu Qingcheng gave to Zhuofan before going to her death. Now Zhuofan returned it, as if he didn't recognize her as his wife. There was also a box and Chu Qingcheng looked within with a dead gaze. Aunt Tao snatched it and sighed. At least he has the conscience to leave this behind. Chu Qingcheng couldn't make herself care about anything. Not even the return of the Bodhi root. All she ever felt was loss. Except for returning the bottle of Bodhi jade sap. Everything else was back. His meaning loud and clear. From now on they were strangers. You mean, he was using me the whole time? Chu Qingcheng swayed as she whispered. Yet the look on her face spoke volumes of her denial. I finally found a man that I love. Only to be deceived in the end. Xia Tianyang had long seen it coming and coughed. Edifice Lord Chu. Let me just say something, but don't get angry. The brat told us he came to Drifting Flower City for the Bodhi jade sap. But because of the sudden involvement of the Regent estate, he helped you in passing. And that only after judging that the benefits outweighed the risks. His actions aren't driven by kindness or compassion. So please don't feel sad. Shivering, Chu Qingcheng frowned, still no willing to believe what's in front of her. Iris Overseer couldn't take it anymore and patted Chu Qingcheng's shoulder. She knew Chu Qingcheng was kind on the outside, but quite proud inside. No man ever managed to get her attention. But this time, she finally found a man after her own heart, only to be cast away without a shred of remorse. The bitter pain was a far deeper wound than that of flesh. Peony Overseer had to say something as well. How dare this punk break our Edifice Lord's heart? The next time I see him, I will peel his skin. Can you? Snorting, Xia Tianyang mocked from the side. Startled, Peony Overseer wet her dry lips as she recalled Zhuofan's freaky power and a cold shiver crawled down her spine. I take it back. I'll just curse him in my head. The others didn't know how to react. What's this? Tao Danyang took out a vial from the ring. Qingcheng, did you give him this as well? Shaking her head, Chu Qingqing's eyes were hazy. I didn't give him these pills. Squinting, Tao Danyang's eyes shined. It must be his gift. She opened it and a thick medicinal aroma wafted about, along with the faint roars of dragons. Aren't these the perfect 8th grade pills refined in the Pill King finals? Why did he give them up? Tao Danyang started counting. 1, 2, 16, 17. Weren't they 18? Tao Danyang's eyes wandered in thought when suddenly threw a pill to Iris Overseer as she yelled, "Eat it!" Caught off guard, Qin Kai-Ching was puzzled but did what she said. Suddenly, an azure glow came from within her. Qin Kai-Ching then sat to absorb the pill with eyes closed. 15 minutes later, a muffled boom was heard and Qin Kai-Ching's power shot up. Under the shock of everyone there, Iris Overseer broke through. Only after a full 30 minutes did Qin Kai-Ching open her clear eyes in joy. Aunt Tao. Not only I advanced but the rainbow cloud palm left behind by vicious Pill King is gone. What? They all turned with hope at the vial. The poison of Pill King Hall was infamous throughout the land. Yet this group here seemed to hold the only cure. What was even more astonishing was that they as many as 17 antidotes to the rainbow cloud palm's poison. Such news would unleash a bitter fight over them among clans, with even Pill King Hall participating. The difference was, while the clans would come to get them, the Pill King Hall would do its all to destroy them. He is indeed an unheard of genius. I toiled for years over the pill recipe, but this kid up and understood it. I am completely in awe. Tao Danyang laughed, sighed, then sank into depression. Zhuofan's godly alchemy skill left her feeling inferior in her meager achievements. It was a far greater blow than Vicious Pill King could ever give her. After all, Vicious Pill King was the best in Tianyu and yet, she could still follow his tracks. While Zhuofan, he had risen to unseen heights, to the point she couldn't even catch a shadow. Chu Qingcheng and the rest were over the moon. Is that true? Of course. With the 17 pills the kid gave us, it is enough to get Drifting Flower's edifice out of this crisis. Tao Danyang laughed. Chu Qingcheng blinked, still finding it hard to believe this was real. Aunt Tao, you mean to say he unraveled the mystery of that antidote? That pill recipe is real. Yes, it is undoubtedly real. Vicious Pill King may have denied it, but to make the antidote to Rainbow Cloud Palm, one had to at least have a recipe. Or you wouldn't know where to even begin. Tao Danyang sighed again. But that kid is amazing. Not only understanding the pill recipe but also following it in refining. The pill recipe was just a 7th grade, yet he made perfect 8th grade pills. With this, even grandmother's recovery is assured. What, grandmother? Long Zhou's group cried. She's still alive? With a vague smile, Tao Danyang shook her head. Just a breath away from death. But she will soon be back. Everyone felt uplifted by the news. Zhuofan's act was of huge consequence. Drifting Flower's edifice's grandmother was the Lady of Steel. Furthermore, he not only wrested Drifting Flower's edifice out of Pill King Hall's control, he even saved grandmother. From now on, Drifting Flower's edifice's only way was up. Regent Estate would not find it so easy to handle this house as before. He is the savior of Drifting Flower's edifice. Long Zhou sighed, his admiration for Zhuofan going up a notch. To think this was his plan all along. How else could Drifting Flower's edifice resist their wretched ally, Regent Estate? Drifting Flower's edifice will soon return to being a national power. If Long Zhou understood this, then so did Chu Qingcheng and the others. Sharing a look, Chu Qingcheng and the others had a newfound respect for Zhuofan. Even Peony Overseer, who endlessly cursed at Zhuofan, felt a little ashamed. Regardless of what was said, regardless of how focused Zhuofan was on his own directive, one thing was certain. He was the herald of Drifting Flower's edifice's new dawn. This alone made him Drifting Flower's edifice's greatest contributor. It's no longer him owing me, but me being indebted to him. Our bond still remains. Chu Qingqing smiled with a crafty look. They were eager to get back to Drifting Flower's edifice, remove the poison from their sisters, and boost the morale of their troops. Out of everyone's notice, when the moon fell from its peak, a winged figure watched them from a treetop. He sighed and vanished into the night. In another place, on the wide street, Yen Fu was shedding bitter tears going westward on a carriage. He was returning to Pill King Hall with the body of his master, Vicious Pill King. No one would have ever believed this trip to Drifting Flower City would rob the Grand Vicious Pill King of his life. Wiping his nose, Yen Fu recalled his master's smile. His care for his disciple, and his grief only grew. His cloudy eyes once again began shedding tears of sorrow. No, I cannot cry. I will have vindication. Wiping his tears, Yen Fu's eyes steeled. Zhuo Fan. One day I will kill you and lay Master's soul to rest. Who? A sudden gale blew, followed by thunder. Yen Fu's heart seized and turned to look back. He saw a man with wings of lightning charging for him. Zhuo Fan. In a blink, Yen Fu's towering thirst for revenge was wiped clean. The panic was so palpable from his face that he was on the verge of tears. Dude, I was saying one day, not now. Why are you here? I'm not ready. Could you at least give me at least 7 or 8 decades? But why would ever Zhuo Fan care? He always followed through with what he put his mind to. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan's arrival was swift like lightning. With lack of a better choice, Yen Fu jumped off the carriage. He then hopped on his feet with a serious face. Since I can't avoid him, come. I am not afraid of you, even if I die. But Zhuo Fan couldn't care less of him. Boom! With a crack of thunder, Zhuo Fan went through the carriage, which blew into smoldering ash. As Zhuo Fan's figure was made clear from the wreckage, he was holding someone. Yen Fu cursed in panic. Zhuo Fan, you bastard! What do you think you're doing to my master? Came to whip a corpse, ha ha ha. The air echoed with Zhuo Fan's mockery. Yen Fu shook, but all he could do was cry. Master, forgive me. Disciple is useless. I can't even defend your body. I am unfilial. I cannot stop that demon from humiliating you. Zhuo Fan looked back at him with a smile. Although the kid was a cunning twerp, not great in the least, he was loyal though. After flying for half an hour, Zhuo Fan landed in a groove and threw Vicious Pill King's corpse on the ground. Watching the aged and peaceful man, Zhuo Fan put a pill in Vicious Pill King's mouth, then brought out his gourd. Opening it, a blood-red cute worm wiggled from within. Hee, finally going to put you to good use. Zhuo Fan snickered and placed the bloodworm in Vicious Pill King's mouth. He put away the gourd and started going through gestures as he shouted, Ha! In a blink, a visible ripple came from Vicious Pill King. Shuddering, Vicious Pill King started moving and got up. His mind in a panic, his hazy eyes looked around. Where am I? Ha ha ha, Elder Yen. We can finally have a nice and quiet chat. Zhuo Fan made a point to give the kindest and most heartwarming smile he could. But all he managed to do was send Yen Song into a shivering fit. He staggered backward, to get some to a safe distance from him. Such a reaction was as instinctive as when a bunny met face to face with a tiger. If only the others were here to see this, they'd be slack-jawed. The grand and magnificent Vicious Pill King, the best alchemist in the empire, who treaded the continent with such haughtiness, was actually a scaredy cat. But any who had dealings with Zhuo Fan would find this totally understandable. The fear that was Demon Archon Zhuo Fan was not something mortals could fathom. Didn't you just killed me? How on? Staring long at Zhuo Fan, Vicious Pill King recalled what happened 4 days ago. But to him it was as if it was just a moment ago. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan said, My actions are always ethical. Those that I want to kill, they stay dead. As for the others, they won't die if I'm around. I made sure the sound attack was weakened before it hit you, dislodging your soul from your body for a while. It's akin to feigning death. A mere soul-restoring pill would wake you up easily. Roaming his eyes in thought, Vicious Pill King found it to be true, but still asked with no little suspicion. Why did you let me live instead of killing me? Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you? I respect you as being the first grandmaster of your generation. It'd be such a pity to kill you, and I find that using you is a much better alternative. Zhuofan's eyes shined and his grin widened. Scared out of his wits, Vicious Pill King now knew Zhuofan's intention and mocked him. Ha ha ha. You think you can recruit me just 'cause you want to? I am the best alchemist in Pill King Hall. So why would I fall from grace and become your errand boy? Nice, prideful. I just love your attitude. At least this way, you'll get to make plenty of pills. Zhuofan condescended, adding a thumbs up for good measure. Sigh. Guess I can't force you. Startled, Vicious Pill King was puzzled. I refused, yet he's not one bit angry? He gave up too easily. This is not how the usual demon acts. Zhuofan, you won't try to persuade me? What would be the point? I said all I had to say already. It's fine as long as you understand. Zhuofan smiled like a good chap. But then his hand made a sign. In a blink, a bloody mark appeared on Vicious Pill King's forehead, causing his blood to boil. He felt his head exploding, that it was slowly cracking itself open. Vicious Pill King held his head and rolled on the ground from the torture. Blood seeped from his mouth, ears, nose, and eyes. Zhuofan, what the hell did you do to me? Vicious Pill King's eyes bulged out, ready to explode. In all his years, he had never endured such excruciating pain. Even the poisons he made paled in comparison to the torture this suffering brought about. He just couldn't figure out what Zhuofan had done to him. Giggling, Zhuofan showed him a red worm. Elder Yen, to be completely honest, I was afraid you might not be so inclined to go along with my request. So, I gave you this little pet while you were unconscious. It can make your blood to surge and expand, ending up with a bloody bang. Horrified, Vicious Pill King didn't think Zhuofan was capable of having such vile acts. He knew he had no escape and clung to his only hope as he yelled. Zhuofan, you're going back on your own words. Didn't you say you won't force me? Yeah, I won't ever force you. It is wholly up to your own free will if you want to come with. But if you refuse, that takes us back to when we were enemies. It is only right that I rid the world of my enemies, no? Zhuofan's cold face stared him down. Vicious Pill King's mouth fell and felt like crying. It was clear like ink on paper. Zhuofan wanted to force him into submission, but the prick had the gall to preach him of free will, even if it made perfect sense. Then end me. Spare me of this suffering. TCH, I can't help you there. It's my decision on how I destroy my enemies. In your long-lived life, sir, how many enemies have you seen teaching their killer how to kill them? Zhuofan blinked with a wide and naive smile, though it only helped to horrify Vicious Pill King further. Demon Zhuofan earned his name. He is entirely insidious and cruel. Ah! Vicious Pill King's screams reached the clouds, evoking the same torment a soul would feel when being fed upon by the horde of wraiths in the underworld. The good news was this was in the wild, so no human would be scared to death by hearing his cries at night. Zhuofan sat leisurely on a big rock, staring at him pitilessly. Suddenly, Vicious Pill King had had enough. He gnashed his teeth and gathered his yuan qi to blow himself up. Of course, such an obvious move didn't escape Zhuofan's sharp eyes. He made a gesture and all his work came undone as the energy seeped into nothing. Ha ha ha! I almost forgot to tell you. Once the bloodworm enters you, you are under my complete control. Think of suicide? You need to have my permission first. Zhuofan mocked. Vicious Pill King's heart was filled with shock. Where did this demon archon Zhuofan come from? Why was he so evil? If I had this thing, I would not need to waste time with Rainbow Cloud Palm. Instead, I could have outright controlled Drifting Flowers edifice. The irony here was that instead of him getting to use it, Zhuofan used it on him, the glorious Vicious Pill King. Ah! All Vicious Pill King could do was make his torment known through endless shrieks and wails. His eyes bulged and blood crammed into his skull, on the verge of popping. And that was exactly what was hoping to happen. Being at the edge of exploding, he couldn't even move as the torture only grew and grew. He just couldn't believe such hell existed. And Zhuofan's gaze made his fear all the more. The malice this kid shows had never been seen in this world. and probably won't appear either long after he is gone. Kill me. Vicious Pill King was as stubborn as ever, although his eyes did contain a hint of pleading. Shuofan passed him a glance and placed an hourglass on the ground. Elder Yen, I don't have time to waste on you. If you want to die, all you have to do is wait for the hourglass to end. It's not much, just around 24 hours. What? Vicious Pill King was on the verge of tears. Wasn't the same as saying to let him be driven mad by pain for a whole day. He didn't want to wait even a minute. Please kill me. I beg you, sir. Vicious Pill King wailed inside, but not minding his plight. Shuofan ruffled the dust off himself and left. Wait. Where are you going? Vicious Pill King cried. The chance to make Shuofan deliver him into the sweet embrace of death would be higher if he was watching. But if Shuofan left, he'd be all alone in his suffering for a full day. Imagining that horror got him shivering. Never had he imagined this day would come, to hope for death, to be so miserable. He was now longing for it, growing ever impatient to get it. Snorting, Shuofan disdained. My time is too precious to waste it on you to kick the bucket. But I respect you too much, as the best alchemist of your generation, to walk this path all by your lonesome self. So, I'll just fetch your prized pupil to show you the way to the underworld. He will make good company. I believe he will jump in joy since such a filial disciple can be together with his cherished master. Ha ha ha. What? Panicking, Vicious Pill King's eyes took an ominous glint. Shuofan, if you touch one hair on his head, I vow to haunt you in the afterlife. Cocking an eyebrow, Shuofan turned to look at him with a beaming smile. Oh dear, threatening me, are we? Well, go ahead then. Shuofan flew away. Wait. Vicious Pill King's anxious cries were met with silence. Then, his face sank as he said, Grandmaster Zhua, young Master Zhua, I concede. I am not your match. I will do anything you want. Just let my disciple go. Zhuofan's laughter echoed into the sky. He smirked triumphantly without turning around. He casually responded. When I stole your body, I had the impression that we might become allies. So, I didn't harm your disciple for your sake. But now, since we're enemies, it's best to snuff any danger out. Vicious Pill King had gone silent. Zhuofan's meaning was crystal clear. Either he surrendered and both disciple and master would be his buddies, ensuring their safety, or stay enemies and be rooted out. He didn't want his sole disciple to be harmed. But Pill King Hall was his house. How could he betray it? Vicious Pill King was plagued with indecision. Picking up on his conundrum, Shuofan grinned. Elder Yen, do you have any friends, lovers, or any cherished people in the Pill King Hall? Why do you want to know that? Vicious Pill King frowned. Shrugging, Shuofan chuckled. Not much. Since we'll be pals, it's best to know who they are, so I'll go easy on them if I ever meet them. Shuofan spoke in such a heartfelt and touching tone that had Vicious Pill King nod. Sigh, no need for such compassion. Our great house doesn't only fight with outsiders but also among ourselves. Especially when I became the first alchemist and earned my title, the fighting only intensified. I've given all my life to my house. I am not close to even the elders, only to my disciple. I hope Grandmaster Zhua will spare him. Vicious Pill King's tone was mournful, yet sincere. Shuofan nodded. Does that mean Elder Yen concedes? I cannot. Pill King Hall is my home. What home? A place filled with coldness. A place undeserving of you is worthy of being called home. Shuofan cut him off before he could finish. The way I see it, Pill King Hall is nothing more than a bank, loaning and collecting money. It should be proud of itself to raise a great alchemist such as yourself. But, think about it. All those years you wasted on it is time you will never get back. You stand on the edge of a knife. Dwell on this reluctance of yours to leave it. Is Pill King Hall truly worthy to be called your home? Vicious Pill King was shocked to the core. Shuofan also calmed down the bloodworm and let him think it through. Shuofan wanted Vicious Pill King to surrender wholly, not be forced into submission. He would be better off without him otherwise. Who knew when he'd be sold out one day because of him? Besides, didn't you betray Pill King Hall? Zhuo Fan prodded vicious Pill King, seeing him hesitating. What happened with Chu Qingtian and the pill recipe? And don't you dare tell me he was a spy. Who would believe a normal disciple could steal the pill recipe? Isn't it more along the lines that you gave it to him? Startled, vicious Pill King watched Zhuo Fan shocked. How did you know? Zhuo Fan sighed. Because you're too similar to the Chu Qingtian. You are both fond of alchemy. Which alchemy master wouldn't like a disciple who loves alchemy as well as he does? Although you mock Chu Qingtian whenever he is mentioned, you have not once denounced his talent. In fact, you even find him pitiful. Vicious Pill King sat dazed on the ground, powerless to move as he droned. As soon as the child arrived at the door, I knew of his origin. At the beginning, I have to admit, I held no good intentions towards him. Furthermore, I am usually haughty and shameless, doing whatever I liked. But his talent had me surprised, and I could no longer bear to hold such intentions towards him anymore. So I let him steal the pill recipe, allowed him the opportunity to learn it on his own. If he could understand it, then he would have surpassed me. Such a pity? Vicious Pill King sighed with sorrow. That was the only time I failed Pill King Hall. Humph. Only by making you admit your betrayal will you embrace it. Besides, any loyalist that had betrayed once will definitely do it again. Zhuo Fan shed some light. Elder Yen loves his disciples, and no harm was done even if the pill recipe was leaked, since no one could unravel it. Furthermore, you're dead and no one will look into this betrayal of yours. What, dead? Correct. Everyone saw how I killed you. I killed you then and saved you now, without the eyes of the public. In other words, your life is mine. It no longer has anything to do with Pill King Hall. The words struck close to home. Vicious Pill King still held on to Pill King Hall not because he cared for it, but being the place where he grew up. But Zhuo Fan said he died once, breaking all ties with Pill King Hall. Now it was time to think about the future and leave the past behind. And sure enough, Vicious Pill King's eyes changed, hesitation growing stronger in him. Zhuo Fan thought it was about time to drive the last nail. You now have a choice, to return to being Pill King Hall's Vicious Pill King, and enemies to me along with your disciple so that I may kill you again. Or accept my proposal, and become Windgaze City's Luo clan's Pill House's elder, be reborn and shake the world. Vicious Pill King's eyes flashed and laughed. Grandmaster Zhuo's words are sweet, so I've already died once. In that case, I am willing to follow the great Grandmaster Zhuo into shaking Tianyu. Vicious Pill King looked more majestic than ever as he cupped his hands. Excellent. Nodding, Zhuo Fan flicked an azure pill to him. Vicious Pill King cried in shock. Isn't this one of the perfect 8th grade pills Grandmaster Zhuo refined? Why are you? To remove your poison. Zhuo Fan spoke in a heavy tone. I already saw through that pill recipe and improved upon it. This perfect 8th grade pill is made based on its instructions. It stated that to make the antidote I first must make the poison. I used the 7 poisonous ingredients and then 7 more detoxifying ingredients to create this. Following that pill recipe, it was impossible to refine a true antidote. Also, the initial part of mixing those 7 poisonous ingredients was what ended up poisoning Tao Danyang and the others. Vicious Pill King felt even more admiration. Grandmaster Zhuo is without a doubt the best alchemist. You even understood the 1,000-year-old pill recipe of Pill King Hall with one look. Ha ha ha, you don't need to exaggerate. It took me 5 days. Zhuo Fan waved his praise in modesty, but Vicious Pill King's cheeks twitched. That's still fast. If the hall leader knew, he might end up crying. Vicious Pill King no longer hesitated and swallowed the pill in one gulp. He realized on the spot that Zhuo Fan saw through the flaw of the pill recipe since he could make the antidote. The Rainbow Cloud Palm was made of 7 incredible poisons that only Pill King Hall could remove. But even that wasn't a real antidote, just diminishing the poison within the body so that it would no longer be deadly. Yet as time passed, that little bit of poison would constantly harm the body. Anyone who used this palm was never long for this world. But to make their house look mighty, they chose to use it anyway. This skill was a double-edged sword, to the point that his hair turned green as well as his eyes. For this reason, they had planned to get their hands on the Bodhi jade sap for centuries. Not for evil intentions or swallowing drifting flowers edifice, but to use Bodhi jade sap and dispel the poison. As to Regent Estate entering the fray, that happened later, and Zhuofan, the eminent alchemist of his generation, not only understood the pill recipe, but even refined the antidote to its perfect form, 8th grade. Since Vicious Pill King, a grandmaster of his generation, knew how great this pill was, he took it without a shred of doubt. The pill roared in his belly like a dragon, turning into an azure dragon power that scoured every corner of his being. As if alive, it rooted out every scrap of poison, yet was mild on his meridians while also increasing his yuan qi. He was moved and immensely intrigued by this perfect 8th grade pill. Standing at the side, Zhuofan saw him shining in an azure glow, and the green from his originally black hair was retreating. The wrinkles smoothed over as well, giving him a fresh and youthful air. Vicious Pill King flashed his black eyes open, free of any trace of poison. Laughing, Vicious Pill King stood up. His manner grew more dignified as his power advanced a layer. He went from the 5th to the 6th layer of profound heaven stage. By the looks of him now, he ought to be in his 40s and not the aged geezer from before. Sizing him up, Zhuofan chuckled. Elder Yen, you truly have been reborn. Even your acquaintances may not recognize you. It is all thanks to Grandmaster Zhou's pill. I was filled with poison after practicing that art for far too long. Grandmaster Zhou is truly the best in the empire. Vicious Pill King cupped his hands in admiration. Returning his gesture, Zhuofan smiled. We are all on the same side now, so there is no need to call me Grandmaster. You are an elder of the Luo clan while I am but a mere steward. From now on, you can call me Steward Zhua. Luo clan? Vicious Pill King's tone was odd. I heard that you came from a third-rate clan, but no one said anything about a Luo clan. Then again, thinking of Steward Zhua's incredible talent, the Luo clan must be a hidden dragon, ready to rear its head and tower over all. It may not be as renowned as the 7 houses, but its might is that of a crownless king. Maybe later, Zhuofan chuckled awkwardly. The Luo clan had only one profound heaven expert who only broke through 2 damn years ago. At best, it'd be considered a second-rate clan. But with this old guy joining the fold, they'd make a good first-rate clan. But Zhuofan's appetite was far from being quenched. He wanted to raise the Luo clan above the other 7 houses in 10 years, to be the best clan in Tianyu. However, it was not a ripe time. They were far too weak. So what? Can't we steal what we miss? Didn't I do the same with this profound heaven elder here? Humph, if there's a first, there's bound to be a second. All in all, there was no one who could stop the demonic emperor from fulfilling his cunning plans. With a flash of insidiousness hidden in his eyes, Zhuofan spoke heavily. Elder Yen, I promise you that the Luo clan is the best in Tianyu. Second to none. Gasping Vicious Pill King was shocked. Not even Regent Estate had the gall to proclaim that. But the air about Zhuofan made him realize this was not a joke. It made a believer out of him as well. With a genius like Zhuofan around, any clan could become the best. He was so moved thinking that joining such a powerful clan would raise him to even greater heights. But how could he had known Zhuofan's words only applied to the future? Even so, he was simply thrilled. No, Steward Zhua. When will we be returning to the clan? Vicious Pill King was quite eager. He was dying to see this hidden and powerful clan, although seeing it might be a tad bit of a letdown. Zhuofan tad inside, but didn't let it show and waved him off. What's the rush? We'll get there eventually. I still have a task to fulfill, so you'll be coming with me. Slightly let down, Vicious Pill King nodded nonetheless. For such a freak, a hidden gem, a first-class troublemaker, one who slapped the 7 houses like they were children, him staying in the Luo clan will forever be the clan's greatest fortune. Such confidence he has. That means the Luo clan must be a behemoth to stand above the 7 houses. Just how many ages have they laid in waiting? beyond the prying eyes of the 7 houses and the imperial family. They must be strong for Steward Zhua to be with them. As a new elder, I have to apply myself and not drag it behind. Vicious Pill King was having wonderful flights of fancy regarding this behemoth. What escaped his notion, however, was that the great Luo clan wasn't hidden to conceal its strength, but so downright weak no one paid it any attention. Shuofan knew what he was thinking yet did nothing to bring his feet back to earth. He cared too much for the old man's heart. People always aimed higher and higher. The old guy may be listening to him since a little worm worked its magic, but Shuofan still needed him to still be in an illusion. After all, Shuofan needed to keep his motivation high. By the way, Steward Zhua, aren't you afraid some ill might befall the clan after the ruckus you made in the drifting flower city? It was just a sudden thought, and soon he was shaking his head in self-mockery. How can such a clan be afraid of anything? Shuofan didn't much care either. Afraid of what? The 7 houses are banned from Windgaze City, and the other clans are trifles. Oh, I see. The Emperor issued the order just to protect our Luo clan. Vicious Pill King exclaimed, looking ever eager to see it. For even the Emperor to watch over it, this clan must be a paradise. It must be at least as strong as the 7 houses, since the Emperor ordered for the 7 houses to stay clear of this city. The more he thought, the more excited he was. This turncoat business might have been the best thing that ever happened to him. He cracked up, ha ha ha, then I can rest easy. Even if Regent Estate comes knocking, they'll only suffer. I would really like to see their looks now. Staggering, Shuofan woodenly turned his head with a frown. You're saying Regent Estate can still go in? It dares violate the Emperor's edict. Steward Zhua, it seems our Luo clan had been hiding for too long and doesn't know everything. Vicious Pill King chuckled. Over the past millennium, the imperial family had given many orders to the 7 houses, but do you know why it never had a conflict with them despite them never obeying? Shuofan's eyes roamed in thinking, then suddenly focused. They were probing the imperial family's tolerance? Vicious Pill King laughed. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua is indeed wise beyond his age. Indeed, the 7 houses were testing the imperial family, and these acts only increased over the last century. What was the imperial family's reaction then? Shuofan was anxious. Weak. Always the first to back down. Vicious Pill King squinted. The current emperor has to be the worst this empire has ever seen. The houses may respect him, but none fear him. And you even killed Regent Estate's second young master at Drifting Flowers Edifice. The Regent Estate will surely use this excuse to step out of line and see the impact it has on the imperial family. Let's go. Shuofan was troubled and cut Vicious Pill King off as he flew straight for Windgaze City. Vicious Pill King was startled. Steward Zhua, where are we going? Home. This spells trouble. What trouble? With the power invested in the Luo clan, not even the imperial family dares enter its domain, least of all an outsider. The Regent Estate is bound to suffer a great deal of pain. What damn power? If I'm not there, there won't even be corpses left. Shouting, Shuofan sped away. Now, he regretted blowing the situation out of proportions back in the city. He didn't know the delicate relation between the imperial family and the 7 houses, that they'd enter a cold war. They may be cordial in the open, but conflicts still arose among them. If this kept up, Windgaze City might be the fuse that would blow the charade sky high. If the Regent Estate wasn't going to attack the Luo clan directly, but the imperial family, his clan would end up sacrificed by the imperial family to de-escalate the conflict. The more he thought, the faster he flew. Shuofan thought the imperial family's power was unquestionable, but it actually declined to such a degree. Vicious Pill King might be clueless, but still dragged behind Shuofan as they sped toward the Luo clan. A month later, in the imperial capital, in a garden of mesmerizing beauty and singing birds, the emperor sat across from a wizened old man under a pavilion. At a closer look, it was easy to recognize him as being Mr. Sima. A stone table laid between them, with a chessboard filled with black and white pieces. Mr. Sima was playing the black pieces. The emperor held a white piece, still unclear as to the best place to put it. When he finally placed it, he chuckled sadly. Mr. Sima's skill is exquisite. I fall sorely short. But could you at least give me some leeway as an emperor? You won 10 matches already. Ha ha ha, your majesty is too modest. Mr. Sima chuckled. I am only able to grasp this square-foot area, while your majesty plays with the whole nation in mind. How could my meager skill ever compare? Your majesty may have lost 10 chess matches but has resolved the land's issues. It is I who has fallen dreadfully short. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sima mustn't joke. In this land, it is unknown who shall be the true winner. But your majesty has everything set in place and is only waiting for the final piece, correct? Mr. Sima let a meaningful chuckle as he placed a black piece on the board. The emperor's face twitched a second as they exchanged glances. Then they burst out laughing. I'm imperial father. A thundering cry came from behind, shaking with it the ground in its wake. The emperor waved the maids to clean the board. Damn! That brat is back again. Ha ha ha, your majesty need not fret. I have come prepared. Mr. Sima waved for the maids to leave, as he smiled at the board. I brought a black iron board this time, so the third prince won't get to disturb the match. The emperor smiled. Mr. Sima is thoughtful. A familiar figure rolled into their sights. The fatty was jumping over and quaking the ground with every step. The emperor turned to the heavy, waiting Yuan Song and lamented. What did this kid eat to grow even fatter in these 3 months? Bang! Yuan Song ran for all he was worth at the emperor, soaked in sweat and filled with panic. Watching the ball growing ever bigger, the 2 servant girls were feeling fear for their lives that the fatty would slip and barrel straight for them. Songer, slow down. The emperor pointed at him impatiently. But the warning fell onto Yuan Song's deaf ears as he strained to understand. What did you say, imperial father? His eyes, finally catching on to who the emperor's guest was, had robbed him of the attention of what was in front. A mischievous rock found itself in his path, and the fatty was now falling to the ground like a ton of bricks. He found it odd as the ground only grew nearer, inertia working against him and turning him into a veritable living ball of flesh rolling on its merry way straight for the emperor. The emperor stood in shock and stepped back. Mr. Sima was too out of it. The third prince is a man of extraordinary talent. Who else can have such a precise shape? Bam! In his sighing, Yuan Song found himself shooting right before him, taking out the stone table by happenstance as well. The black iron chessboard was also thrown to the ground and the game scattered everywhere. His face twitching, Mr. Sima stood agape at the ball of flesh, itching to curse him. The ball was aiming for the match all along, but who'd have thought to lift the chess in that dire moment? And he even promised the chess match would be untouched. It was not only touched, but the board was entirely thrown off. Mr. Sima, are you all right? Yuan Song rubbed his poor spine as he crawled on his stubby legs. Mr. Sima's eyes twitched and took a deep breath. Third prince, few and far in between, had managed to shame me. You should be proud to be one of them. Eh? Yuan Song was at a loss, blinking his bean-sized puppy eyes cluelessly. Suddenly, a bellow came from behind him. Songer, how many times have I told you that a prince must remain calm and upright? What got you so frantic that you had to lose all decorum? With uncanny agility, Yuan Song kneeled and cried, Imperial father. This time it's huge, Titanic. Humph, what Titanic? Are you going to say the sky is falling? With an angry snort, the emperor flicked his sleeve at the servants to rearrange the table and bring tea. He took back his seat and shouted coldly at Yuan Song. Over the past century, the Tianyu Empire had been in harmony, filled with peace and prosperity. The biggest event was only 50 years ago, when Chuanrong had crossed the borders. The second is the death of Yu Giki 2 months ago. What could be more grave than these two? Yuan Song peeked at the emperor as he mumbled, Imperial father, this matter is indeed grave. At least far more than the situation 2 months ago. The emperor was about to pour tea when his face turned grave. Who was it this time? Mary Woods' 6th elder, Lin Zetian. Yuan Song was kneeling as he reported. Face twitching, the emperor took a deep breath and took his teacup. Lin Zetian. He can be said to be someone of importance, but not up to the likes of Yu-Giki. Well, he's dead now. Oh, and who killed him? Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan. What? Him again? The emperor perked an eyebrow. This kid only knows how to stir trouble. First was Hell Valley and now Merry Woods. Humph, he just doesn't know his limits and probably will be ending up dead in a ditch somewhere. Who knows by what lucky turn of events that he managed to kill Yu-Giki, and now he thinks he's a big shot around here. But your majesty, he is the pillar of the Luo clan. Anything he does will come back to bite the Luo clan. While your secret pearl order. I know. The emperor waved him off with a smile. He turned to see Mr. Sima's eyes flickering, as if already knowing what he was planning. I assume Mr. Sima is fond of talent and would like to outstretch a helping hand, perhaps? Ha ha ha. Helping him means helping the Luo clan, which in turn helps your majesty. Fine, if Mr. Sima wants to help him, then go ahead. I believe the Merry Woods would consider Mr. Sima's presence and will no restraint. The emperor smiled. Yuan Song looked up at the two then blurted, Mr. Sima, I will have to trouble you to go to Hell Valley. Why would I? Mr. Sima asked. Just killing Yu-Giki got the Hell Valley to bear a deep-seated hatred for Zhuo Fan. Going was pointless. With a sneaky smile, Yuan Song replied, because the kid also robbed Hell Valley's fifth elder of his arm. The Hell Valley is a powder keg ready to explode. Perhaps your face is great enough to fizzle it out. What? The emperor and Mr. Sima replied at the same time, while Mr. Sima went slack-jawed. You're saying the kid took Hell Valley's fifth elder's hand? How is that possible? Mr. Sima blinked the shock away. That fifth elder is a powerful body cultivator, just as Veiled Dragon Pavilion's third elder. He is known as the Diamondback Ape for crushing a whole mountain. And you mean to tell me this renowned expert got his arm ruined by an unknown kid? Who is unknown? At this point, the entire Tianyu heard of this demon archon, Zhuo Fan. He caused a sensation at the 100-pill meeting, fighting 1 against 7, yet standing invincible, while the 7 noble houses turned into a laughingstock, with 3 dead and 1 crippled. Yuan Song mocked. This came as an even greater shock to the emperor and Mr. Sima. 3 died and 1 crippled. Lin Zetian died and 5th elder was crippled. Then who are the other 2? The emperor was getting nervous. Who? Vicious Pill King Yen Song. Yuan Song spoke with caution. Success. The 2 gasped in shock. A dead Lin Zetian was no biggie, but Vicious Pill King was more well-known even compared to Yu-Giki, and was stronger, far stronger. With Vicious Pill King dead as well, the Pill King Hall wouldn't rest until either they or Zhuo Fan lay dead. Damn this brat. Is he looking to stir up heaven itself? He thinks that since the Luo clan is under our protection, he can just go wherever and kill whoever. The emperor was imperially pissed. Mr. Sima straightened his beard and sighed. Guess kicking up a storm is also a talent, of sorts. Who knew the insignificant Luo clan could bring up such a savage? Ha ha ha. Quite amusing. Mr. Sima, don't just go being fond of that kind of talent in front of me. This kid went past poking a hornet nest and is now stabbing at heaven. Messing with 3 houses in one swing sure is amazing. He'd very soon find himself dead. That's how amazing he is. The emperor panted with rage. I hoped he'd be the one to revive Luo clan. But now, I just pray he won't end up inviting calamity and ruining the Luo clan altogether, and my secret pearl order. Mr. Sima chuckled and tried to mollify him. Your Majesty, at worst, I'll just have to intervene and tie him down so he won't pull any more stunts. In the end, the 3 houses don't dare to openly defy the imperial might, going after the Luo clan. Maybe not them, but one house does. Yuan Song whispered with a grin. Now the 2 recalled there was one more dead unaccounted for. Who is he? Imperial father, it's best if you sit. Yuan Song emphasized every word. Region Estate's 2nd young master, Huangpu Qingyun. Success. Mr. Sima was struck dumb. The emperor was having a panic attack, breathing in and out to finally recover his voice. My heart, damn it! This brat went and poked the heavens. A silence had swallowed the imperial gardens, one it had never seen since its making. Even the birds felt the situation was dire, not making a peep. Yuan-Song looked cautiously at the serious emperor sunk in deep thought. Mr. Sima frowned. Your Majesty, with how thoroughly blown out of proportion this matter is, I leave the decision to you. Perhaps giving up on Luo clan is... The emperor started pacing, his brows locked tight. After ages he stopped. His eyes were incredibly calm, while also hiding a deep hint of freezing killing intent. No, I must protect the Luo clan and the boy. Waving, the emperor shouted. I have always exercised tolerance in my ruling, but this has gone far enough. They will push me down a cliff if I let this happen. Here's my decree. Inform Marshal Dugu to move swiftly. There's not a moment to lose. What, the second of the four pillars, war god Dugu Zhantian is coming back. Yuan-Song hesitated to speak, but Mr. Sima showed his unrest. Your Majesty, you can't. Marshal Dugu defends the borders. The Chuanrong wouldn't dare to step a foot beyond the Thunder Pond with him there. The border will descend into chaos if he leaves. You're exaggerating. For 30 years, the border had been peaceful. The emperor cut Mr. Sima's advice short. His eyes flashed coldly. I will show my cousin, who this land belongs to. He has crossed my final line. Shuddering inside, Mr. Sima knew the emperor had made up his mind and sighed. Yuan-Song bowed and then withdrew with the edict. The emperor looked up, his eyes flashing as he laughed coldly. Prime Minister's residence in the imperial capital. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng was swinging in his rocking chair with his eyes closed in rest. Suddenly, a black figure came and whispered before vanishing again. Opening his eyes, Zhuge Changfeng revealed a calculative look as a smile grew on his face. The monkey had stirred enough ruckus in the heavenly temple and made him nervous. To even have that old man return. Ha ha ha. The time for the war between the seven houses and him is soon upon us. Since this is the case, let me spice things up. Star Reader, Journey to the West reference. Monkey King always caused havoc in every task Jade Emperor gave him. Zhuge Changfeng looked in his yard. Elders Yin and Yang. Prime Minister Zhuge, what is it that you ask of us? One black and one white figure flashed before him. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Do you know where Thunderswarm Mountain is? It is a place for one of the Empire's tree guardian sects, the Demon Scheming sect. There is a large barrier there. It detains the four greatest criminals, now suffering the strikes of 10,000 lightning bolts every day for the past 60 years. The black-haired elder spoke. Nodding, Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Very good. Can you go there and get them out? What? The two exchanged a glance, thinking they had heard him wrong. Prime Minister Zhuge, why would you want to? This is the matter of Demon Scheming sect that we shouldn't meddle in. Not only were the four savage disciples on the path of demonic cultivation, but held key positions within the sect. They can't be used. The white-haired elder cupped his hands. Shaking his head, Zhuge Changfeng said, those four old fellows have been stuck there for 60 years. Demon Scheming sect couldn't care less anymore. As long as we keep our mouths shut about this, no one will know. Also, I never planned on recruiting the four. Now, can you two do it or not? Of course. The two elders nodded. They may have not come from a great sect, but their skills have very much sharpened over the centuries. A mere barrier couldn't stop them. Nodding, Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Good, now go. The already restless Tianyu will soon reach a boiling point. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Veiled Dragon Pavilion's pavilion lord, Long Yifi, was listening along with the elders to Long Zhou's report. The shock palpable. Once Long Zhou finished, all were bug-eyed. You mean to say that Hell Valley's fifth elder lost an arm? Third elder cried out. Understanding his feelings, Long Zhou smiled wryly as he advised. Third brother should relax. The kid had taken the bursting pill first. If you had taken it, But you also said that the fifth elder ate it too. Third elder's face sank in disappointment. Longju rushed to say, yeah, you're right, but that kid ate 5. If you took 5, I'd be a goner. Third elder cut him off with a sigh. He shook his mind clear and continued, moreover, he is only in the bone-tempering stage. Sigh, the young always surpasses the old. I must be getting too much in years. Longzhou watched him sink into depression but didn't know what to say to make him feel better. If you know what's best for you, don't go comparing yourself with that little monster. An elder with white hair shouted. Third elder, why are you still hanging on to some meager honor? Did you not hear what it's at stake here? Regent Estates Huangpu Qingyun was killed. True, Regent Estates imperial tyrant body art is mystical body art. Yet, that kid blew away Huangpu Qingyun's lower body to smithereens. Just how strong of a body must he have to pull it off? I know that even I fall short. Third elder looked even more downcast. The elders who spoke held his forehead. Brother is hopeless. He then turned to Long Yifi. Pavilion Lord, this matter concerns Regent Estate and it's best we do not get ourselves involved. If Regent Estate drags us into this because of the kid. But did you not hear Long Jiu? Regent Estate is targeting every other house. Even if the matter with Shuafan never happened, sooner or later they would come knocking on our door. If we cut ties with Shuafan, we'll only be avoiding the truth. We may soon find ourselves following in Drifting Flowers edifice's footsteps. Another elder interrupted. From what you say, you want us to work together with Shuafan to fend off Regent Estate. This is giving them an excuse to wipe us off the earth. That will happen even without an excuse. Can we not see how much ambition the Regent Estate has? This will end us grounded down the same way it happened to Drifting Flowers edifice. I'd rather fight now than see that happen. Enough! Long Yifi shouted over the clamor, breaking the argument. It is I who agreed to become allies with Shuafan, and this shall not change even now. The kid's display had opened my eyes, realizing he will be a great help to us. I will say this again. As long as Shuafan lives, our alliance with the Luo clan is still in effect. But Pavilion Lord, Regent Estate. Enough! This is my decision. Long Yifi's eyes flashed. Our alliance with Shuafan has always been followed through in the dark. The Regent Estate has no clue this is happening. They have nothing to use against us. So that's why. The other elders exclaimed, Pavilion Lord is brilliant. Humph, what brilliant. It's called tactics. Long Yifi let out a bitter laughter. He may hate this kind of person the most, but for the sake of his house, this was the best choice. Pavilion Lord, Regent Estate sent a letter. A disciple shouted from beyond the doors. Long Yifi looked at the elders, then let the man in. Regent Estate came swiftly. The disciple bowed before Long Yifi and presented the letter with the Regent Estate words written in gold on it. Long Yifi was startled the moment he opened it. Third elder snatched the letter and his eyes widened. Regent Estate will hold an assembly half a month from now. The 7 houses are to convene and plan to remove the demon scourge. You mean? Long Yifi nodded. Regent Estate is playing a ferocious move this time. The last time they did this was just 300 years ago. Yeah, but that little monster 300 years ago had the 7 houses going crazy. While this time, Regent Estate is playing this move just for its own benefit without even asking the opinion of the 6 houses. It is basically acting as though it is the head of the 7 houses. Third elder spat. The Veiled Dragon Pavilion cannot lose again in the next esoteric debate. The others all nodded. The other 5 houses received the Regent Estate's invitation at the same time. Suddenly, the 6 houses were now en route to convene with the Regent Estate on the plan to rid the world of Demon Archon Shuafan. Achoo! Shuafan was speeding towards the Luo clan when he suddenly felt a chill and shuddered. He rubbed his nose. Blast it! Who's cursing me this time? Why is it that I feel a chill on my back? Ha ha ha! Steward Shua kicked a storm in Drifting Flower City, with casualties in the thousands. Their grief must be focused on you. Vicious Pill King was laughing at his side, having a blast. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and mocked. Elder Yen, Drifting Flower's edifice's grief is far stronger on you. Don't you feel the chill from the tens of thousand female disciples putting all their sorrow and pain on you? Vicious Pill King chuckled sheepishly. I'm used to it. Zhuo Fan grinned. None of them were good people, so this teasing had no effect on either of them. Wait. Zhuo Fan suddenly halted and Vicious Pill King asked, What's wrong? Snickering, Zhuo Fan said, They move fast. An ambush is laid for us not half a mile from here. What? Vicious Pill King watched Zhuo Fan baffled. Then, he recalled how in Drifting Flower City Zhuo Fan's soul reached the radiant stage and new discerning field. And after so much time had passed, it would have been odd if he couldn't get more used to it and detect movements in half a mile. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan said, In a forest half a mile out, 2 people are hiding to the west. From their energy, they must be from Hell Valley. To the east, there are also 2 quick on their feet, probably Merry Woods. And finally the 2 in the north with heavy air about them. Cultivators of Imperial Tyrant body art are experts from Regent Estate. And all 6 of them are in the 5th layer of Profound Heaven stage. Steward Zhuo is amazing to use Radiant Stage's ability, Vicious Pill King praised. Now we can just avoid them and let them wait forever, ha ha ha. Quirking an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan snickered. And why should we? Since they are here, we might as well duke it out. Steward Zhuo, you can't. Vicious Pill King was flustered as he tried to explain. They are clearly prepared this time. In the Drifting Flower City, you fought the 4 of us. And, as much as it pains to admit, we underestimated you. Not to mention, we were all from different houses with gaps in our cooperation. Now that the houses sent pairs, even if you take that pill again, it will only make them drag it out then end you at your weakest. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan eyed him deeply. I didn't think the old man would be so caring so quickly. He said, I was alone then, but don't I have you now? Me? Vicious Pill King shook his head. The common folk fears me for my rainbow cloud palm. But with how many there are here, only one has to bear the brunt of my poison and I will be a goner. Later, he just has to go get the antidote from Pill King Hall. I'm sure you are clear on this from the moment you fought my disciple. Indeed, he was posing as Songyu at the time, but being relentless was the bane of Pill King Hall's poison. At worst, it was one life at the price of another. Moreover, the enemy was now working together. Even if they did get poisoned, Pill King Hall would offer the antidote and Vicious Pill King's threat would plummet. What if you can poison them all? Won't their power drop? Eyes flashing. A grin was plastered on Zhuo Fan. Vicious Pill King didn't seem to get it. How can I? They're not stupid to sit still and take on my palm. And they're all Profound Heaven experts. They may not be able to use Radiant Stage's abilities, but they can at least discern any movements in a 1,000-meter radius. The moment we approach, they'll spot us and we'll have no chance of retaliation. Star Reader. Author mistake perhaps? First half a mile, now a kilometer. Sullivan might not be. He got used to it, but he is still new. It might be that the ability is stronger. And if they can't spot us? Zhuo Fan watched Vicious Pill King with a playful smile. Vicious Pill King was baffled, then saw a red pill thrown his way. Vicious Pill King watched it even more perplexed. Zhuo Fan said, This is an energy-concealing pill, a first-grade pill. For a full day, your energy won't be released. Unless someone sees you, or a Radiant Stage expert actively searches for you, no one will notice. Zhuo Fan took one. In a blink, his aura vanished. Vicious Pill King watched dumbstruck. Since when did such a marvelous pill exist in this world? How come I never heard of it? And a first grade as well. Vicious Pill King's shock and disbelief were understandable. Zhuo Fan mocked, It is an ancient pill recipe. How could you know of it? But that's not important. I will tell you about it later since I recruited you to help me to make pills. The energy-concealing pill will be of great importance later. For now, stick close. We will talk again after we deal with these pesky flies. Zhuo Fan resumed flight. Vicious Pill King swallowed it after a moment of shock, then followed him excitedly. Putting aside how amazing the Luo clan was, just getting to study these ancient pills from Zhuofan was a reward in and of itself. Following this kid was the best choice I ever made. Vicious Pill King's heart was dancing in joy, the same as when he made his first living pill. In a hidden part of the forest, 2 elders in white sat on 2 rocks with their eyes closed. Even so, they were always on guard, listening to every rustle, every gust of wind. Only when they were certain the gust wasn't made by some expert did they relax. Third brother, will that kid really pass through here? We've been at this for days and there's still no sign of him. Did he pass us already or took another route? One elder muttered. The other elder still held his eyes closed and his position on the rock. Mr. Lung is famed for his insight. He doesn't make mistakes. He said that we will meet the killer of sixth brother here, today. It will soon be over. Just be patient. But all this waiting is so boring. The other elder sighed. Then, a black shadow moved closer, unperceived by the pair. When it got behind them, with a thunderous roar, 2 wings ran the 2 through. Zhuofan then came out of the shadow. Spatting blood, the 2 elders opened their eyes and strained their heads behind them, just to see Zhuofan looking down on them. I was afraid you 2 would spot me, so I used elusive shadow art. But you guys always had your eyes closed. You can't be serious even when laying an ambush. Sigh. Mary Woods is doomed to perish. Under the shock of the 2, Zhuofan twisted their necks. Then, black energy swallowed the bodies, leaving naught but ash in its wake. The 2 were so dumbstruck before, still disbelieving to be caught off guard so thoroughly. Clapping, Zhuofan shrugged. He learned from his encounter with Lin Zetian that Mary Woods's cultivation method boasted great speed. So he figured he'd rather deal with these 2 first and remove the trouble later. What he didn't expect was for this pair to wait in ambush with eyes closed. They were clearly begging for it. You mean to say killing 4 elders of the 7 houses doesn't warrant any contingencies? Well, they make it easier for me to do what I want, at least. After devouring the 2 experts, he could feel the yuan qi inside him surging. Zhuofan turned to the west, at where Hell Valley's elders lay in wait. Humph. Old enemies do meet often it seems. Zhuofan snickered, turned into a shadow, and began haunting his way forward. The elders in the west weren't like Mary Woods, waiting idly. Their aura was somber and watching over any sign of movement around them. They knew Zhuofan for who he was and never dropped their guard for a second. Third elder. The kid is late and it's making me nervous. An elder watched around, ready to pounce. His hawk eyes scrutinized every inch. The other elder was just as vigilant, but through some strange coincidence, he always kept 100 meters from his partner. Fourth elder. The kid not only killed 7th elder but even crippled 5th elder. He is vicious to the core and hard to handle. We must not underestimate him for being in the bone tempering stage. He will be here soon, and we must work together and avoid ending like 7th elder and 5th elder. Relax. I consider this kid a veteran profound heaven expert. The 4th elder nodded with a grave expression. A shadow was creeping in on him, listening to his words. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked them in his mind. You don't say. Your welcoming of your enemy is truly worthy of this demonic emperor. Although, how am I to ambush you when you're so on edge? Zhuofan started recalling the 2 wastes from Mary Woods. Those guys saved him a lot of trouble, but what about this pair? He would be hard-pressed to get rid of these 2 quickly, not to mention they were higher than 5th elder in rank. Sighing, Zhuofan began to hesitate. Then, he heard a boom and a rainbow mist rose in the north. Everything this mist touched, be it plants, animals, and even rocks, decayed. The 2 elders looked in shock. Rainbow Cloud Palm? Why is Pill King Hall here? I thought they weren't included in this plan. Third elder asked. Fourth elder paused, then waved indifferently. Didn't the kid kill their best alchemist? I heard that he stole his corpse later on. This is one shame they can't take lying down. I suspect they came here willingly. Anyway, the more we are, the better the odds. But why are they using Rainbow Cloud Palm? Third elder paused, then came to a shocking conclusion. The other elder's eyes shined and shouted. They found the kid. We better hurry and help. But before they could even take to the skies, they saw two people rushing towards them. The elders panicked. Aren't they Regent Estate's elders? Why are they poisoned? Was it an accident? In their moment of doubt, a shadow flitted behind them. Whoosh! As third elder and fourth elder were still trying to make sense of the Regent Estate's elders' poisoning, Xuefan stabbed his wings towards fourth elder's chest. He was run through in a blink. He began to feel a sting in his chest, then how his body grew ever weaker as the life ebbed out of him. He then slumped on the ground. Fourth elder. Third elder roared, but Xuefan's second wing was already coming at him. However, these two elders matched well with each other even in their daily lives, more so in battle. They attacked and retreated in such a way that they always maintained a fixed distance. This was happening now as well, making Xuefan's attack only take down fourth elder, while third elder was just too far away for him to reach in time. Third elder jumped backward and dodged the lightning wing. He saw fourth elder's corpse, then turned his bloodshot eyes to Xuefan, thirsting for revenge. Xuefan glanced at the corpse below him, then at the profound heaven expert opposite of him, and grinned. Are you that demon archon, Xuefan? Third elder clenched his fists, his aura exploding with immense power. He was in the 8th layer of profound heaven stage. Not even a pill could guarantee Xuefan a win in this fight. But Xuefan kept his cool at all times, nodding slightly, then looking at the dead fourth elder. Is he your brother? You fit quite well together. What's it to you? You killed 7th elder, 4th elder, and crippled 5th elder. I will make sure you never leave this place alive. Third elder spat through clenched teeth, yet his ever-raging eyes couldn't help but pause over his brother's body. Taking it all in, Xuefan snickered. He then had the corpse suspended with his lightning wings. What are you doing? Third elder roared. To my enemy I will not only kill him but ruin his corpse as well, making him die in regret. Xuefan snorted. Third elder was about to charge, but Xuefan suddenly sighed. However, third elder stared wide-eyed. Seeing you brothers so close, I will let him go. After all, I also have a brother earned from life and death struggles, only to die at the hands of you geeky. If not for this, I wouldn't have had any quarrel with Hell Valley. Xuefan sighed and shook his head. Third elder was stunned, relating to this third-rate clan kid, and why he became Hell Valley's enemy. Thinking of his earlier action, he also would have charged and exact revenge for his brother regardless of peril. Even so, you think I'll let you go? Third elder snorted, angry still. Xuefan snickered and raised his head to show his blazing eyes. For my brother's revenge I have incurred upon me today's disaster, but I do not regret it. How could I ask my enemy for forgiveness? But seeing you meet the same fate as I did, I won't ruin his body and return it to you. Xuefan flicked lightning wings and threw the corpse to third elder. Third elder moved with haste, now looking at Xuefan with a faint trace of respect as he bellowed. Good, we will have a man-to-man fight and see who's the real, ugh. Third elder stopped for some reason, feeling a chill in his heart. Looking down, he saw a fist-sized hole in his chest that wasn't there before. Blood flowed in rivers from it. Third elder looked at Xuefan in complete and utter perplexity. What's going on? We didn't even start fighting and I'm already dying. With a snicker, Xuefan waved. A golden light came from third elder's back, flying over next to Xuefan. Third elder watched the golden infant closer. This is my demonic creature. I hid it in the body and threw it over all so I could catch you off guard. That is why I also cooked up that little story about my dead brother. I only killed you geeky for being an eyesore. Waving at third elder, Xuefan sent him off with his most demonic smile he could muster. Fare thee well, loyal and cherishing Hell Valley's third elder. I hope you won't be so gullible to a stranger's words in your next life. Especially your enemies. Ha ha ha. Falling backward, third elder felt himself going colder, his eyes still reflecting Xuefan's last smile. Demon Archon Xuefan's nefarious ploys are foolproof. No wonder even 7th elder fell victim. Bam! Third elder fell next to his brother. Yet, As his mind stopped working, those eyes were forever opened and evoked unspeakable regret. They were sent here to end Zhuofan, only to fumble about and die so miserably. I took too long here. Better go and help Elder Yen. Sighing, Zhuofan took back Blood Infant and flew up high. In 4 breaths, he arrived above the northern part of the forest. The Regent Estate's elders were now green with poison. Despite being in the 9th stage of Profound Heaven stage, the poison was nonetheless effective in dropping them all the way to the 4th layer. Yet, even in such a case, a body cultivator was still as strong as a normal 6th layer Profound Heaven expert. Recalling Huangpu Qingyun's might in his 2nd layer, he realized Regent Estate's body cultivators were not pushovers. It was an accident. I made a mistake. I thought Demon Zhuofan was hiding here. Bullshit. Who in this world doesn't know we are from Regent Estate, especially with these clothes? Don't try to play the fool. You did this on purpose. Stay right there. We'll break your bones, and we will go together to your Pill King Hall to settle this. Up in the sky, vicious Pill King fled like a frightened mouse, with the 2 Regent Estate's elders on his tail. With how vicious Pill King was proclaimed dead and rejuvenated a couple decades after removing the poison, these 2 elders had no clue as to who he really was. But he wasn't about to shout it out either. Would a traitor like him have any resting moment from Pill King Hall and the entire Empire's pursuit? He may be vicious Pill King, but he was not as skilled as Zhuofan, and clearly not as bold to be hunted down by everyone. Zhuofan sighed. Where had the great and might vicious Pill King from Drifting Flowers edifice gone to? Why was he such a scaredy-cat before 2 of Regent Estate's elders? Is it Regent Estate too strong? Or vicious Pill King just too damn weak? Zhuofan already knew the answer, but didn't want to accept it, because his troubles would grow exponentially if it was so. Regent Estate, I will surpass you in 10 years. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Spotting Zhuofan, vicious Pill King laughed as if he found his savior. Steward Zhuo, you finally came. Save me. Vicious Pill King dashed behind Zhuofan without an ounce of propriety. At this point, the 2 elders also caught up. Seeing Zhuofan's lightning wings, they shouted, Bone-tempering stage cultivation. Lightning wings. You're that demon Archon Zhuofan who made a mess of Drifting Flower City. The one and only. And you 2 must be from Regent Estate. I take it. Zhuofan said with a chill in his voice. They nodded, then eyeing vicious Pill King behind him with curiosity. Now I see. Pill King Hall had turned to rely on Demon Archon Zhuofan. No wonder he attacked us on the sly. You still dare say it was an accident? Vicious Pill King snickered. The 2 elders snorted. Why do you think Regent Estate's Imperial Tyrant body art makes us the best among the 7 houses? Is that not even your Rainbow Cloud Palm can kill us? We will crush you both and fulfill our mission. Humph, you're a broken record, you know that? You're clearly weaker now and still prance around saying you can take us on. Zhuofan snorted in disdain. The 2 elders cracked up. Even weakened. We are more than enough to wring the life out of you. I don't believe you. Why not try killing him first? Zhuofan chuckled and threw Vicious Pill King forward. Vicious Pill King cried in panic. Did Zhuofan just sell me out? The 2 were puzzled but still grabbed tight to Vicious Pill King. Feeling him trembling in their grasp, they were stumped. Grinning evilly, Zhuofan said, You shouldn't take him for the coward he is. He has real skill, you know? To prove his point, a golden glow came out of Vicious Pill King and entered one of the elders. The elder froze in place, and one could even see how he started drying up like a raisin. His life was swiftly leaving him. Shell-shocked, the other elder darted 100 meters back. Even Vicious Pill King was just as horrified. He never saw Zhuofan make use of Blood Infant, nor kill with demon transformation art. Now he was watching this all play out in utter fear. How can such an abominable and cruel method exist? Floating before Vicious Pill King, Zhuofan recalled Blood Infant sneakily and laughed at the frightened remaining Regent Estate elder. Did you see that? Now, can you still boast about taking us on? The elder had his voice shocked out of him and watched Vicious Pill King in horror. Forget it. That old guy is inconsequential. What matters is I get Zhuofan's head and complete my mission. I don't need to worry myself with that old man's eerie skill. The elder took a deep breath and laughed. Kid, you're good to have found such a patron. Then, I will spare your life today. But, what is that? Suddenly, the elder pointed behind the two with panic. Zhuofan and Vicious Pill King turned to look. In that blink, the elder snickered and appeared before Zhuofan in a single step, aiming for Zhuofan's head. Bam! The elder didn't get to touch one hair on his head. However, as a golden light flew from Zhuofan and blew a hole in the elder's chest, Zhuofan turned back to see the shocked elder. That's the oldest trick in the book. Don't you know anything else? Now, I finally know what that old saying means. All brawn and no brain. Chuckling, Zhuofan lightly pushed and the man fell like trash in the abyss. Vicious Pill King had long been stupefied by how easily Zhuofan dealt with two experts from Regent Estate. He now understood what it meant to kill people as easy as chatting. Whoosh! The golden light moved about then returned to Zhuofan's side. Vicious Pill King watched the golden infant with shock. What just happened? Simple really. Since you fled around like a mouse, they held you in contempt. So I put my demonic creature in you before throwing you over to deal with one of them. Grinning, Zhuofan added. When a powerful, profound heaven expert died without rhyme or reason, it got his partner scared out of his mind. I used this chance to recall the demonic creature. This time, he held you in too high regard, thinking you hid yourself to pull a fast one on them. And by comparison, he thought I was the easy target this time and charged for me. And to make matter run smoothly, he had his attention split between me and you, leaving room for my demonic creature to catch him off guard. Vicious Pill King blinked, still out of sorts. Zhuofan laughed. In the end, they all died. First was arrogance. Second, overconfident. Third, conceitedness. Steward Zhuo, aren't they all the same? Vicious Pill King muttered. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan laughed harder. Indeed, this is the disease that plagues every expert. Facing them head first will make me lose without a doubt. Too bad they were too full of themselves. To others, this will hardly matter. But when it comes to me, a fraction of a second of carelessness is enough for me to give them a death full of regrets. A bolt of fear went through his core as Vicious Pill King watched Zhuo with even more admiration. Now that he thought about it, everything panned out just as Zhuofan explained. It was all done with the sole purpose of baiting the Regent Estate elders, and it worked like a charm. Without even realizing it, the two bit the dust in but a blink. Rather than say this was a well-thought-out and ingenious trap preset by Zhuofan, it was in fact more along the lines of him reading them like a book and pushing the right buttons to make them fall into a trap themselves. Such cunningness is unheard of. No wonder even you geeky fell. Vicious Pill King held a deep respect for Zhuofan now. Steward Zhuo is of endless wisdom and courage, with foolproof plans. But being just a steward is a waste for you. Humph, you don't need to go ass-kissing. I am clear where my talent lies. Nothing is beneath me, be it a higher rank or the entire world. Only, Zhuofan sighed as he looked in Windgaze City's direction. This wasn't the time for such thoughts, but to settle the safety of Luo clan and avoid any trouble they might suffer. This wasn't just forced on him by his heart demon, but a wish that slowly crept into his mind without his notice. Since Vicious Pill King didn't know the whole story, he thought it was for a much higher purpose. His eyes roamed in thought, then snapped into focus when he reached a shocking conclusion. A youth of remarkable talent like Zhuofan was willing to be a steward. And what was a steward? The clan head's right-hand man, able to do everything and loyal to a fault. What monster was this clan head to be able to raise such a young and outstanding Zhuofan, yet as cunning and vile like a demon archon? Seeing Zhuofan's look, that staunch resolve to do everything in his power for the Luo clan, his admiration only grew for this clan head. This was his first time hearing Tianyu had such a titanic clan, such a person of overbearing might. Vicious Pill King was eager to meet this person and was jumping in joy inside. Vicious Pill King was having a flight of fancy of epic proportions. hailing the Luo clan into the ranks of 7 houses while holding the clan head in even more admiration and regard than the emperor himself. How could he ever have known the Luo clan was not even a first-rate clan? That the clan head was long rotting in the dirt and leaving a pair of wretched brother and sister behind? They should be thankful Zhuofan was there to keep their sorry lives. Delusions were bliss while reality, a dump. But that was something dear Vicious Pill King would have to experience for himself when he gazed upon the glorious Luo clan. Let's go! Zhuofan was ready to resume their journey when Vicious Pill King laughed. Steward Zhua, are those other 2 places handled? Zhuofan knew what he was hinting at and rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Think I had time to waste saving your sorry ass if I hadn't finished those other 4 blokes. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhua is of genuine talent. 4 profound heaven experts from Merry Woods and Hell Valley dealt with in a blink. All while I couldn't even handle 2 Regent Estate elders. I am ashamed. Vicious Pill King's admiration only grew. And the more he admired Zhuofan, the more he believed in Luo clan's power, and, of course, sinking deeper into his delusion. Suddenly, Zhuofan stopped and Vicious Pill King looked over. Zhuofan squinted. Elder Yen. I overheard Merry Woods' elders mentioning that Mr. Lung planned this ambush. Do you know him? Lung Wuchang. Zhuofan's words stirred Vicious Pill King. No wonder. I thought with so many roads leading to Wingay City, how is it they managed to pick the exact same one we were taking? So it was all Lung Wuchang's doing. You know him? Nodding, Vicious Pill King sighed. To be frank, Steward Zhua and Lung Wuchang are much alike. I know nothing about him. Just how are we so damn alike? Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Knowing Zhuofan didn't understand, Vicious Pill King elaborated. Ha ha ha. What I mean to say is that he is a steward like you. But that of the Regent Estate. What? Zhuofan was shocked for a second. Then he started making guesses. With how Regent Estate was the strongest of the 7 houses, the steward, the aide of the clan head, had to be a man of renown. There are 3 people widely known for their wisdom in Tianyu Empire. Prime Minister Zhuge, one which you already know. Regardless of what decisions he makes, they are all so irrefutably correct that no one could find any fault in them. In recent centuries, the empire had been in turmoil because of invaders beyond the borders. That was until he took office. As the head of the 4 pillars, the emperor hates him to the bone. But he can't do without him either. The 7 houses as well fear him. Vicious Pill King flicked his sleeve and continued. The second sage is Regent Estate Steward, unwanted contriver Lung Wuchang. As a distant relative of the imperial family, the Regent Estate is taught in the same way an emperor is. Their steward was also appointed by the prime minister. Lung Wuchang may be a steward in name, but his position carries a whole lot more weight. He is equivalent to Zhuge Chongfeng's position in the empire. Regarding talent, rumor has it he is not one bit inferior to Zhuge Chongfeng either, although no one had seen them wage a battle of the minds. Lung Wuchang is admired by all for his foolproof plans and insight. And the third. Zhuofan was impatient seeing Vicious Pill King stop just now. Laughing, Vicious Pill King's eyes shined oddly. Steward Zhua, isn't it obvious? It is you who killed the third. Insidious demon, you geeky? Zhuofan caught his meaning. Vicious Pill King nodded. Ha ha ha, yes him. The third sage was Insidious Demon, famed for his dastardly and cunning ploys. But ever since he stumbled upon Steward Zhua, a man of wildly greater intellect, his head fell like a rock. From that point on, Steward Zhua became the 3rd sage of Tianyu. Hey, easy on the bootlicking. I killed him using power alone. I didn't waste my brain power on him. That would have been tiresome. Zhuofan mocked as he brushed off his flattery. Vicious Pill King stroked his beard and nodded. I guessed as much. Yugiki may not be up to the level of the other 2, but it is nonetheless hard to catch him off guard. So, he must have died from the power gap. Does that mean Lung Wuchang is more cunning than Yugiki? Zhuofan tightened his brows as the topic was brought out. Nodding, Vicious Pill King laughed in dismay. Ha ha ha! More than that, Zhuge Chongfeng is a marvelous strategist. Lung Wuchang's every scheme plays as it should. Yugiki's devious traps are unsolvable. Compared to the first two, Yugiki was passable in schemes, but fell dreadfully short in power. The first two had intricate plans put in place. Hard to defend from the dark, yet openly for everyone to see. You could see through Yugiki's elaborate tricks, but when it comes to Zhuge Changfeng and Lang Wuchang, you'll have no choice but to jump even if they tell you a trap is before you. Who is better, who is inferior, who is stronger, who is weaker? Steward Zhua. Now do you know the difference between them? Vicious Pill King sighed, his tone ever solemn. Since Lang Wuchang is involved, we must tread carefully and lightly. Zhuofan nodded. Since he was far more shrewd than Yugiki, then he would not contest him in cunning, but in strength. No matter how ingenious and convoluted plans he threw at Zhuofan, power reigned supreme. This was the true plot in which power was the true way. This brought him back to finding experts to back the Luo clan. Who? A sudden breeze blew and Zhuofan squinted. He grew anxious as he pulled Vicious Pill King's hand to fly faster. Let's go. What's wrong, Steward Zhua? Having never seen him so alarmed, Vicious Pill King was startled. Eyes twitching, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. Curses! They sent a Radiant Stage expert as well. What? This time Vicious Pill King was panicking. How can this be? Half a mile out, a tall and buffed elderly with silver hair was flying idly behind them. Then, his brows furrowed and a hint of shock swept his face. Was I discovered? The elderly's eyes flashed in suspicion, then shook his head. Not possible. They are only a bone-tempering stage and a profound heaven stage. Only the likes of Radiant Stage experts can discover me. They picked up the pace since they were hurrying. Yes, that has to be it. Laughing dryly, the elderly had no clue how close to home his random guess brought him. If these two with their low cultivation could spot a Radiant Stage, then the latter would find themselves obsolete. The old man used his soul to scour the place of battle and shouted, "Damn brat! They're so weak yet. They killed 6 profound heaven experts of 3 houses, and perfectly too. His reputation precedes him. The kid must have an even more valuable body cultivation method than Imperial Tyrant body art." He licked his lips and excitement danced in his eyes as he increased his speed. But his act was easily picked up by Zhuofan as he pulled Vicious Pill King even faster. There was no denying it this time. The old man was spotted. Why else would Zhuofan react so quickly? Then he recalled his earlier thought about being obsolete. His face went red in a flash and felt like slapping himself for those needless remarks. But the way he looked at Zhuofan was with even more zeal. This kid is a freak through and through. How amusing! The old man ramped up his speed 10 times and in mere breaths, he already caught the two in his sights, only 1,000 meters out. Startled, Zhuofan found his pursuer close behind and shouted, "Shit! The old guy is almost on top of us. What, that fast?" Vicious Pill King peeked behind and paled in fright. "Why did it have to be this freak? My poor life is over." "You know him?" Zhuofan asked. Vicious Pill King nodded on the verge of tears. "Who doesn't? Everyone of my generation knows and fears this freak." "Who is he?" "The Mad Dipper, Li Jingtian." Vicious Pill King swallowed dryly as he broke out in cold sweat. Zhuofan was also becoming anxious, having never seen Vicious Pill King so scared before. With how arrogant he usually was, he would stand up even to a Radiant Stage if the chance arose. Just then, a booming laughter entered their ears. "Ha ha ha! Don't run. I recognize you. Aren't you that Yen Song kid? And is that little imp next to you is Zhuofan? You better halt. There's something I want to discuss with you." Vicious Pill King's face sank. "Why is it that my face changed so much that those 2 Regent Estate elders couldn't tell who I am even when they held me? Yet you saw through me from a mile away." Then he realized. The old freak just scanned with his soul and instantly knew the truth. Zhuofan could feel the shivering Vicious Pill King and was panicking as well. This guy was no pushover. Their fate would be grim once the old guy gets his paws on them. Only a moron would stop now. His lightning wings flapped and doubled his speed. Humph. Learn when to quit. Squinting, Li Jingtian released a ripple that shot straight for the two with deadly precision. Killing with intent. Shuafan looked back flustered as the azure flame flashed in his eyes. Another visible ripple was shot, incomparable with the first, but enough to pull up a defense against the first one. Bam! The two intents clashed, vibrating the space itself. A bolt of pain shocked Shuafan's head, and the azure flame appeared on his forehead. Next, Shuafan pulled Vicious Pill King speeding up as he tried to ease the shock he felt. His soul may have entered the radiant stage, but he was a long way from being Li Jingtian's level. When their intents collided, it forced his azure flame out. He was clear the azure flame safeguarded his soul. Its appearance proved what a serious threat the old man's intent had to his soul, despite not meaning to kill him outright. Even so, his soul wasn't free from injury. If that intent had hit, he'd be out cold and waiting for the old guy to pick him up. While he was shocked, 1,000 meters behind him, Li Jingtian was downright struck dumb. He really didn't see it coming. Only a radiant stage could grasp this ability yet. He just witnessed a bone-tempering cultivator using it. He looked as if he saw a tiger sprout wings and take off. Not only was it impossible, but seeing it become reality, he realized what a true freak that kid was. A tiger was the king of beasts. If it took flight, then who could stand up to him? He felt a real threat coming off from Shuafan. He could use Radiant Stage's abilities in the bone-tempering stage. Then, when he reached the Radiant Stage, he'd be unstoppable. At that point, even fellow Radiant Stage cultivators would fall beneath the kid's intent. This last thought sent a shiver down Li Jingtian's spine. No wonder the 7 houses gathered to end this brat once and for all. The best freak out there was a dead one. Leave him alone and he might grow even beyond the demon 3 centuries ago. Bloodthirst seeped into Li Jingtian's eyes. If he found Shuafan amusing at first, now he wanted nothing more than to squeeze the last drop of life out of him and rid the world of a future menace. But that didn't say anything about not wringing out the things he wanted first. Li Jingtian went faster, shooting for the two like a meteor. Shuafan could barely react as their necks were grabbed in steel like vices. Ha ha ha! Let's see you run now? So fast. Shuafan scowled, wondering if he should use this chance to let Blood Infant on him. But he cast that thought aside as soon as it came. This man was in the Radiant Stage and had discerning field around him. Blood Infant would be discovered the instant it left his body. Unless Blood Infant entered the Profound Heaven Stage and reached a speed that surpassed a Radiant Stage's soul detection. A pity he was only in the 5th layer of Bone Tempering Stage. Since he shared his life with Blood Infant, the two had the same cultivation. God damn it! Why did I bump into a Radiant Stage? Shuafan cursed inside his bad luck as cold sweat ran down his back. He was utterly powerless in the face of a Radiant Stage expert. This feeling of having his life in the hands of someone else was the worst he'd ever felt. Not to mention, dangerous. Ha ha ha, you little prick. I don't know how you become so young and handsome, but no matter how fast you run, you can never escape me. Ignoring Shuafan, Li Jingtian turned to the shivering Vicious Pill King. Vicious Pill King looked as if he just lost his mum. Senior Li, how can I compare to you? When you became widely known throughout Tianyu, I was but a lowly 2nd-grade alchemist. Don't you care how people will see you if you kill me? Oh, I always heard how haughty Vicious Pill King, but you looked more like a mouse to me. Where's your zeal, your backbone? Elder Li, don't joke. I would never dare act pompous before you. Vicious Pill King said downcast. Senior Li, in the end, you are Regent Estate's guest venerable. This is obviously a misunderstanding between the houses. Why not? Houses? Raising an eyebrow, Li Jingtian cracked up. You mean Regent Estate and Pill King Hall or Regent Estate and Shuafan's clan? Vicious Pill King's mind shivered at this. He was planning on keeping his dumb act to get out of this alive. But it didn't look like this was going to happen anytime sooner. Li Jingtian's smile was frosty. Don't think I don't know. I saw your fight earlier. You turned your back on Pill King Hall and threw your lot with Shuafan. Vicious Pill King was stumped, turning to Zhuofan for a way out. Since going back to Pill King Hall was out, betraying Zhuofan was impossible. That would make him immoral. He was Vicious Pill King, not an opportunist like Lin Zetian who swung both ways. He still cared about his face, albeit younger. Sighing, Vicious Pill King admitted, "Yes, I left Pill King Hall. I will follow Steward Zhua to the Luo clan. Now if you want to kill me, go ahead." Zhuofan nodded inside. He saw Vicious Pill King as a devout alchemist foremost and a loyalist second, a man you could count on. Li Jingtian didn't expect such a blunt reply and laughed. "Good, Xianxia. You live up to your rumors. I will let you go, but this kid, you want to kill me?" Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, staring at Li Jingtian. "Sure. I mean, you are Regent Estate's venerable and I killed your second young master and you want vindication. But I couldn't help but hear that you are their guest venerable and have no relation with Regent Estate. Where are you going with this?" Li Jingtian's eyes flashed. Grinning, Zhuofan spoke boldly. "Then let's discuss terms for you to join me. What Regent Estate offers you, I, Zhuofan, can not only meet their offer, but double it." "What?" Li Jingtian and Vicious Pill King were shocked silly. Regent Estate was the head of the 7 houses and fulfilled Li Jingtian's however pricey terms. But was there anyone else in the whole empire who could simply double it? Even the imperial family would find it hard to meet twice what Regent Estate offered. But thinking over Zhuofan's skill and the titanic and secret clan behind him, Vicious Pill King started grinning. Since Zhuofan boasted the Luo clan as the best in Tianyu, then it had to be above the 7 houses, even equal to the imperial family. Vicious Pill King stuck out his head and laughed. "Elder Li, our steward Zhuo's words are gold." Li Jingtian's eyes flashed, thinking how deceitful Zhuofan was. Of course he didn't believe a word. But the moment Xianxia laid eyes on him, he bolted like a mouse. Yet, was now puffing up his chest. This led him to believe Zhuofan had stronger and very much real backing for him to speak such words. How was he supposed to know Xianxia's courage was born out of delusions? A more apt description would be Zhuofan painted him a pretty picture, and Xianxia's mind embellished. Since the strong Vicious Pill King believed it, it conveyed enough confidence for Li Jingtian to maybe trust it as well. Muttering something, Li Jingtian snorted, "Humph! You little pup! You think too highly of yourself. If you think you can buy me over, you have another thing coming. Do you have any idea how I met Regent Estate, how I became their venerable, and what they gave me?" Vicious Pill King's heart was wound tight. "Is Mad Dipper unbuyable?" Zhuofan grinned, hiding the sneer in his heart. "Oh, you big schmuck. I didn't know who you were before, but now I'm perfectly clear. You wouldn't be flouncing around if you were such a Regent Estate diehard. You'd be ending us with impunity and taking our corpses back. Ain't it obvious you're bitching to ask for a bigger pay? I've played this game myself 1,000,000 times." Squinting, Zhuofan smiled. "My knowledge is shallow. Having not heard of Elder Li's glorious pursuits, I ask that you enlighten me." "Ha ha ha. I knew you were wet behind your ears. That's why you spouted those egotistical words about buying me. Although I can't blame you, since I haven't gone out much for you to hear of me." Nodding with pride, thinking things were going his way, Li Jingtian turned to Vicious Pill King. "However, if I were to retell old stories of myself, all you'd be hearing is bragging. Xianxia, you tell him." Shivering, Vicious Pill King bobbed his head. "Right away!" Despite the apprehension he felt, Vicious Pill King glanced at Li Jingtian then spoke with the utmost gravity. "Steward Zhua, Elder Li is a man that shook the empire. You'd be hard-pressed to find another grand figure such as him in the whole of Tianyu Empire. Elder Li started as a rogue cultivator, no match to any of the 7 houses' experts. However, his mind was staunch. His heart set on giving his all in training his arts. Since he had no cultivation method, he stole it from other clans. He began with a mortal-ranked cultivation method, slowly working his way to a spirit-ranked cultivation method, then a profound ranked cultivation method. The exploits of Elder Li are found in every history book. "Oh, so, Elder Yen means Elder Li is a thief?" Zhuofan interrupted as he scratched his nose. Panicked, Vicious Pill King gesticulated wildly in his stammering. I never said such a thing. Mind your words. Li Jingtian bellowed and slapped him, looking somewhat awkwardly at Shuofan. He was hoping Vicious Pill King would make a proper account of his heroic deeds, racking up his value. But this old coot went and spilled the whole beans about his inglorious past. All robbing would do was drop his price instead. Li Jingtian glared at Yen Song, then coughed. Ha ha ha. That is an old story, a part unworthy of attention. How can it be? Without a cultivation method, your only choice was to steal if you didn't want to stay weak all your life. I truly admire your courage. Shuofan smiled. Li Jingtian's eyes shined and his heart jumped in joy since Shuofan didn't despise him. He laughed even harder. Your reputation doesn't do you justice, Demon Archon. Shuofan, you aren't like those so-called experts, but a man of true talent. Correct. In my younger days, I had to go steal renowned skills and cultivation methods from clans to become what I am now. And the more I stole, the more enemies I gained. But I showed no fear. After cultivating, I became stronger than any of them and killed any who chased me down. I always fought them with the same skills I stole, promising to hand my head over if I ever lost. Shuofan looked at him deeply. Isn't that the same as what I've been through in the 100-pill meeting? Shuofan's opinion of him grew somewhat. He was a renowned man to steal others' belongings and achieve greatness. Just like Shuofan. None of them were saints, just looking at things from a different angle. Then, people started calling Elder Li as the Mad Dipper. It means to say how arrogant I am, yet so powerful none of them could do anything to me. Vicious Pill King put his 2 cents in. Li Jingtian nodded. So I robbed and cultivated my way to the profound heaven stage, unmatched by all. But at that point, I have reached a choke point. Yeah. Spirit-ranked cultivation methods are too slow in the profound heaven stage and had to be exchanged. And the only ones with such cultivation methods are the imperial family and 7 houses, or the 4 pillars. Is this how you leaned on Regent Estate? Shuofan said. Li Jingtian shook his head, holding his head up high. Vicious Pill King butted in. Steward Zhua, you may not know, but Elder Li didn't lean on Regent Estate, but fought his way in. Elder Li heard of Regent Estate's imperial tyrant body art being the best of all the houses and wanted to take it. 5 elders had to work together, but even they, with their imperial tyrant body art, couldn't defeat Elder Li's spirit-ranked body cultivation method. Even Regent Estate's Grand Elder Huangpu Fenglei had to intervene. Thus, he invited him into his house as a guest elder, now venerable. This was one of the rare events in the history of Regent Estate. Vicious Pill King turned his admiration-filled eyes to Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian's head rose even higher, as if that was possible, as he stroked his ego in just the right spots, as if to say, look, I didn't go there begging. It was Regent Estate who invited me. But Shuofan saw through everything and snorted inside. This so-called invitation was after he became a sensation. Regent Estate is fraught with danger. No matter how tough you are, a profound heaven expert would soon be lying dead somewhere before he could make any kind of scene. It's obvious he used his own strength to recommend how fitting he was for Regent Estate. If I went in, my conceived version of Imperial Tyrant body art would have grown far stronger than theirs, thus boosting the power of Regent Estate. Nonetheless, a body cultivator who has always been engrossed in his training yet still had the time to develop such cunningness is a rarity. It had to be all that chasing's fault. Li Jingtian looked more pleasing in Shuofan's eyes. This radiant stage guy has brawn and brain. He is a good specimen. Scratching his nose, Shuofan smiled. In other words, Elder Li is a martial fanatic, doing anything and everything in your pursuit of power. You only have one life. If you don't fight your way to rise above the masses, it's not worth living for. Li Jingtian looked at the skies and sighed. Shuofan spoke. Now, I know what Elder Li wants. Hold on. I don't want you to see me as. I have my own cultivation method. Shuofan cut him off. What I am unclear, however, is why Elder Li, a Regent Estate's guest venerable, and knowing the Imperial Tyrant body art, would come after my cultivation method? Kid, I am not actually. Do be frank with me. Shooting him a glance, Shuafan was completely defiant. If Elder Li isn't honest, you will never get what you want from me, since I don't know what you really want. Stammering, Li Jingtian looked squarely at Shuafan with admiration. He is no common kid. Few are those who can meet the gaze of a radiant stage expert. No wonder Lung wanted me to personally deal with him. Li Jingtian sighed and nodded. Indeed, I came today for a cultivation method. Humph, I am Regent Estate's guest venerable, yet they only imparted the Imperial Tyrant body art up to the 7th stage, omitting the last 2. Yet, those weaker than me get to practice it without worry. Ridiculous. If I had trained to the 9th stage, I'd be invincible. Not even the Imperial family's divine dragons can compare. Just why have they not given me the last stages? Li Jingtian let go of all his rancor, to which the two looked at each other and shook their heads in mockery. This guy really was a martial fanatic, godlike even. Could Regent Estate rein him in if he became invincible? Humph, he had always been an outsider. I wouldn't impart it either if I couldn't control you. Shuafan said so, yet the outline of a plan was forming in his mind. This man could be taken into the fold, though he needed to fine-tune his rash behavior and get him to fall in line. Kid, I have been completely open with you. Now, it's your turn to tell me that body cultivation method of yours. He wanted to still pose as a senior, but Shuafan's bluntness was hard to cope with. He thus reverted to his mad dipper, robber self. Scratching his nose, Shuafan was just as calm as he smiled. Elder Li, how do you know my cultivation method is better than Imperial Tyrant body art? Humph. Anyone can tell after the stunt you pulled in Drifting Flower City. Li Jingtian huffed. Huangpu Qingyun just entered the 7th stage of Imperial Tyrant body art yet. Could only take 1 bursting pill. And then there's you taking 5 of them and killing him outright. Even a blind could see whose is better. Shuafan and Vicious Pill King shared a look and nodded. Not everyone was stupid, able to tell which was which. Yet, Shuafan still chose to shake his head. Elder Li, you are a renowned senior, most clear on the power the Imperial Tyrant body art holds. Think it through, just how many cultivation methods are there that can surpass it? Li Jingtian was at a loss. Ha ha ha, Elder Li, as you know the full recount of what happened in Drifting Flowers Edifice, then you must also know what my other title is. Eminent Alchemist Shuafan? Li Jingtian was stunned. You mean? Shuafan nodded with a crafty smile. I managed to display such power with my body because of my cultivation method. Yes, but also thanks to the pills personally refined. Just 1 was enough to boost my power 5 times. What, is that possible? Body cultivators were stronger than average because of their tough bodies. And the only way to obtain it was through arduous training, no exceptions. But if there was a pill that could do the same thing, where'd the body cultivator's advantage go? Does the world have such a miraculous pill? Li Jingtian was skeptical, but Shuafan's logic held some truth. How else could Shuafan, with his bone-tempering stage cultivation, stand up to Huangpu Qingyun? Li Jingtian was clearly hesitating. But then he said coldly, Kid, give me the pills or I'll waste you. Can't, I ate them all. How else could I have finished off Huangpu Qingyun? Then you better make some. Aren't you an alchemist? Out of ingredients. Then, I will stay with you until you get them. Li Jingtian was shouting now. Raising an eyebrow, Shuafan caught Vicious Pill King showing off a peculiar smile. One that Li Jingtian clearly spotted. In that case, I need the blood of a red-tail ice fox, a 3rd-level beast. Let's go to All Beast Mountain Range. Shuafan proposed. Li Jingtian waved him off with a smile. Hold on. Why should we go that far? There's plenty of 3rd-level spiritual beasts in a nearby forest. They aren't as many in All Beast Mountain Range, but should be enough for refining. Frowning, Shuafan had no choice but to sigh and nod. Very well. Let's go. Turning around, he gave Vicious Pill King a look. Vicious Pill King didn't seem to have caught it, but Li Jingtian was on guard to pick up this particular strange behavior. He pulled Zhua around by the shoulder and squinted. Kid, a third-level spiritual beast doesn't need all three of us. Let Yen Song get it while we wait. Ha ha ha. I am an alchemist and pay close attention to the details when picking any ingredient. How could I let Elder Yen go? Shuofan wiped his brow of sweat. Li Jingtian snorted inside. He didn't know what Shuofan's game was, but rumors about his cunning and treachery floated everywhere. It's best to be on the safe side. How many's blood ended up in this kid's hands just because they looked down on him? Li Jingtian was a veteran and saw through everything. He laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, cut the act. I said he will go alone and that's final. He is also an alchemist and knows what spiritual beast to pick. Gnashing his teeth, Shuofan furrowed his brows, but sighed in the end and took out a gourd from his ring. Elder Yen, here are the favorite worms of the red-tail ice fox. Bait it with this and catch it quickly. Yen Song's eyes lit up, catching his meaning, and nodded. Wait! Li Jingtian felt something was off. What is this? Let me see. Yen Song hesitated but Shuofan nodded. Li Jingtian took the ice-cold gourd and opened it. A blood-colored worm wiggled its way out. Li Jingtian looked at it with a critical eye but found nothing unusual. He gave it back to Vicious Pill King. This fox eats worms? Ha ha ha. Who else but us alchemists know the habits of every spiritual beast? Shuofan laughed. When Li Jingtian found Vicious Pill King had gone 10 meters away, he shouted, Yen Song, you have 1 day to bring a third-level spiritual beast. Be late and we won't wait for you. Yen Song staggered in his flight looking back at Shuofan and nodded. Shuofan sneered inside. Li Jingtian was quite cautious, leaving no stone unturned. Even though he let Yen Song go, he gave him a deadline. Now, it wouldn't matter even if he got help, since these two would be long gone. Humph! Getting hounded in his younger days worked wonders for his prudence, it seems. But despite all this caution, it only sends him deeper into my trap. Shuofan grinned. Around 12 hours later, Vicious Pill King carried a snow-white fox's body. His tail was a vibrant red. Vicious Pill King placed the body down and returned the gourd to Shuofan with a slight nod. Shuofan smiled. Now we can refine. Wait! Li Jingtian again butted in, his eyes flashing eerily. A flick of his finger cut the fox in two. Li Jingtian stooped and squeezed the parts until a red worm came out. Now you can begin. Li Jingtian squashed the worm to a paste. Vicious Pill King was startled yet found Shuofan calm as a well. So now I will refine a body pill for Elder Yen to prove my words. Shuofan took a deep breath and used his Yuan Chi flame. But Li Jingtian barked. Wait, I want 10. The more you have, the better. But you can only take it once in your life. Taking any more would be useless. Shuofan furrowed his brows. Laughing, Li Jingtian's eyes were sharp. If I say you make 10, then that's what you'll do. Unless you two don't want your heads on your shoulders. For lack of a better option, Shuofan started refining. When the pills were just about done, he added the ice fox's blood. With a hum, 10 pills radiating cool air and colored red flew into Shuofan's palm. Li Jingtian cried in shock. Why are they so cold yet came out of a Yuan Chi fire? Elder Li may not know that this third-grade pill, freezing body pill, is a clan secret. Refined with a yin-yang flame, it is hot inside and cold on the surface. Once ingested, hot and cold will travel through the body hundreds of times. Tempering it, Shuofan explained. Li Jingtian reached over. Give me one. Shuofan nodded, acquiescing his demand. Wait. Li Jingtian had a sly smile. Give me the other 9. Shuofan frowned but complied. Li Jingtian then pointed at the one Shuofan was holding and said with a cold smile, Kid, eat it. I told you, this pill only works once. Shuofan frowned. Laughing, Li Jingtian's eyes bore into him. I know of course, but it won't matter if you take one more. If you don't eat it, that this pill must have a defect and I will kill you. Shuofan ate it in the end. Seeing him fine, Li Jingtian's eyes roamed around and thought, Kid, pick one from these 9. Shuofan sighed and took one. Give it to me, Li Jingtian said. Shuofan complied. Yet Li Jingtian shouted again, just before he ate it. Hold on. You eat it, Yen Song. Me? Yen Song stammered but was forced to eat it either way. In this way, Li Jingtian made Shuofan pick again and again, until only 3 were left. He picked one himself, then checked the 2's faces before eating it. Li Jingtian felt a chill seep into him, then a warmth. It was so gentle and cozy. Shuofan raised an eyebrow, then snickered. This guy is paranoid? But he took the bait anyway. Li Jingtian entered meditation and focused on refining the pill. Shuofan and Vicious Pill King were actually just standing there looking at him. 6 hours later, Li Jingtian stood up. Shuofan smiled. How is it, elderly? Happy? Yes, my body feels so free. Li Jingtian let a carefree laugh, but then was cut short as he frowned. However, why is it that my body hasn't grown in power? Grinning, Shuofan said, that's normal since it was not a body pill by any means. It'd be odd if you did get stronger. What? You lied. Li Jingtian's rage exploded. Vicious Pill King hunkered for cover behind Zhua, but the latter was still carefree. Oh my elderly, you are a veteran and a man with widened horizons. How come you bought into this fairy tale about body pills? Don't you know cultivators walk in defiance to heavens? The greater the price, the bigger the reward. Relying on pills will only ruin you in the long run. You played me for a fool? Li Jingtian's eyes were red now. Vicious Pill King shivered as he shook Shuofan's arm. He tried to make him stop aggravating this old monster. Shuofan, however, flicked his hand free and laughed. And, what are you going to do about it? You think I'm as dumb as those morons you robbed? Thinking you can just take my cultivation method? Fat chance. Why you little? Li Jingtian was panting in rage, pointing at Shuofan all the while. The great Mad Dipper Li Jingtian was somebody, even in his early days, that the 7 houses would show some respect. But then, he met this young pup who started cursing him. The shame was unbearable. No matter if he got the cultivation method or not, Shuofan had to die. Li Jingtian bellowed and slapped the 2. The wave of power coming from him almost blew the 2 away. Kid, your life ends here. Vicious Pill King shivered behind Shuofan in fear. Steward Zhua, you tricked him but your bloodworm's plan fell through. So why are you making it worse? You looked so wise with your poise and calmness. But how come why are you hot-headed today? Vicious Pill King cried as he wailed inside. Who could have seen this coming? He just got a new lease on life only to die again a month later. Is this the end of my poor life? In the middle of his lamentation and prayers, Shuofan snorted and made a sign. Ah! A shriek of pain shuddered the heavens itself. A bloody mark appeared on Li Jingtian's forehead that forced his palm to a stop but a hair's breadth away from Shuofan. He then proceeded to hold his head as he collapsed in agony. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, dyeing the ground red. His eyes bulged out and were ready to pop. The whale had Vicious Pill King looking stumped. Looking back at Shuofan, he noticed the trademark wicked grin on his face. Steward Zhua? Did it work? Vicious Pill King blinked. Shuofan nodded. But of course, this coot is under my complete control. Elder Yen, you did well today. I will remember this. Great, ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King's spirits were uplifted. He looked to Li Jingtian with a proud gaze. You finally got yours. Who told you to play around? Don't you know any ploy before Shuofan is paid back many folds? Vicious Pill King felt it on his own skin. But seeing the Mad Dipper of Tianyu's act crushed and shamed, made him chipper. His admiration for Shuofan grew as well, of course. He even managed to bring a radiant stage cultivator to his knees. This boy is too much. What's happening to me? Li Jingtian held his head as he rolled on the ground. What the hell did you do to me? Shuofan and Vicious Pill King snickered in sync. Taking the remaining 2 pills, Shuofan said, Elder Li, I'm sure you know by now. Didn't a veteran cultivator like you ever heard the saying, don't take candy from a stranger? The pill. Li Jingtian's eyes widened. Impossible. Even if a third-grade pill had poison, my yuan qi is more than enough to remove it. And didn't you take it too? Shuofan snickered. We did indeed. Terribly sorry, however, this pill is completely safe. It has no poison, though it does refresh one's body. What is wreaking havoc in your body is this little buddy. Shuofan presented the gourd and a bloodworm came out. Li Jingtian had known something was off about it, but never thought it could be so deadly and make him stand on the edge of a precipice. This is my demonic creature, bloodworm. Takes control of your blood. I am linked with it, and a thought from me is enough to plunge you into a world of pain. It works just the same even on a radiant stage expert like you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Li Jingtian was shocked and roamed his eyes around, all while he expressed his doubt. That can't be! I scanned every ingredient you used, even the dead fox, and there was nothing wrong with any of them. The bloodworm was killed by me at the start. You're saying the worm didn't die when being refined? Vicious Pill King was also curious about this. This was the reason for his disappointment earlier. He just didn't know how Shuofan pulled off getting this old guy to swallow a bloodworm. Ha ha ha. I know this as well. Why else would I propose the red-tailed ice fox? Chuckling, Shuofan's eyes shined with wisdom. My bloodworm lives in frigid pools, and the ice fox's main property is its icy blood. So, I had Elder Yen feed it a bloodworm but not to include it in the pill later. It was also it would lay its eggs. You might have killed the bloodworm, but the icy blood was filled with eggs. Now I get it. Under a radiant stage expert scrutiny, they'll notice any hint of life in seconds. But an egg isn't alive until it hatches. This made Li Jingtian's search useless. Vicious Pill King exclaimed while also giving Shuofan a good round of ass-kissing. Steward Zhua is a sage to cover all aspects. Not even the veteran Li Jingtian could match your perfect schemes. I am in awe. That's not right. How did you make the bloodworm grow so fast from a mere egg? Li Jingtian was still in denial. With a light smile, Shuofan supplied the explanation on a casual note. You have the potency of the pill to thank for that. As I've said, I used both yin and yang fires in the refining. If I did not do so, the yang fire would have ruined the egg in the blood. The rest is as you already understand. Or more aptly put, felt on your own skin. The pill freely switches from yin to yang. Sometimes the warmth of spring, and sometimes the chill of a winter blizzard. It imitates the 4 seasons. Though it may have been 6 hours, but to the bloodworm, it was equivalent to decades. Not to mention, this pill speeds up your pulse. All to help the little bloodworm grow. The pill was no body pill, but one that facilitates the flow of blood, the spring pill. The explanation floored Li Jingtian completely. Never had he thought this day would come. He moved unchecked across the empire only to fall in the hands of a twerp. He could only laugh at himself for being greedy. It was this that brought him to his knees. But Shuofan saw through him once again. Ha ha ha. You must be thinking greed got you into this mess. No? Wrong. Humans are inherently greedy. Take away your desire, and would you still be human? Desire is fine, but you must never ever try to take any shortcuts. There's no such thing as a miracle pill to make you strong. And even if there is, the price you'd have to pay for it would be so much greater. Shuofan then placed a jade slip at his feet, stopping the bloodworm's torment as he continued preaching. Like I said, I have my own cultivation method. It is called Wraith Art. A mid-profound ranked demonic method of astonishing power. Train it to completion and it won't lack one bit to a top one. It is without a doubt stronger than even the Imperial Tyrant body art. At the same time, I will also give you 3 matching profound ranked martial arts. If you are willing to bend a knee and join me and the Luo clan, pick it up and become its elder. Or you can just leave, return to Regent Estate as a guest venerable. I won't stop you. Looking Shuofan straight in the eye, Li Jingtian could pick up on his sincerity. He slowly reached for the jade slip as he muttered, I first want to see if it is real and not, and if it is incomplete like what Regent Estate had passed to me. Shuofan smiled and nodded. When Li Jingtian caught a glimpse of it, his eyes widened. Bloody hell! There's a sound profound ranked martial art in here. This doesn't exist anywhere in the Empire. What kind of a behemoth is this Luo clan to have such a treasure? Your decision? Shuofan smiled. I'm in. Who the hell wouldn't at this point? Li Jingtian put the jade slip in his ring and laughed. Kid, I'd come over to your side much earlier if you had just shown me this cultivation method. What need was there for all that cloak and dagger spiel? You don't say. Knowing what he was thinking once again, Shuofan smiled coldly. Wouldn't you have killed me instead, to silence me and take my head for a reward? Li Jingtian scratched his head awkwardly from having his heart laid bare. Shuofan is just as the rumors say. Nothing escapes him. No wonder he can act so calmly after killing 6 experts. With such a talent, the clan must be of even more epic proportions. I didn't lose out following him. Li Jingtian laughed inside. He may have been forced to switch camps, but you could say he traded up. As such, another poor and disillusioned expert climbed aboard. Shuofan didn't mind at all. Isn't it a good thing if they trust the Luo clan? Although they may perhaps experience a somewhat mild letdown when they see it. Shuofan felt somewhat bashful at that last thought. The caged dragon city leaned onto the endless miles-long bulwark range. For towering peaks, jutting cliff edges, and cloud-wreathed hunks of rocks had the city surrounded. Seen from above, the 4 looked like spikes nailing down a proud dragon, dooming it for all eternity. And this city here was where the head of the 7 houses, the Regent estate, laid its roots. An old man in his 50s, with sunken cheeks and pale as paper, was now standing before the looming city gate. His hair was in a bun, just like a scholar's, evoking a refined and courteous air. But the bloodthirst in his eyes ruined this image. 2 profound heaven experts flanked him. Yet, their attitude was quite deferred toward the old man, with a hint of fear mixed within. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 lights flashed before them. They were none other than Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, Long Yifi, 3rd Elder, and Long Jiu. You honor me, Pavilion Lord Long, with your arrival. Do forgive me for coming so late to welcome you. The scholar half bowed to Long Yifi. Yet, there was no trace of courteousness on his face. Long Yifi returned the greeting with haste and respect. It is of no importance. How could I possibly demand Sir Lung come in person? You have given me a world of respect just by waiting for me. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Lord Long is courteous. It is only proper I do so, as the steward of Regent Estate. Sir Lung cupped his hands and his lips curled into a wide smile. Long Yifi nodded but felt his heart in a vice. Around a man they called unwanted contriver Leng Wuchang, one had to be mindful of his every little gesture at all times, lest they reveal something they wouldn't want to about themselves. Lest they would unwittingly allow him to pry into Veiled Dragon Pavilion's secrets. Even the other 6 house lords treated meeting Sir Lung with more gravity than seeing the emperor. Whoosh! 3 more figures arrived just then. Looking over, they were Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuanshan, along with his Grand Elder and one-armed 5th Elder. Perhaps the rage and humiliation still held him in their grip, for his features were tightened and morose. After exchanging greetings with Lung Wuchang and some short pleasantries, Lung Wuchang flicked his cold eyes on Long Yifi. Humph, Pavilion Lord Long. Enemies always seem to bump into each other. This is the 2nd time we meet since our audience with the Emperor. Ha ha ha, quite so. Life is fickle like that. It seems, however, after we parted from the Imperial capital, Veiled Dragon Pavilion stayed the same. Yet, I find it that not to be the case for Hell Valley. Long Yifi chuckled, the sarcasm clear in his eyes as well. This open jab at Hell Valley was an obvious mockery to them losing 2 great generals. First, the demise of Yugiki, and second, the crippling of 5th Elder, Diamondback Ape. Hell Valley's losses were tremendous, falling dreadfully short in power compared to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Yuanshan's face contorted in rage and stomped forward, his power threatening to break out as he spat. Long Yifi, come and see for yourself if Hell Valley is still the same or not. Humph! You think the likes of you scare me? Snorting, Long Yifi's eyes were sharp, letting his power ooze out. The 2 peak profound heaven experts' auras clashed, putting pressure on the two profound heaven experts belonging to Regent Estate into retreating. Even though Regent Estate was crowned as the strongest house, Long Yifi and Yuanshan were not to be taken lightly either. Few present could push back these two elders, even in the Regent Estate. The two sides bared their fangs, needing one last push to blow everything up in smoke. Lung Wuchang coughed. "Gentlemen, please, this is Regent Estate." Those simple words were as if spoken by a god, as it shook the hearts of the two and their aura vanishing. They proceeded to instantly bow in apology. "Please show leniency, Sir Lung. It's fine. Just remember that we are in Regent Estate and you are our guests. You will make it difficult for me if you start fighting here. Please take it elsewhere if you want to sort your differences. That's all I'm asking." Lung Wuchang's face was as blank as ever, but the words were chilling to the bone. His eyes even contained a hint of reprimand when looking at them. Despite the anger welling in the two, they could only let it simmer. He had the monster that was Regent Estate behind him, someone none of the 6 houses wanted to make an enemy of. "Ha ha ha. This place sure is lively. Valley Lord Yu, Pavilion Lord Long. It's been ages." A laughter broke out, followed by 3 towering figures in green. Their leader was a wizened old man with silver-haired, while the other 2 were his elders. One was red-haired and the other violet, yet each one of them had an eerie hint of green in their eyes. "Hall Lord Yen Bagong?" Squinting, Yuanshan mocked them. "You seem to be quite springy, for someone who had his best alchemist slaughtered in cold blood." "Ha ha ha, Valley Lord Yu. There's no need to provoke me." Yen Bagong smiled. "Pill King Hall is different from you. You always go on a murder spree every day, with every one of your elders a mighty general. My condolences for the loss, by the way. While we at the Pill King Hall pursue alchemy above all else. Only the best alchemist is worthy of the vicious Pill King title. Even if we were robbed of our precious alchemist, we still have many more that can fit the role as well. Just as we have many 7th grade alchemists like Yen Song. Since they have always been in his shadow for so long, they must be letting it all out in laughter now. In short, we do not lack alchemists. Our next vicious Pill King will achieve just as his predecessor had, taking the title of the best alchemist in Tianyu." Yen Bagong stood proud before the two, while Yuanshan cursed silently. "A cold and cruel hell is a more fitting place for you." Long Yifi snorted. "Hall Lord Yen seems to be quite confident. I heard that in the 100-pill meeting held by Drifting Flowers Edifice, before vicious Pill King's untimely demise, he fell utterly short to the more skilled Zhuofan. Do tell, how is the best alchemist in Tianyu one of yours now, I certainly don't see it." For the first time since he came, Yen Bagong's face took a darker tone, his eyes flashing with bloodthirst. "Humph? And if Zhuofan dies? The dead can't compete with Pill King Hall in taking the best alchemist title." "What? Zhuofan? Where is that devil?" A sudden bark rang everyone's ears. It followed with the arrival of 3 figures in blue. A middle-aged man with delicate features walked to Lung Wuchang. "Sir Lung, hasn't Zhuofan been dealt with yet?" Lung Wuchang frowned. Mary Woods was the dumbest ally no one would ever want. "Could you speak any louder? I don't think everyone heard you clearly." "Too little too late." Long Yifi could already guess as his eyes glanced at the two. Lung Wuchang coughed. "House Lord Lin, please mind yourself. We are all here to strategize on how to rid the world of that devil." "Oh, Lin Ruffin. Why do I get the feeling you already began to act?" Lin Ruffing's eyes searched for a clue. A tick? Anything. Lin Ruffing nodded without a care. "Damn right. That punk killed our 6th elder. How can we not retaliate? This time we sent 2 profound heaven experts. House Lord Lin, Zhuofan is most cunning. It is not appropriate for Mary Woods to act alone. Let us all work together on this after the 7 houses gathering." Lung Wuchang intervened before Lin Ruffing's loose tongue could do even more damage. Lin Ruffing was startled. "What do you mean alone? Weren't you in it as well?" But Lung Wuchang's deadly glare shut him up before he could open his beak. However, Long Yifi could already guess what happened. Regent Estate has been on the move even before the 7 houses gathering. and they excluded Veiled Dragon Pavilion, it seems. It was a clear indication that Regent Estate crossed Veiled Dragon Pavilion from their ally list. This spells trouble. If the Regent Estate goal is to rule all 7 houses, they are sure to make an example out of Veiled Dragon Pavilion by eliminating us. Long Yifi secretly sighed. I can only pray for Zhuofan's safety, that he will assist us once he rises to power. You must stay alive at all costs. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since it's been so bustling here. It must have been, a century since our last gathering. A sudden chuckle followed a scholarly middle-aged man with a long beard joining them with 2 elders behind. And one of them was Sword Marquis Abode's 8th elder, Jian Suifeng. Jian Suifeng and Long Zhou's eyes met and they nodded at each other. In Drifting Flower City, Zhuofan pulled the strings in getting Sword Marquis Abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion secretly more acquainted. Long Yifi's eyes shined at the newcomer, finally meeting an ally, and laughed. Ha ha ha. Abode Lord Sky Breaking Xiaofeng, we meet at last. Pavilion Lord Soaring Dragon Long Yifi. I've been looking forward to seeing you as well. Xiaofeng cupped his hands, laughing together for a reason only they knew. These 2 were house lords yet. They have never once met before, but since they were allies now, they saw each other in a better light. Lung Wuchang's brows trembled. The 7 houses are almost all here, but in light of Drifting Flowers Edifice's unfortunate disaster that demon caused, I believe they have their hands tied and can't join us. Let us. Who said Drifting Flowers Edifice's hands are tied? A clear and powerful voice cut Lung Wuchang's speech short. Then a bang echoed as a golden staff with a dragon head smashed the ground. The sight of her caused the others to widen their eyes, even Lung Wuchang. The old hag still lives. A curvaceous woman in her 40s, free from the scars of time, walked with dignity and lofty air. At every step, the dragon-head golden staff smashed the pavement. Oddly enough, it was at that instant the other people's hearts jumped as well. She was the legend that had kept Drifting Flowers Edifice afloat a century ago with her own 2 hands, the one they called Grandmother, Chu Bijuan. Long Yifi and Xiaofeng had heard of her recovery from Long Zhou and Jian Suifeng, but seeing her in person was a whole other matter entirely. Each of them watched dumbstruck as if they saw a ghost. One could hardly blame them. Behind Grandmother were Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer. They stood proud and head held high, finally able to blow off their long pentade steam. Impossible. You should be dead. Hall Lord Yen stammered. Snorting, Chu Bijuan flicked him a look and spat. Yen Bagong, you'd wish it so, but to your disappointment, I am still alive and well. I may soon even enter the Radiant stage. Humph, your deep consideration for Drifting Flowers Edifice over the years have been noted. I will make sure to repay each and every transgression. Shivering inside, Yen Bagong sank into a depression. Chu Bijuan's title of Lady of Steel was for her staunch determination in following through on her promise. The future of Pilking Hall looked quite bleak. Congratulations on your recovery, Edifice Lord Chu, and resuming your lead. Lung Wuchang gradually cooled and cupped his hands to Chu Bijuan. She returned the gestures with a light bow. Please, Sir Lung, you're too kind. The Edifice Lord has always been Qingqing, but she had to enter seclusion while this gathering is taking place. So I took it upon myself to assist her by coming here in her stead. Edifice Lord Chu is modest. Everyone knows you are the first overseer. However, you are no different than an Edifice Lord, thus your title. With you leading, Drifting Flowers Edifice will bound to rise. Smiling, Lung Wuchang continued. You have my utmost admiration for advising 3 generations of Edifice Lords and for your open-minded nature. Chu Bijuan nodded in her show of respect. Lung Wuchang smiled. Would it be too much to ask that in this 7 houses gathering, Edifice Lord Chu put aside our differences? Ha ha ha, of course, Sir Lung. Only, I'm not so sure everyone else would be as quick to agree as me. Chu Bijuan sneaked a glance at Yen Bagong. Yen Bagong gnashed his teeth. Since Sir Lung asked, I shall accommodate your request while in Regent Estate. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Laughing, Lang Wuchang's eyes roamed over the crowd and gestured with a flourish. Guests, please follow me. Estate Lord is waiting. He took the lead. The rest followed after him, while Yen Bagong snorted at Chu Bijuan. Chu Bijuan only smiled coldly, leaving with her overseers. When passing by Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis' abode, they exchanged glances and the three broke out in smiles. This was done in such a casual manner that no one noticed. These three houses were in fact allies. The 6 houses' delegates entered in a lofty and grand hall. The arrangements were full of taste and refinement, yet there were only 7 seats. It was obviously reserved for the house lords, while their detail made to stand. This earned no little dissent among the elder. They were revered in their own houses and even their house lord showed them proper respect. While here they seemed to be treated like air. Turning a blind eye, Lang Wuchang gestured, "Please take your seats while I ask Estate Lord to join you." And he left. Yen Bagong, Yu Wanshan and Lin Ruffing looked at each other before taking their seats. Chu Bijuan squinted and took a seat as well. The elders were, however, made to stand at their side. Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng exchanged a glance, then looked at their elders, undecided to the best course of action. A house leader should fight for the respect of his elders. The best way was to ask Regent Estate for more seats. The elders were the pillars of the house, not mere servants to watch their house lord eat while standing aside. But the seating was so strange that left the two at a loss. While they were debating inside, a stout man in golden ceremonial robes dazzled in with Lang Wuchang behind him. He was the estate lord, Huangpu Tianyuan. The people stood and offered their respects. Huangpu Tianyuan returned their gesture and sat in the seat of honor. Only then did the others sit as well. Lang Wuchang chose to stand behind Huangpu Tianyuan, without a hint of complaint. Huangpu Tianyuan took everyone's presence into account and, even though Lang Wuchang warned him, he was shocked to see Chu Bijuan here just the same. "Edifice Lord Chu, I am relieved to see you in good health." Chu Bijuan nodded. "I am most grateful for Estate Lord's kind thoughts. Drifting Flowers Edifice and Regent Estate have always been close. Chu Bijuan recovery is a happy event for us. Regent Estate." Huangpu Tianyuan smiled and patted her snow-white hand. Chu Bijuan withdrew in flustered and with reddened cheeks. "Goddamn hypocrite." Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer cursed him secretly. If not for grandmother's early warning, they'd be blowing a gasket right about now. Huangpu Tianyuan turned to Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng, asking in faux interest, "Pavilion Lord Long, Abode Lord Xie, why are you standing? Do you find your seats lacking? I will change them for you." No. Long Yifi denied, his eyes darting around while replying oddly. "Sir Long is one of the 3 sages in Tianyu. How could I let him stand? I freely offer my own seat to him." Xie Xiaofeng understood his hidden meaning. At an important and rare occasion as the 7 houses gathering, how could Regent Estate make such a casual blunder to forget some seats? It was obviously done on purpose. Mentioning it would instantly trigger the trap. As for what that was, no one knew. Yet, Lang Wuchang took a roundabout approach, hanging the issue over Lang Wuchang's head. Although unable to talk back for Regent Estate's accommodations, the least he could do was counter it ingeniously. Pavilion Lord Long still knows how to use the old noodle." Xie Xiaofeng joined in as well. "AI, how could I let Pavilion Lord Long give his seat? It's best I give my own." "Oh, no, take mine. Please, I insist." The two kept going back and forth hoping to make a mountain out of a molehill. Yet Huangpu Tianyuan was sitting there without the slightest disturbance. Lang Wuchang snorted secretly. He cupped his hands at the two. "Thank you, House Lords, for your generous offers, but we have rules here. Cannot agree. These 7 seats are for House Lords only. A subject like me is unworthy of seating next to Lords. So that's why. Is this Regent's skill in dividing his subjects from the Lords?" The two saw the same guess in each other's eye. Lang Wuchang was quite vague, but it hinted at Regent Estate's ambition. He tossed out the subjects and lord excuse to test who was worthy of making ties with Huangpu Tianyuan and who was not. As for who was the lord and the subjects among the 7 houses, it was painfully clear. For the sake of dealing with Zhuofan, they convened the 7 houses gathering, but it was in fact a cover to threaten the 6 houses into submission. There was no way Regent Estate would breach this subject out of their own initiative. So how could they deal with this? Long Yifei and Xie Xiaofeng gnashed their teeth, taking seats with anxious hearts. The elders stood behind them with heavy expressions. Regent Estate was planning on using Zhuofan as a scapegoat to unite the houses. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled once everyone was seated. The reason why I've asked you all here today is abundantly clear. As of late, Devil Zhuofan had repeatedly breached the 7 noble houses' honor. Beginning with Hell Valley's 7th elder, it slowly snowballed into the chaos that engulfed Drifting Flower's edifice and robbing us of 4 elders with his devious ploys. The whole of Tianyu sees us as nothing but buffoons. If we let him continue on this path, the day may very well come when he will purge one house from its roots. Wasn't Drifting Flower City the root of Drifting Flower's edifice? The Hall Lord couldn't help but point out his mockery. Chu Bijuan smiled coldly. Indeed, Drifting Flower City has been reduced to shambles. However, that was at the price of taking out the best alchemist in Tianyu. Shouldn't this old bones destroy a few more? Chu Bijuan, mind your goddamn tone. Yen Bagong slapped the table. Chu Bijuan was quite calm as she stood. Humph. Anyone here is more than clear who should mind his? Enough. Huangpu Tianyuan shouted. Fighting among us before our enemy is vanquished will only benefit him. Huangpu Tianyuan ended their quarrel and resumed. For that purpose, I propose, in the name of the 7 houses, the demon-purging decree and put an end to his vile tendencies. What? The others gasped, even Chu Bijuan and Yen Bagong. They all had their guesses, but hearing it was still a shock. The last time the demon-purging decree was issued was 3 centuries ago. Demon-purging decree was the 7 Houses Act, which held as much power as the emperor's edicts. Yet it was far more cruel. Even if the emperor was subjected to some offense, his edict would involve the 7 houses at the most in dealing with the offender. But the demon-purging decree rendered a constant kill order on the target, in which the 7 houses would deploy all their assets, including their venerables, in hunting him down. The target would be exterminated with extreme prejudice. It wasn't limited to the target either, as it included the place he visited, be it a village or a city. They were all burned to the ground. Driven by fear, everyone else would start hounding the target as well, until he had nowhere to hide in the whole of Tianyu Empire. In this manner, the target would slowly grow weary, unable to cope, and ultimately perish. As this was a drastic measure, the demon-purging decree was issued only if voted unanimously by the 7 house lords. If one house failed to participate, it would be tantamount to betraying the imperial family and being labeled as traitors. Yet, Zhuofan only killed people from 4 houses, becoming bitter enemies with them. Even if he had all 7 of them breathing down his neck, it would still not warrant such a cruel and vicious act as the demon-purging decree, since this act implied the slaughter of innocents in cold blood. 3 centuries ago, the 7 houses would have refrained from using it as well, but that little monster was too hard to deal with. While this time it was used on a mere bone-tempering cultivator. Everyone was frowning, sinking into their thoughts. What does everyone think? Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Yen Bagong, Yu Wanshan, and one other nodded. We agree to a state lord's decision. The brat has to be put down at once. Long Yifei muttered. However, using demon-purging decree at this time is overkill. This implies an empire-wide call to arms, and an explanation has to be given to the imperial family. Furthermore, Zhuofan is hardly at the level of that little monster 3 centuries ago. It doesn't make sense to use the demon-purging decree for just this. Xie Xiaofeng nodded. Humph, of course you'd say that, Pavilion Lord Long. At that time, Veiled Dragon Pavilion was willing to take the blame for the kid. You must be practically joined at the hip with that devil by now. Yu Wanshan snorted. Long Yifei roared. Yu Wanshan, Cease your baseless accusations. When your two elders died in Windgaze City, we were in the dark too. Would you have believed us if we just told you it wasn't us? We might as well settle this now so that rumors won't spread saying that Qianlong Pavilion is afraid of you. How is it that now, your story has changed into us taking the fall for Zhuofan? You know full well who's taking the blame. Are you to tell me you are that oblivious to what happens in your own backyard? Windgaze City is your domain. Ha ha ha, you knew full well that was our domain, yet you sent elders in. They were seeking death. Say that again. Yuanshan slapped the table and jumped to his feet. Long Yifi did the same in answer to his challenge. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted in anger, one that shook the entire place. Yuanshan and Long Yifi felt their ears ringing and a heavy force pushing down on them. Shock set in as well. Huangpu Tianyuan's power was incredible. Despite all being peak profound heaven stage experts here, they were a cut below him. The two were reduced to only glaring at each other as they took their seats. Eyeing them coldly, Huangpu Tianyuan said, "Remember, this is the Regent estate." The two apologized but were wary nonetheless. "Edifice Lord Chu, what is your decision?" Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. After a brief reflection, Chu Bijuan responded with a smile. "I wholly approve of Estate Lord's decision. This devil-ruined Drifting Flowers edifice and has to be put down." Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng watched each other baffled. "Hey Grandma, we are allies here. Don't go kicking us to the curb." Huangpu Tianyuan was shocked at her casual response. But then Chu Bijuan showed an expression plagued by worry. "Estate Lord, we may issue the demon-purging decree, but you have to move like lightning and destroy him. You must know that he has the Bodhi root in his possession, Drifting Flowers edifice's greatest treasure. If he is pushed into a corner and eats it, it will boost his power and will ruin us." Chu Bijuan's words struck a chord. Huangpu Tianyuan sighed. "On second thought, it is best we don't unleash such a calamity as the demon-purging decree on the people." "And, wait, what?" Yuanshan's side nodded out of instinct but soon came to and was flabbergasted. He thought to himself, "I say, Estate Lord, didn't you tell us to follow your lead? We even agreed to enact the demon-purging decree. Why are you then so whimsical? Are you going back on your words to trick us too?" Huangpu Tianyuan treated their looks of doubt as air, sighing once again in abject sorrow. "I only proposed the demon-purging decree to see if there's any compassion left in your hearts. Us seven are the peak of Tianyu's power. We have to lead by example, to stand united in upholding peace in Tianyu. If we adhere to the demon-purging decree and bring disaster to our people over one kid, for our selfishness no less, wouldn't that be too despicable of us?" Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng bobbed their heads. They were clueless as to why Huangpu Tianyuan shifted gear like a teenager, but they agreed in a heartbeat. Yuanshan's side had their faces twitching, and Huangpu Tianyuan's amiable smile almost had them spurt blood. "Curses! Are you playing with us? Did you just use us knowing our motives earlier to paint us the villains while making you the benevolent hero? This damn Regent estate is a den of bastards." Yuanshan's side glanced at each other, looking as if they swallowed a fly. They all then started to discuss how to deal with Zhuofan, but came up empty. Huangpu Tianyuan then adjourned the meeting, for the house lords to get some rest. When Chu Bijuan left, Huangpu Tianyuan never let her out of his sight. "This damn hag is back to her old tricks." When all left, Huangpu Tianyuan spoke faintly. Nodding, Lung Wuchang smiled. "Yes, hitting us right where it hurts. The hag saw your motive with a glance and threw a wrench in your demon-purging decree. From what I've seen, the Drifting Flowers edifice may be the weakest house, but Chu Bijuan isn't easy to deal with. At least, far more troublesome than Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng working together. Indeed, with this hag back, the Drifting Flowers edifice is going to be a hard pill to swallow." Huangpu Tianyuan sighed. Yuanshan's group suddenly appeared in the hall. Already knowing they'd come, Lung Wuchang waved them off with a smile. "I know what's on your minds, but please relax. We have no ill will towards any of you. Estate Lord only changed his decision on the spur of the moment. Startled, Yuanshan's group held Lung Wuchang in even greater admiration. Sir is an outstanding strategist. It is indeed why we came here, yet you could tell with a single look. Please, you're too kind. I only have people's best intentions in mind. Lung Wuchang smiled. But Sir Lung, estate lord, how are we to get rid of Zhuofan? Yuanshan frowned. Hell Valley and Zhuofan's grudges were bone deep. They only cared about seeing Zhuofan dead. Huangpu Tianyuan and Lung Wuchang laughed. Valley Lord, you. A pup has you running scared? Look at you shaking in worry over there. You are bringing disgrace to the 7 houses. Huangpu Tianyuan mocked him. Lung Wuchang's eyes flashed. Valley Lord, you. Haven't we already sent a team to intercept him? And if it fails? Isn't this the reason for the demon purging decree? This was Yuanshan and the others' biggest worry. Huangpu Tianyuan rejected. You think a mere bone-tempering kid is worthy of the demon purging decree? The decree is only a means to an end. A convenient excuse. Yuanshan blinked baffled. Lung Wuchang looked unperturbed. I may not know much about him, but 3 houses send 2 profound heaven experts after him. The chance of success is over 90%. But just now, it became 100%. Oh, what makes you so sure of success, Sir Lung? Huangpu Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Even he was curious. Lung Wuchang grinned. Because our guest venerable, Lung Wuchang, volunteered as well. He's going too, whatever for? Huangpu Tianyuan was startled. Why else? He must have heard of the kid's exploits in Drifting Flower City and plans on taking Zhuofan's cultivation method for himself. That martial fanatic knows when to be serious only when these things are involved. Humph, what a fool. He is Regent Estate's guest venerable, with imperial tyrant body art at his disposal, and yet here he is coveting an outsider's cultivation method. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted. Lung Wuchang shook his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. With Elder Li's character, he'll definitely kill the kid afterward. The brat's fate is sealed. Yuanshan's group was overjoyed at the news. Now that a Radiant Stage expert set his eyes on Zhuofan, he would die for sure no matter how skilled he was. Yet to their complete lack of knowledge of the situation, that giddy Radiant Stage expert who went to rob and kill, got turned instead. Even Lung Wuchang would be so shocked his eyes would pop out of their sockets. Also, Yuanshan's group was slowly getting into a mood of celebrating Zhuofan's death. Meanwhile, the one-armed 5th elder was shedding tears of vindication. However, this stopped when Lung Wuchang shot them a look. You all need to proceed to Windgaze City. The smile froze on the 4 and Yuanshan turned his head mechanically, with a bright smile to offer the 2. Estate Lord, Sir Lung, haven't we been keeping watch of Windgaze City just so we could get rid of Zhuofan? Why do we need to attack that place now that Zhuofan is out of the picture? Fool! Huangpu Tianyuan barked, his eyes cold. That's the place that gave birth to Zhuofan, and there's a good chance for a 2nd, a 3rd, maybe even a 10th Zhuofan to rise. Rather than deal with that mess, we need to level that clan. Furthermore, Huangpu Tianyuan's tone shifted to a darker one. Have I ever gone back on my words? You did exactly that just now. Shivering, Yuanshan's group complained in their minds, but they were on their best behavior on the outside. Bowing to Huangpu Tianyuan again, they then left. Send them a message. It's time for them to begin. N. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded, pleased. Once the 4 were out of sight of the hall, Yuanshan stomped in rage. Who does Regent Estate think they are to use us as messengers? Yeah, the Emperor banned us from Windgaze City 2 years ago. Regent Estate wants to test the imperial family's limits and doesn't dare go himself. So he is making us face the danger. What an abominable man. Yen Bagong gnashed his teeth. Lin Ruffing furrowed his brow in worry. But we will be offending Regent Estate if we don't go. And if we do, we will incur the imperial family's wrath. What is the better choice? They stared at each other for a long time but came out empty as they sighed. The imperial family may be a frail tiger now, but that didn't mean one should start groping its tail. If by some chance they touched a sore spot, the weak tiger would snap back at them. The three houses would feel the fangs and claws of the imperial family and would have no place to hide in the empire. Go to hell, Regent Estate. Each of them was thinking along the same lines, but none dared to turn Huangpu Tianyuan down. Fifth Elder continued, Valley Lord, we should choose the lesser of two evils. We don't know if the imperial family will act if we move in on Windgaze City. But going against Regent Estate will have Huangpu Tianyuan on our backs. And you know his short temper. The three house lords shuddered and sighed. In this situation, our only option is to go on a limb. Yuanshan spat. That the imperial family is useless and won't act against us. Yuanshan picked a green jade slip and made a gesture. The jade slip turned into a light and shot in Windgaze City's direction. The other two house lords followed his gestures. Lung Wuchang was outside the hall, smiling at the three lights tracing the sky above caged Dragon City. The three realized my plan, but they chose to follow it anyway. Huangpu Tianyuan chuckled as he walked next to Lung Wuchang. Lung Wuchang nodded with a smile of his own. The three are house lords after all, not mere idiots. How could they not see through estate lords' intentions? But even so, after balancing the gains and losses, they ultimately sided with estate lord. The seven houses seemed to take the imperial family as just an empty shell. Indeed, over the last 1,000 years, the seven houses thrived while the imperial clan declined. It reached a point where the current emperor is the weakest this empire has ever seen. A great opportunity presents itself to us. Huangpu Tianyuan grinned and showed his ambition. If the imperial family remains passive even after the Battle of Windgaze City, then I can enact the demon purging decree and purge all outsiders while unifying the seven houses. I will ultimately control the whole land. Ha ha ha, with the seven houses under you, not even the four pillars can stand in your way. I would like to be the first to congratulate the estate lord for taking the throne. Lung Wuchang gave a deep bow. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed, having his ego stroked, then helped Lung Wuchang up. Lung Wuchang, you are the genius of this generation yet. Chose to become my steward, helping Regent Estates rise to glory. I hereby vow that once I ascend the throne, I will make you the head of the four pillars. I am most grateful for estate lord's kindness. Lung Wuchang bowed again as hope flickered in his gaze. Once Elder Li kills Xuefan and brings back the Bodhi root, I will assist estate lord in obtaining the 9 dragons' diamond body. Not even the imperial family's 5 divine dragons will be able to harm you then. You will truly wield ultimate power and rule above everyone. But won't that martial fanatic catch an interest into that worldly treasure? Or would he just throw it away? Ha ha ha, you must be jesting, estate lord. Elder Li is only a martial fanatic and not a complete idiot. How could he throw away such a treasure? Of course he'll return it to us. And with Elder Li's ability, Xuefan will have no opportunity in damaging the treasure at all. Rest assured, estate lord. Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan started laughing together, as if the world was their oyster. In a different part of the city, Long Yaifi, Xie Xiaofeng, and Chu Bijuan convened in a secluded place once they left the hall. Long Yaifi showed Chu Bijuan proper respect. Grandmother, what has gotten into Regent Estate? Could you please enlighten me? This also concerned Xie Xiaofeng deeply. They knew Regent Estate was up to something, and it was not good by the looks of it, but he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Grandmother sighed and shook her head. Pavilion Lord Long, abode Lord Xie. The three of us are in an alliance, so I'll be frank. You two are at the very top of Huangpu Tianyuan's blacklist. What? Startled, the two had guessed as much, but there was another thing to hear it from grandmother, a renowned figure among even the 7 houses. Chu Bijuan took a deep breath and resumed. I have dealt with the houses for all my life and can attest that I know every house's style like the back of my hand. Let's turn back to when we just entered the hall. You believed, since Lung Wuchang spoke of the lords and subject, that he was looking for you to follow Regent Estate blindly, right? Isn't that the case? The two asked together. Shaking her head, Chu Bijuan sighed. Her eyes focused. That was a test of obedience. Obedience. Precisely. The so-called lord and subject setup was in fact a way to lord over the masses. To sum it up, to judge obedience. The instant we entered the hall, it was made abundantly clear. Chu Bijuan squinted, her tone cold. Huangpu Dunuan is too proud and he only wants those who obey around him. So when you saw the seats he had laid out for you, he expected you to take them without making a peep. Pavilion Lord Long may have been clever, but to him, it was all the same as not obeying him and putting you first on the blacklist. Long Yifi never would have thought Regent Estate was so overbearing to impose his will even on the 7 houses. Xia Xiaofeng frowned as he nodded in agreement. I can see now why grandmother has been going along with his intentions. It was all to make Drifting Flowers edifice among the last to get rid of. That should be the case. Chu Bijuan nodded. Now that he believes the Bodhi root is with Xuefan, and that I obey him throughout this whole farce. In his eyes, Drifting Flowers edifice should be behind your houses on the blacklist. Brother Xie, we must stay vigilant. Long Yifi laughed dryly. Xie Xiaofeng nodded. What they thought would be a hidden alliance with Drifting Flowers edifice to make a joint covert attack, now became a full-blown and open assault. Suddenly, becoming the vanguard had placed a heavy weight on their shoulders, as if the vicious eyes of Regent Estate were fixed on them both. But they had to admire the Lady of Steel. Drifting Flowers edifice had now revived to the one of old along with Lady of Steel's recovery. For her to shift Regent Estate's main priority from them was a difficult feat to pull. Putting these two in the first line of fire, Chu Bijuan knew what they were thinking and tapped with her dragon head staff. House Lords, do not think for a second you are shouldering Drifting Flowers edifice disaster alone. With you in front, Drifting Flowers edifice is indeed safe for now. But we are all in the same boat. If one house falls, the ruin of the other two will only be a matter of time. The two bowed in profound respect. Grandmother has always had the greater picture in mind. We are ashamed. Now that we are allies in the truest sense of the word, we must devise a plan to stop Regent Estate's campaign. Chu Bijuan spoke in an imposing tone. His plan to use the demon purging decree was not to deal with demon Xuefan, but take advantage of the chaos and swallow the 6 houses. But I knew his keen interest in Bodhi root and mentioned it, also he would give up on that notion. It won't last, however. Once he kills Xuefan and obtains the Bodhi root, the demon purging decree will be issued all the same. But wouldn't the death of Xuefan take away the sole reason behind the demon purging decree? Fool! Grandmother tapped with her staff, her tone dropping lower. Demon purging decree never had anything to do with Xuefan from the start. He is an excuse, and this excuse remains valid even if he kills Xuefan while the facts are hidden. I am convinced that Regent Estate had long since sent a team to deal with the kid. And since unwanted contriver Lang Wuchang is also lending a hand, I can only assume the worst. Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng nodded, hearts overwhelmed with shame. This was the Lady of Steel, a woman worthy of her title. In times of great peril, she was not a bit inferior to a man. Before this senior, the 2 house lords were naught but mere children that listened to her orders. All that Regent Estate is missing is to determine the limit of the imperial family. Only then will they unleash the demon purging decree without scruples. And this limit is none other than Windgaze City. Chu Bijuan's eyes focused and shouted. We do not know the imperial family's stance on Windgaze City, so we have to help them. We cannot let Luo clan fall. Qing'er Peony, go and inform Huangpu Tenyuan that I, Pavilion Lord Long, and Abode Lord Xie have urgent matters to attend in our houses and have to leave. At once. The 2 overseers bowed. Chu Bijuan turned to the house lords. We must make haste and aid Windgaze City. The enemy must have forces in place already. I can only hope we make it in time. Grandmother, won't the 3 houses be moving together? We can't afford any delays. Chu Bijuan cut through their hesitation on the spot. Lang Wuchang is a shrewd man and we won't be able to hide our cooperation from him for long. It's best we make it public and face them head-on. This will also work to show that we are one and not to be pushed around. Saying her piece, Chu Bijuan flew away. Long Yifi and Xie Xiaofeng looked at each other and laughed dryly. Lady of Steel is fierce indeed. The two house lords couldn't gain any word in at all. All they could do was follow her lead. She's a bit too fierce. And at this moment, three figures landed on a mountain outside Windgaze City. Guess who's back? With a deep breath, Xuefan overlooked Windgaze City, especially Blackwind Mountain, with a sigh. For Luo clan's safety, its steward left on a 2-year journey. I wonder how they are doing? Old Pang's wraith art was a success or death. Xuefan's mind was filled with thoughts the nearer he got. He didn't realize when the Luo clan got to be so important to him. Elder Li, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Regent Estate truly cancelled the demon-purging decree. Vicious Pill King was on pins and needles all the way to Windgaze City. Li Jingtian forced a smile. This guy had asked him 100 times already, but no matter how he explained it, he'd come back to ask, again and again, getting on his nerves. His eyes snapped on Vicious Pill King and roared, "Kid, you're so old yet nagging me like a midwife. This will be the last time I'll tell you. I came voluntarily after you, not because Regent Estate issued the demon-purging decree. At least not before I left. If you ask me one more time, geezer, I'll tear your mouth off." Vicious Pill King jerked from fear. He remained quiet, but worry still plagued him. Xuefan had also got to know what the demon-purging decree entailed this past 2 weeks and could feel Vicious Pill King's distress. Radiant stage experts were the ultimate power of any house, and the only way to use them was through a demon-purging decree. Xuefan was certain Li Jingtian didn't come because of it, and lying to him was impossible. This martial fanatic really came just to steal cultivation methods. Or the moment the old man saw them, Xuefan fight instead of letting himself be captured. Elder Yen, relax. Even if the demon-purging decree is released, it won't be anytime soon. We will still have time to prepare. Xuefan smiled. A sudden ripple spread from Windgaze City. Vicious Pill King was still out of it, but the other two felt it. Radiant stage? Their faces took a darker tone. Especially Xuefan. Is demon-purging decree really in effect? It was all too sudden. He and the elders had ways to safeguard themselves, but the Luo clan was powerless. Xuefan nodded at Li Jingtian, who searched with his soul. Under the cover of Li Jingtian's soul sense, Xuefan released his own. This would make the other side only notice Long's discerning field, while Xuefan's was still hidden. This would give him a good opportunity to lay some traps if the other was an enemy. At any given time and place, Xuefan hid his cards to make a deadly strike on any who came after him. Li Jingtian had to admire Xuefan for his behavior. It was the first time he saw the kid this vigilant. While Li Jingtian was a martial fanatic, Xuefan would be a high-functioning sociopath, with killing always on his mind. But that stemmed from Xuefan always meeting difficult opponents. At the end of it all, Xuefan was still standing while all the others around him lay dead. And since the first thing that came to Xuefan's mind was killing, those people had to exhibit just a brief lack in judgment and their lives were forfeited. Li Jingtian secretly signed, holding Xuefan in even higher regard. 3 radiant stage experts. Li Jingtian frowned. Xuefan nodded. 2 in the 3rd layer and 1 in the 4th. Not to mention, there are many profound heaven experts around as well. Wait, there's also those 2. Xuefan snickered all of a sudden. I knew they were garbage, but had no good excuse so far. But this time, humph. Xuefan observed Blackwind Mountain in the distance. A glance was enough to reveal that the arrays he set up were activated, easing his worries. Blackwind Mountain still holds. Well, Luo clan is no pushover. Just from not being able to see through the arrays, I can tell it's no less than at a Regent Estates level. Even a Radiant stage will have his work cut out for him. Li Jingtian scanned the Blackwind Mountain as well. The minute Vicious Pill King heard something about Radiant stage experts being involved, he jumped the gun. 3 Radiant stage experts in one go. This must be the demon-purging decree. Elder Yen, stop whining. Demon-purging decree has nothing to do with this. Xuefan saw Vicious Pill King hysterical and shook his head. They would have attacked before the arrays were activated if the demon-purging decree was declared. But look at them. They're still waiting for orders. But why else are Radiant Stage experts included if not because of Demon Purging Decree? Because of me. Shuafan shot him a look. To make sure I stay dead, they laid a trap. Everything is taken into account, including the intervention of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. I can say for sure that once I set foot in Windgaze City, those 3 Radiant Stage experts will take my life. However, a creepy grin found itself on his lips as Shuafan turned to Li Jingtian. They'll never guess I still have a Radiant Stage expert on my side, and a 6th layer body cultivator to boot. Ha ha ha, with me here, these pups won't take one hair from you. Li Jingtian laughed and jutted his chin. With a raised eyebrow, Shuafan said evilly, "Why stop there? Elderly, that would be a walk in the park for you." Li Jingtian pondered carefully, and his eyes took a savage tone. "Then I'll just kill my way in and put them in their place." "No," Shuafan smiled. Li Jingtian was confused. "Steward Zhua doesn't trust my strength? Humph. Forget about these weak bastards. When not even a Radiant Stage expert at my lair can take 3 hits from me." Li Jingtian's tone was mighty enough, but unclear if from confidence or overconfidence. Shuafan, however, still had the same smile. "And what if I want Elder Li to kill them as well?" "That?" Li Jingtian frowned as he smoothed his beard in predicament. Killing those weaker than him was easy, but doing the same for those in the same stage was a whole nother matter. Taking Windgaze City's battle as an example, Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3rd and 5th elders were far stronger than Hell Valley's elders, but unable to kill him no matter how they tried. It was all thanks to Shuafan's schemes, taking advantage of the enemy's carelessness, that he killed 2 elders. This was also why Veiled Dragon Pavilion was in so much uproar then. When someone stronger couldn't kill them, Shuafan up and pulled off such an impossible feat while 2 stages below. Not once, but twice. And now, Li Jingtian was finding it hard to answer Shuafan's request. Grinning diabolically, Shuafan's eyes were on him. "Elder Li, I seem to recall you are still Regent Estate's guest venerable." Steward Zhua, my intentions are real." Li Jingtian was just about to explain his loyalty when he caught on to Shuafan's sneaky meaning. "Precisely. No one yet knows of you standing with the Luo clan, so—" Shuafan got closer to Li Jingtian's ear, who nodded now and then. Once done explaining, Shuafan stressed, "Remember, don't go rambling about once inside. Slap them a couple of times and tell them to lay siege on the mountain." "Got it. It's been so long since I played this role." Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian flew straight for Windgaze City. Shuafan grinned, disregarding Vicious Pill King's facial expression. When one looks for a fink, quality is always preferred. And the ones you have found are some I can't wait to get rid of. Vicious Pill King had no clue what he was raving about as Shuafan pulled him towards Blackwind Mountain. "Elder Yen, I'll take you to see the clan." Vicious Pill King's eyes sparkled and nodded. It is finally time to see the legendary clan. Meanwhile, in Windgaze City's Sun Clan's manor, those poor quality finks Shuafan mentioned, Kai Rong and Kai Shouting, were sitting in a small room with evil looks. "Humph, to hell with the Sun Clan, and to hell with Hell Valley. We've been running around Blackwind Mountain for so long and even drew them a map. It's not our fault they couldn't see the guarding arrays. Yet now, they give us the silent treatment." Kai Shouting nagged. Kai Rong sighed. "Shuafan is incredible to set guarding arrays before leaving, but that damn Luo Yunchang is too paranoid. Not having extended contact with outsiders. We had to turn traitors if we wanted to attack it. Haha, our map is useless now that the guarding arrays are up. No wonder everyone gives us the cold shoulder." Humph. Shuafan must have taught her before leaving. That bitch gobbles up everything Shuafan says. She is so loyal that she almost pushed the Luo clan head position on him. Kai Shouting raged. His eyes clouded in jealousy. "Tell me, father, am I not, Kai Shouting, the grand young master of Kai Manor, better than that nobody? Why is it that Luo Yunchang never looked at me ever since Shuafan showed up? He's been gone for 2 years now. Yet, she pins for him every day by looking in the direction he left. There was not even a word of mention to me regarding the guarding arrays." Kai Rong regretted the more he saw his son complaining. Zhuofan was a true genius, admired even by the 7 houses. He would have long given his daughter to Zhuofan if he had one instead. My son is in the 9th layer of qi condensation yet, has not a bit of wisdom on him. Kai Rong shook his head when Sun Yufei burst in. The elders want to see you. Come with me. Startled, the Kai father and son turned happy thinking they would meet Hell Valley's higher-ups. Their rise was just around the corner. Kai clan's father and son followed Sun Yufei into the Sun Manor's parlor. Sun Yufei motioned for them to stop as she made a respectful bow. Elder, the Kai clan father and son are here. Let them in. The cold voice sent shivers down the father and son's spines, shuffling behind Sun Yufei with the courage of a mouse. They were about to meet a man of great power in the 7 houses, a grand, profound heaven expert. One word from him would send their heads tumbling. They only just stepped through the door and their knees hit the floor, soon followed by their heads. Salutations, elder. I am Kai Rong, head of the Kai clan, and he is my son. Sun Yufei couldn't help but frown. She used to think Kai Shouting was a distinguished man of valor and pride, only to find he had not one single bone in his back. She was the one leading them. Yet, instead of letting her make her own gesture of respect first, they cut in front of her. Then again, hardly anyone in Tianyu didn't go on his knees when meeting an elder from the 7 houses. But this cowardice brought them to a whole new level of shameless she never saw before, earning her contempt. I must have been blind to have fancied you. The feelings were mutual for the middle-aged men sitting in the chairs across, holding them in even worse regard. Ha ha ha! This pair knows how to choose sides. The voice on their left made the Kai clan father and son look. It isn't just one Hell Valley elder that came this time. What they saw was an old man with blue hair nodding at them. He was mocking, being satisfied, and flashing in his eyes gave the father-son duo a weird feeling. Yan Zhenglan, if you find them so capable, why not take them under Pil King Hall's wing? The man in the center teased. Yan Zhenglan shook his hand and laughed. You Lao Lu. Isn't it a bit rude to push these men who came to Hell Valley? Even to an inferior clan such as theirs, credit must be given where it's due and take them in your care. When a dog wags its tail, a master ought to throw it a pound of flesh, no? What are you guys doing wasting time on these fools? Ask what we came here for and let's get on with it. House Lord's messages could arrive any day now. The rude voice came from the two's right this time. They turned cautiously and saw a stout man with a beard in a blue robe and of imposing presence. Another profound heaven expert. Ha ha ha! What crawled up your ass and died? Yu Lao Lu dismissed him with a smile. Lin Yueluan. Among us 3 houses, Marywood's grudge with Zhuofan is the smallest, so just sit tight. Maybe Zhuofan has already been dealt with and we won't be doing any attacking. We're not allowed to be here anyway. The other 2 caught his meaning and shivered a nod. The 2 from the Kai clan had long been sweating buckets. What the hell is wrong with this world? Why are 3 of the 7 noble houses here? I only recall swearing fealty to Hell Valley, not to 3 of them. Are we such a hot commodity that they're fighting over us? Ha ha ha, as if, Zhuofan, they must have come here for revenge. Kai Rong gnashed his teeth, the hatred for Zhuofan burning even hotter. In this backwater place, Lei Yuding handled the intelligence of the Luo clan, while the father and son remained in the dark regarding Zhuofan's exploits in the outside world. He was smart enough to guess Zhuofan poked his nose where he shouldn't to end up with 2 more houses on his tail. Wasn't that clear enough he wanted to make it hard for these 2? Couldn't you have offended anyone else instead of the 7 houses? The original plan was to work from the darkness with the Sun clan for the Hell Valley and wipe out the Luo clan, presenting Windgaze City as a welcome gift. But the plan went up in smoke as Hell Valley suffered a crushing defeat instead. The Imperial family's secret Pearl Order can go to hell for all I care. The 8th house is going to be the Luo clan, not my Kai clan. Why the hell should I give my life for them? But the arrival of Pil King Hall and Mary Woods told him their hatred for the Luo clan was no less than Hell Valley's. Why else would 2 great houses travel thousands of miles to Windgaze City, even when the imperial family had put a ban on this area. In short, one house's ire became 3 houses' wrath. Selling the Luo clan out might have been able to appease one house's anger, but when there were 3, even if the Luo clan was burned to the ground, the remaining rage of the other 2 houses would be shifted onto the father and son. After all, they were once part of the Luo clan, no? Kai Rong was on the verge of crying. Zhuo Fan is a genius to stir 3 hornet nests. What the hell did you do to offend 3 houses in just 2 years? The 3 elders didn't know the anguish and sorrow plaguing the poor father and son. Not that they cared. Yan Laolu sipped his tea and shouted, Kai Rong, begin by telling me of the experts hiding in the Luo clan. Kai Rong was out of it for a second, then bobbed his head, on the verge of hugging their legs and begging for mercy. As for getting rewarded for his merit, that was long forgotten. Elders, the Luo clan is a second-rate clan at best. Only Grand Elder Lei Yuntian is a profound heaven expert, one that advanced 2 years ago. As for his goddaughter, Lei Yuding and Captain Pang, they are all in the bone-tempering stage, while the Luo clan orphans, Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchong, are even weaker. The rest are inconsequential, beneath elders' attention. Kai Rong blurted out as fast as he could, sometimes pausing, letting Kai shouting join the explanation. They spilled the beans on anything and everything that happened in the Luo clan over the past 2 years. The 3 elders looked at the 2 somewhat awkwardly. They all have seen their fair share of snitches, but never ever someone as useless as these 2. How did they even keep their vassal clan status? That's all. We have no need to know what flowers you planted on the mountain. Scratching his nose, Yu Laolu said, What of the 4 arrays? Do you know how to shut them down? Or how to avoid them? Zhuo Fan has set them up before his departure. We know nothing about them. Only after betraying the Luo clan did we find out of the array's existence. You have to believe me, elders. Fine, we believe you. To Kai Rong's panic, Yu Laolu gestured for him to stop. How could the 3 elders not believe such dedicated traitors? The elders nodded. They had a rudimentary knowledge of the Luo clan, so there was no point in asking further. Knowing how the 2 planted flowers behind the mountain or staking out the latrines for days on end would probably, most definitely, not reveal some groundbreaking secret. They thought. Just as they were about to ask the 2 to leave, 3 men suddenly broke in and the elders got shocked and rushed to bow. Greetings to the 3 venerables. What? Venerables? Isn't that a radiant stage expert? Gasping, Kai Rong brought his head even lower. He was so shocked he almost had a heart attack. Never had he entertained the notion there would be one here, much less see one in person. The only one they ever saw was the jade flute divine sword, Fang Chubai. That man was following the 3rd prince, and it was clear that he had no ill intentions towards them. While these 3 venerables wouldn't be as tolerant, killing them at a whim if they wanted to. The 2 didn't shiver in fear before the elders, but were now rooted on the spot. The venerables couldn't care less about ants, fixing their eyes on the elders. We detected 3 men outside Windgaze City, a bone-tempering stage, a profound heaven stage, and a 6th layer of radiant stage experts. One venerable spoke. The elders were shocked. Why would such an expert come here for? Was he a friend or foe? Damn! The radiant stage expert is heading for us. A venerable shouted. Everyone was on edge right now, as even the elders broke out in sweat. A profound heaven expert was no different than an ant before a 6th layer radiant stage. The 3 venerables fixed their gazes outside this courtyard. The atmosphere was so heavy. No breath was heard and the air grew thick. Kai Rong and his son were crawling on the ground, shaking like a leaf. If all the experts here fought with the newcomer, they would have no chance of survival. Boom! Shockingly, Mad Dipper, Li Jingtian slammed into the Sun Clan's yard, kicking up dust. Once it settled, his raging face was terrifying. Aren't you? A venerable recognized him and pointed a trembling finger. He didn't get the chance to continue as Li Jingtian slapped him silly. The venerable was bent over as Li Jingtian shouted, Fools! Why haven't you attacked yet? The others were dumbstruck. not caused by Li Jingtian's booming voice, but the suddenness of his slap. Who was this man to slap a high and mighty radiant stage expert, a venerable? Kai Rong and his son were paralyzed. Today had been an eventful day for them, to say the least. In the span of only 15 minutes, one stronger than the next kept popping up. It all culminated with the arrival of a radiant stage expert slapping a seven houses venerable silly. All stood still as statues, not breathing, and mouth agape. The slapped venerable wobbled, then held his swelling face. Despite the rage coursing in his veins, he chose only to give a hateful stare. Why, you're that guest venerable from Regent Estate, Mad Dipper Li Jingtian. Why are you here? Didn't Regent Estate choose to stay out of this? More importantly, what's the meaning of this? The others gasped, with Kai Rong and his son appalled. No wonder he dared throw his weight around. He's from Regent Estate, the head of the seven houses. But why would the Regent Estate take an interest in this backwater city? Don't tell me. That blasted Zhuofan went and stepped on Regent Estate's toes? Kai Rong felt woozy. That filthy mongrel is nothing but trouble. This goes beyond only me dying. My entire clan will be uprooted. It suddenly hit him that even if he hadn't sold out the Luo clan, Zhuofan would sooner or later have them disposed of. 2 years of hard work and schemes had just gone down the drain. Of course, Li Jingtian snapped back in a higher tone. You have the gall to question me? If you weren't standing around with your hands down your pants, Zhuofan wouldn't have sneaked through that array that even my soul sense can't penetrate. What? Zhuofan escaped from 6 profound heaven experts and yourself. You're saying he's back? Why haven't we noticed then? Another venerable cried out. Li Jingtian stared him down, before giving him a resounding slap as well. Be quiet, or people might think you're an idiot. They were all too shocked to even speak. Elder Li was just as the rumor painted him to be, a mad dipper, and had an even worse temper. Especially now that a bone-tempering cultivator like Zhuofan actually slipped through his fingers. Opening one's mouth now would only make one a target. And you went ahead and pointed out his failure. No wonder you got slapped. What they didn't stop to think about, however, was that all of this was part of Zhuofan's cunning plan. Looking at it from a different angle, Li Jingtian's sudden arrival in Windgate City was full of warning signs. Putting aside the fact that Zhuofan slipped past a 6th-layer Radiant Stage expert like Li Jingtian and returned to Blackwind Mountain, and not even the 3 Radiant Stage experts felt him. There was clearly something off about this. In spite of all the glaring faults, Li Jingtian's venting scared all these suspicions away from their minds. It devolved into taking Li Jingtian's words as solid gold. This way, Zhuofan had them all follow Li Jingtian into his trap. Every abled body is to follow my lead and attack that mountain. Li Jingtian barked as his cold eyes swept them. The 3 venerables hesitated with a frown. Elder Li, we have yet to get word from the House Lords. We can't. Cut the crap. Why have the 3 of them sent you here if not to get that damn Luo clan? And Li Jingtian emphasized with another resounding slap. I am here, so why are you still frickin' hesitating? I told you to attack that mountain. Do it and you'll gain merit for it. Don't. Li Jingtian snorted twice for good measure and flew at Blackwind Mountain. The 3 slapped venerables looked at each other in consternation. They finally gnashed their teeth and followed. Their reticence was about Regent Estate using the 3 houses to test the imperial family's limit. So, the Regent Estate had sent 2 of their elders to kill Zhuofan and not a single one of their men to Windgate City. It was the same as saying, they had no hand in this if it went belly up. So, the 3 venerables were awaiting their House Lord's orders. But now, Li Jingtian came, who represented Regent Estate. Since he dared to attack, they had to follow. At worst, the Regent Estate would be leading the charge. This sounded like a solid plan to the 3. As they only had their house's benefits in mind, they chose to put all the discrepancies aside. For example, they clearly sensed 2 more people with Li Jingtian before. They had questions like, who were they? And if he chased Zhuofan all the way here, why was one of them in the bone-tempering stage? However, they chose to ignore all these important and obvious issues. Or more aptly put, they'd never speak up even if they did come to mind. After all, were Li Jingtian's slaps so refreshing that they wanted more? This way, the three cowardly venerable came aboard Li Jingtian's rocky ship. On the three elders' side, they could only laugh bitterly and follow as well. Now that their venerables joined the front, they had no excuse not to. The only ones left were three people, Kai clan's father and son, as well as son Yufei. Kai Rong sighed as he followed the experts fly away. Today opened my eyes. I've never seen so many Radiant Stage experts in one place before, and even a venerable from the great Regent estate is here. One stronger than the last. Even those three profound heaven elders were naught but ants before the four experts. Humph! Look who's talking. Who was it that was shaking in fear earlier? Sun Yufei made her contempt known. Kai Shouting was annoyed. Sister Yufei? Kai clan has always been on friendly terms with the Sun clan. Why are you suddenly so antagonistic towards my father? Humph, you're no different either. A deadbeat. You? Kai Shouting's face was aflame from rage, his knuckles white. It was obvious he couldn't put a lid on his anger and wanted to take this former goddess of his down a peg. But a sudden sound made Sun clan head's arrival known. He turned his attention from the big hole made from Li Jingtian's landing to the empty yard. What happened? Where are the elders? Sun Yufei chose to ignore Kai Shouting and explained to Sun clan head what happened. Sun clan head grabbed Sun Yufei and livened his step. Yufei, we're going to Blackwind Mountain. Whatever for? Sun Yufei was stunned. Foolish girl. It's to cheer on the elders and venerables, of course. Sun clan head laughed. Remember, if you want any of them to notice you, you have to put on a decent show. Kai Rong raised an eyebrow and dragged his son along as well. Dad, are we? As if. The Sun clan lorded over us all because they had a relative in Hell Valley. With 3 elders and 4 houses venerables here fighting, it is our best chance at making ties with one of them. The Sun clan had Hell Valley's backing and, who knows, we might get Regent Estate as a sponsor. We'll see then how tough they'll act around us. Kai Shouting nodded fiercely. Dad, you're right. Will that son bitch dare look down on me then? Kai Shouting felt himself filled with the desire to fight, putting more power in his legs and going faster than even his dad. Kai Rong relaxed seeing him. My child is all grown up. This way, the 2 clans outdid themselves in kissing the asses of the 4 houses. They were afraid these backers of theirs might get snatched by someone else. Inside Blackwind Mountain's hall, a pale Luo Yunchang sat cross-legged. She had worked hard in her cultivation these last 2 years, but she was still only a peak chi condensation cultivator. For one person to sustain 4 large arrays day in day out was a heavy burden. Next to her was Lei Yuntian, as well as Captain Pang and some others. Seeing their usually healthy and energetic young miss now looking haggard, pain laced their hearts. Young miss, please take a rest. They arrived in Wingate City for a month now and still have not attacked. There shouldn't be a problem if you take a breather. Captain Pang's face was filled with black energy as his aura leaked without realizing it. Yet, even so, tears welled in his fierce eyes. Smiling slightly, Luo Yunchang's lips seemed pale, yet her smile ever bright. Sister Lei is still hard at work with scouting, right? The enemy has at least 3 profound heaven experts, along with even stronger people among them. All our attempts to find out more about their side have proved fruitless. I'm afraid if they chose to attack, we might not even have the time to activate the array. Girl, you can't keep this up for much longer. Lei Yuntian sighed. It's all my fault for being powerless and letting you suffer like this. For a girl to shoulder the defense of a clan when disaster strikes makes me realize how useless this Grand Elder is. Uncle Lei, don't beat yourself up. You and Captain Pang, along with Sister Lei, have worked tirelessly for the Luo clan to thrive. I couldn't do anything to help you up till now, so allow me to at least do this for our clan. Luo clan is my home, and you are part of it. I saw it laid to ruin once, and I'm not going to stand by and see it happen again. Luo Yunchang's sad tone had them all sighing. Luo Yunhai looked at his sister. If only Brojua was here, it would have all been fine. He always had a way out of any crisis. The eyes of the others trembled and softened. Lei Yuding bit her lip in. This damn brat. Kicked up a storm for us and still hasn't come back. He must be living it up out there. Sister Lei, don't say that. Zhua Fan must be rushing over as we speak. Luo Yunchang frowned slightly. We must defend our clan and await his return. Yunchang, he is actually... Captain Pang's scowl and the shaking of the head had Lei Yuding swallow her words. She had been in charge of intelligence for the Luo clan and knew fully well of Zhua Fan's love life, but refrained from sharing it with Luo Yunchang. Luo Yunchang looked puzzled. Ah! She cried out. What's wrong? The others were frantic. Luo Yunchang's brows quivered as her eyes revealed shock. I lost control over the poison dragon array in the east. What? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Whoosh. 4 figures flashed before Blackwind Mountain, Li Jingtian and the 3 venerables. They watched 4 pillars of different light shoot into the sky. The 4 mists wrapped the mountain so closely the 4 could only sigh when their attempt at scanning it was futile. I am amazed to see such intricate arrays in such a place. It may very well be better than the guarding arrays of our houses. It's hard to imagine how a third-rate clan would know such skill. One venerable sighed. The others did the same, including Li Jingtian, but he did it out of excitement. Why wouldn't he when this was his new patron? With another sound, Yen Laolu, Yen Zhenglan, and Lin Ruffing arrived as well. Seeing as all joined the war effort, Li Jingtian pointed at the poison dragon array. You 3 elders, go deal with that array. The venerables are with me. Li Jingtian flew into the black flame array in the south. The venerables only shrugged before going after him. As for the elders, they had even less right to complain, especially when the venerables complied. And since he was a Regent Estate's venerable, the aftermath would fall on him anyway. They entered the array but had complete disregard for safety. Humph! A 5th-grade array can't stop a profound heaven expert, least of all 4 venerables. Yu Laolu mocked as they entered the poison dragon array. Damn! On Blackwind Mountain's hall, Luo Yunchang jumped to her feet and made the others grow nervous. What happened? Luo Yunchang took a deep breath to calm down. For experts entered the black flame array in the south. They only just entered it, and the array is on the verge of collapse. What? The others gnashed their teeth with sinking hearts. And before Luo Yunchang even realized, the poison dragon array got out of her control as well. It was most likely broken through. And now that there were 4 even stronger enemies going into Black Flame Array, Blackwind Mountain would soon be flattened. Let me go meet them. Lei Yuntian couldn't just sit around doing nothing and rushed outside. Luo Yunchang cried behind him. Uncle Lei, I can't see how strong the 4 are even as they are in the array. They may be beyond the profound heaven stage. You are not their match. Lei Yuntian faltered for a second. Then he stepped firmly. He vanished soon after, but not before saying, Luo clan almost perished because of me. Now it is time I pay that debt with my life. Run, I will hold them off. The others looked down, their hearts forlorn. They knew of the guilt plaguing Lei Yuntian. He gave his all these past 2 years and was now going to his doom, just so he could protect the Luo siblings. Ha ha ha, Elder Lei. Since when can one man hold back so many? Allow me to join you. Captain Pang laughed, following after him. Captain Pang? Tears welled in Luo Yunchang's eyes. Grinning, Captain Pang laughed emboldened. Elder Lei can sacrifice himself for the Luo clan after being here for only 2 years. But I, who had been living in the Luo clan's grace for my entire life, can't? If only I could see my brother one last time. Lei Yuding patted Luo Yunchang's shoulder. The latter looked at her with a grim look and a bad feeling. Sister Lei, you don't mean... Nodding, Lei Yuding smiled faintly. I am immensely grateful for Godfather's kindness. I can't let him die alone. Just, ha ha ha, Yunchang. Do me a favor and give that brat 2 slaps for me. That's what he deserves for not returning to send me off to my death. And Lei Yuding left for Black Flame Array, despite how desolate she looked and unreconciled. Perhaps not seeing that man one last time weighed heavier than she realized. Seeing everyone vanish into the mist, Luo Yunchang's eyes grew hazy from tears. Her brother spoke. Sister, are they giving their lives for us? Nodding, 2 trails of tears slowly formed down her cheeks. Luo Yunchang hugged Luo Yunhai as she whispered, Yunhai, we may not have a dad, but we still have a home. They are our family. Look for Brother Zhua when you're out. He will definitely protect you. Sister, what about you? Luo Yunhai blinked puzzled. With a poignant smile, Luo Yunchang added, Yunhai, do you remember the teachings of our ancestors? Of course, steadfast and righteous. We cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. But I will have to stay and control the arrays to help them. With unyielding resolve, Luo Yunchang pushed Luo Yunhai away as she rushed to her duty. Sister, Luo Yunhai wailed. Luo Yunchang didn't look back, only spoke, Go find Zhua Fan. Inside the black flame array, Li Jingtian's group saw the infernal black flames capable of gnawing bones sped towards them. Since they were radiant stage experts, a flick of the wrist repelled such a meager attack. Flooded by endless flames, they could only sigh. Such a rare 5th-grade array with incredible power as well. A pity the user's control is weak, unable to bring out even 1% of its potential. Or even the 4 might have had a hard time getting through. A venerable sighed a node. He was glad the enemy lacked a true expert. If these 4 5th-grade arrays each had a radiant stage expert controlling them, Blackwind Mountain would have been a steel fortress. Not even Regent Estates experts could push through that. A sudden ripple passed and they looked at the source to see Lei Yuntian coming closer. Who's there? A venerable shouted. Snorting, Lei Yuntian barked. Luo clan's Grand Elder? Lei Yuntian. He's a Grand Elder? Raising an eyebrow, they looked at each other and burst out laughing. A Grand Elder was usually the clan's strongest elder, but it was obvious from a mile away that Lei Yuntian just entered Profound Heaven stage. What Grand Elder? Humph, Luo clan is nothing but a 3rd-rate clan or a 2nd-rate at best. There's no one strong in it at all. It was so weak that it wasn't worthy of the 4 venerables' intervention. They were only sent here because of the 4 arrays. Li Jingtian blinked. To him, the Luo clan ought to be an obscure clan that was stronger than even the 7 houses. Why does the clan have a freak like Zhua Fan? But its elder is so. Then it hit him and secretly laughed. A 5th layer of bone-tempering cultivator like Zhua Fan managed to kill 6 Profound Heaven experts and escape unscathed. This elder is only in the 1st layer of Profound Heaven stage, but he can kill a Radiant stage expert, no? With the steward a monster, the elder has to be at least a freak. Snickering, he patted a venerable's shoulder and pointed at Lei Yuntian. Go and shut this geezer's trap. Hee Elder Li, it will be my pleasure. Bowed and swung a fist straight for Lei Yuntian. Li Jingtian snorted. You moron. Don't let Luo clan's cultivation fool you, or you won't even know what killed you. Since Zhua Fan was a freak, then the entire Luo clan had to be a den of freaks. And yet, reality was such a letdown. Boom! Lei Yuntian raised his hand in defense, but the light blow had him sprawled on the ground and coughing blood. Wide-eyed, Li Jingtian's smile froze on his face. What kind of Grand Elder are you if you're not a freak level, at the minimum? Zhua Fan had stressed time and time again to look after the Luo clan's members. But this martial fanatic heard this old guy was a Grand Elder and it got to his head, thinking the old guy's power was through the roof. When in fact, the old man was just as his cultivation stated, a common Profound Heaven expert, unlike the excessive Zhua Fan. Li Jingtian's face darkened. How was he going to explain this to Zhua Fan? Was his promise worth nothing? I didn't even warm up yet and you're already dying? So weak. If not for this array limiting my senses, I wouldn't have wasted time with you and dirty my hand. The venerable wiped his hand. He had the power to kill Lei Yuntian in 1 hit, but it was obvious he liked to play with his prey. Such humiliation had Lei Yuntian spit more blood. Whoosh! A sudden black figure flashed before Lei Yuntian. Lei Yuntian cried, Captain Pang! Grinning, Captain Pang shouted. When enemies storm the gates, when home is in peril, It is the captain of the guard's duty to defend it. How can I let Elder Lei do it alone? Me as well. Lei Yuding flitted next to him. Lei Yuntian was moved, while the venerable snickered. Humph! You're not even in the profound heaven stage. You just came here to die. Humph! We'll make sure you taste hell before we do. The sudden shout had the Blackfire form 8 dragons and charge at the venerable. He had no time to react as he was engulfed in flames. It was also then that Luo Yunchang appeared. Young miss, what are you doing here? They looked shocked as she appeared and started going through gestures. Luo Yunchang smiled. We are a family. We live together. We die together. They all trembled and felt immense gratitude. It was worth dying for a clan that valued them so. But what of Yun Hai? Lei Yuntian staggered to his feet with a pale face. Bitterness flooded Luo Yunchang's face, but soon replaced it with a smile. It's fine. He's grown up now, almost entering the qi condensation stage. I had him go look for Zhuofan. He will be safe with him. Luo Yunchang may have said so, but anyone could see it worried her still. Sighing, the others began worrying as well. Luo Yunhai was but a child. Searching the empire for Zhuofan was fine as long as he did find him. But in this world, danger lurked at every turn. Ha ha ha! Are you guys talking about that brat? A cackling came from the Blackfire pyre. With a boom, the flames were repelled and the venerable walked forward. Humph, your steward dared to kill 7th Elder and has been sentenced to death. No matter where he runs, we'll be close behind him. As for you, Luo clan, you have committed a heinous crime for bringing such evil into this world. Not one shall be spared. I will find even that kid of yours and grind his bones to dust. You won't even spare a child? Luo Yunchang gnashed her teeth. The venerable snickered. Not even if he is a baby. I will kill him where he stands, without the slightest hesitation. Luo Yunchang was enraged as she clenched her hands. Then, a sudden childish voice came. You don't need to look. I'm right here. The others looked in shock at the speaker. Yunhai, what are you doing here? Beaming a wide smile, Luo Yunhai spoke with unbending courage. Sister, our Luo clan's ancestors taught us to be steadfast and righteous. I cannot let you throw your lives away just so that I alone may live. Heart stirring. His clansmen looked at Luo Yunhai with an indescribable look. Even Li Jingtian had to sigh in the end. Luo clan was admirable, maybe not the strongest by far, but they had loyalty first and foremost. I was wrong. Was this what Steward Zhuo meant when he said this clan was the best in the world? Li Jingtian sighed. But even now, he misunderstood what Zhuofan meant. There was no way a demonic emperor like Zhuofan would value affection. The meaning of his words were, wherever I am, that place is the strongest. But that was all unimportant. Here and now, Li Jingtian didn't join Zhuofan's gang because he was forced, but from seeing the Luo clan's spirit, he felt that the Luo clan of now was far better than the 7 houses. Ha ha ha! Since all of Luo clan is here, then allow me to send you off permanently. With a mad cackle, the venerable's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, while the other 2 behind snickered. Luo Yunchang's heart was ready for battle. If you want my brother, you'll have to go through me. Luo Yunchang's hands moved. The black fire started swirling like a tornado, with that venerable at its center. She clearly wanted to swallow him in a sea of flames. Black fire storm. And yet, the venerable was standing there with an unfazed look as he waited for the black fire to storm him from all directions. Then, a soul ripple echoed out, extinguishing the black fire into nothing. Luo Yunchang was forced to spit blood, under the anxiousness of her clansmen. Snorting, the venerable mocked, "This 5th grade array of yours is pretty good. Too bad your cultivation is too low. You're not even a bone-tempering cultivator and your control is sorely lacking. But now, you no longer have time for regrets, for I am here to send you on your last journey." The venerable stretched his hand, making Captain Pang and the rest tense to take the brunt of the attack. He knew very well how fruitless it all was, yet, he still wanted to uphold his duty until the very last moment. Suddenly, there were 2 groans and the venerable's movement slacked. He turned his head in inconceivable shock. Luo Yunchang was also wide-eyed. Their eyes reflected two blood-red fists coming out of two people's chests. The two venerables in the back were still laid back in enjoying the drama. They were just about to witness the end of the Luo clan when they suddenly felt their life ebbing from their chests. Jerkingly turning their heads back, their eyes reflected the cold and unfeeling face of Li Jingtian. The elder Li, W.H. The dead don't need to know. Snorting, Li Jingtian flicked his hands and the two venerable fell in pieces. The black fire soon engulfed them and ground them to ashes. Gasping from shock, the last venerable was filled with suspicion. Why is this Regent Estate's venerable killing us? I don't remember any of our houses having offended Regent Estate. But the truth was laid out right in front of him. Not only did Li Jingtian murder them, he had planned to do so for the very beginning. After all, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to kill two masters of that cultivation level in an instant. Such a task can only be accomplished by a sneak attack. The elder Li, what is the meaning of this? The last venerable ignored the Luo clan and cautiously sizing up Li Jingtian. The cold and meticulousness of his sudden strike had him filled with dread. Came without warning. Snapping his eyes on the venerable, Li Jingtian snorted, "Fool, are you that thick in the head? You've been duped, strung along. Need I say more? What?" The venerable was overwhelmed but had no time to make sense of anything. Li Jingtian was out to get him, and if he didn't run now, his end was certain. He, a third layer of Radiant Stage Cultivator, could flaunt his strength before the Luo clan, but that fell through the instant he faced Li Jingtian, a sixth layer of Radiant Stage Body Cultivator. It wouldn't take even 5 exchanges before he'd splatter the ground with his blood. Thankfully, their cultivations weren't that far apart and Li Jingtian could do nothing to stop him from running. No sooner thought than done. He bolted to escape the array while Li Jingtian was calmly making hand signs. Suddenly, Luo Yunchang cried as she felt her control over the black flame array wrested from her grip. The black flame array roared to life like an erupting volcano, forming firewalls to box everyone in. The venerable didn't fly far as the firewalls forced him to retreat. When he looked intently, he was scared out of his mind. The black flame array was suddenly used to its full power. If before there were only some tongues of black fire around, now, there was a sea of lava in every direction. Not even a Radiant Stage expert had hope of getting out now. If just a spark touched him, he'd be soon nothing more than a charred corpse. Shivering from fear, he turned his head to see Li Jingtian making signs. The venerable stammered, "The elder Li, why do you know how to use the array?" The same question was on Luo Yunchang's mind as well. Snickering, Li Jingtian's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. "Moron. I told you already. You've been had. I thought of drawing you into the array then trap you here. Didn't you find it odd how the array was so weak? But with me in control, don't you find it strong? Let me clue you in. I'm with the Luo clan. Steward Zhua Fan himself invited me into the Luo clan as its elder." What? This was shocking news to any who heard it, but the venerable went pale from fright. Luo Yunchang's group was floored, finding it impossible to believe such a miracle had graced them. Zhua Fan went to recruit experts. He said so just before leaving 2 years ago. But who'd ever expect it would be one of such caliber? Heavens, this Radiant Stage expert shot the Luo clan from a mere clan, all the way into the rank of a house. Their shock was completely and utterly understandable. In another location, the 3 elders entered the poison dragon array and already felt the miasma growing thick. Yan Zhenglan pulled out some pills. "This is a poison-repelling pill for each of you." They all took one and kept an ever-watchful eye on the surroundings. Then 2 figures entered their sights. One was around 40, with black hair and a black beard. None of the 3 recognized him. Only Yan Zhenglan had a nagging feeling of déjà vu. The other person was but a bone-tempering stage youth. They were startled instantly as they took out the Hell Kill order. "It's him, Demon Archon Zhua Fan." Zhua Fan seemed as if only now discovered the trio and clapped in laughter. Ha ha ha. Everyone's finally here. I've been waiting. Faces dark. The elders felt bitter. They knew of the havoc he stirred in Drifting Flower City, killing 3 experts and ruining another's hand. They had no hope of winning, not to mention they were in his array. Blast it! The Venerables should be meeting this punk. Not us. Why did it have to be us? I knew I should have picked another array. They felt close to tears as they pinned their final hopes on having the 4 Radiant Stage experts hurrying with breaking through the array and coming over to help. Like that'll ever happen. Out of their knowledge, the 4 had long fallen in Zhuofan's trap, with 2 already dead and the last one making one last-ditch effort before succumbing as well. They were having a hard time saving themselves. Yet, they were putting their meager hope on someone in an even worse state than them. Zhuofan easily picked on the 3's thoughts and jeered. You should all lighten up and be thankful that all of you are unworthy of me ending you personally, not with your meager strength. The one all of you shall have the honor of facing is our Pill House Elder. Zhuofan patted the elder's shoulder. Elder Yen. They're all yours. Ha ha ha, don't worry Steward Zhua. These old goats are nobodies. I'm more than enough for them. Yen Song laughed, bringing out the old vicious Pill King's haughty demeanor back out. Zhuofan nodded and chuckled before leaving. The 3 elders' faces were pitch black. As the saying went, death before dishonor. Even though they were all far beneath Zhuofan's match, his utter disregard of them had their minds filled with nothing but rage. By the way, who was this cocky Uncle Zhuofan left them with? We don't know what hole you crawl out of, nor do we care. But who do you think you are to talk to us like that? Zhuofan? The 3 stared daggers at Yen Song. The latter was quite relaxed and confident. Old coot, state your name. I do not kill without knowing my opponent's name, Yu Lao Lu coldly stated. The other 2 watched Yen Song with the same desire, to rip him apart. Grinning, Yen Song's eyes glinted evilly. Humph. I'm afraid of making you wet your pants if I do. Oh? Do enlighten us please as to what other circus clown the third-rate Luo clan has besides your freak. Zhuofan. Ha ha ha. The 3's laughter dripped sarcasm. Squinting, Yen Song's mouth curled in pride. Then unclog your ears and prepare to be amazed. I am Yen Song. What? The 3 were dumbstruck, with bulging eyes and everything, especially Pill King Hall's Yen Zhenglan. His eyes were as big as saucers. They all knew Yen Song fell at the hands of Zhuofan in the chaos of Drifting Flower City. How the hell did he end up here, and as Luo clan's Pill House Elder no less? When Yen Zhenglan and Lin Ruffing came from their stupor, they looked at Yen Zhenglan. He was the only one here who was most familiar with Yen Song, being from the same house and all. He should spot immediately if that man was the real vicious Pill King. After a long and hard scrutiny, Yen Zhenglan gasped, Vicious Pill King, Elder Yen Song. It's really you. Eulalio's heart trembled and his face grew solemn. No wonder this geezer mocked us. While he was known as the Vicious Pill King, they were truly and utterly titleless. Why, Yen Song? Why did you betray Pill King Hall? Yen Zhenglan shouted. Yen Song had only mockery for him. Vicious Pill King had followed the natural course and died in Drifting Flower City from Zhuofan. And from his death, Yen Song was reborn. Tell me, where's the betrayal? Besides, with me out of the picture, isn't the Vicious Pill King title up for grabs? Humph, I'm not naive. Don't tell me the Pill King Hall didn't break out in celebration once they heard of my death. Yen Zhenglan stammered in silence. From his reaction, the others knew Yen Song told the truth. No wonder he betrayed Pill King Hall. He had nothing holding him there, no relation to speak of. Scratching their nose, the elders' eyes exposed a fierce light. With everything clear, any argument from them would do nothing in bringing Yen Song back. In that case, they had to go through Yen Song if they wanted to clear the array. But Yen Song's old title still gripped their hearts in fear. Old Yen is an expert in poisons. It is my domain as well. I will hold him while you 2 flank him from the sides. We have to end this swiftly. It will be hard to get to him once he hides behind his rainbow cloud palm. Yen Zhenglan signaled the 2 as he whispered. The 2 nodded. Yen Zhenglan then shot like an arrow for Yen Song with an outstretched palm. A python made of purple miasma came out and threatened to bite Yen Song. High spirit ranked martial art. Shifting cloud palm. His mouth tracing a cold smile. Yen Zhenglan mocked. Humph. Yen Zhenglan. An inept like you who can't use the rainbow cloud palm dares to play with poison around me? 7 colored veils of mist flew from Yen Song's palms like dragons, forming a rainbow storm crushing the purple python and rushing for Yen Zhenglan. Humph. Now. This is Pill King Hall's real skill. Profound ranked martial art, rainbow cloud palm. Yen Zhenglan focus sharpened and forehead started to ooze cold sweat. However, he was in no rush because he knew that he was going to be sacrificing himself. Suddenly, Yu Laolu and Lin Ruffing appeared left and right of Yen Song. Yen Zhenglan laughed. Yen Song, you're done for. You're exposed before you hide in the rainbow cloud palm's poisonous mist. I may not train in your martial art, but I know it like the back of my hand. And you will suffer dearly for it. Yu Laolu and Lin Ruffing had vicious grins, thinking this win was in the bag. When the Grand Vicious Pill King fall under their attacks, who would anyone dare call them without a title in the future? Although, Yen Song's face didn't seem particularly worried. As the two's palms inched closer, he made a hand sign and 2 dragon roars echoed out. Suddenly, 2 groans came as 2 dragon tails jumped from the earth and sent the 2 men barreling. Yu Laolu and Lin Ruffing were still trying to make sense of everything. They were just inches from striking down Yen Song when out of the blue, their bodies were flung about like garbage. Just as they smacked the ground 200 meters out, the rainbow storm engulfed Yen Zhenglan. Boom! Yen Zhenglan flew a full 100 meters as he spat black blood. His body was now filled with the deadly poisons of the rainbow cloud palm. Yu Laolu and Lin Ruffing crawled back to their feet. They felt weary for some odd reason and looked down in shock. The green vestige on their body was evidence of poisoning. How? The 3 roared at the same time. Yen Song snickered with an evil glint in his eye. Yen Zhenglan, you aren't useful even as bait. You take me for a sitting duck if I'm not hiding in the rainbow cloud palm mist? Did you forget where we are? This here is a 5th grade array, the poison dragon array that I am able to control. Here I can create all the poison mist I want. Your plan failed the moment you thought it out. Yen Song made another sign. Roar. 7 dragon roars were heard as 700-meter-long dragons of different colors came from beneath his feet. Their maws were open and the poisonous stench was easily felt coming from their fangs. If not crushed to death in their grip first, the poison would rip them apart from the inside out. The 3 cried in alarm. Yen Song alone was bad enough with his nefarious poison, but now, with this 5th grade array, he was invincible. Not even a radiant stage expert could escape him, least of all them. The 3's hearts sank as despair set in. Yen Song cackled like mad, just as he did back in the Drifting Flower City. That rampant vicious Pill King was back. Yen Song's ego even grew if that was possible. Because he had the 5th grade array, he was God. Not even a radiant stage expert can take me on. Ha ha ha. In another place, Sun Clan's father and daughter along with Kai Clan's father and son finally came to Blackwind Mountain. Since flying was not an option, they had to rely on their tiny legs to run themselves into exhaustion. But as they gazed upon the 4 light pillars, hope glimmered in their eyes. Cough, cough. Congratulations, 6th Elder, for your complete success. Sun Clan head panted, then cupped his hands and bent his waist 90 degrees down angle. Sun Yufei felt awkward. Father, there's no one here. What are you doing? Ha ha ha, foolish girl. The elders are cleaning up the Luo clan and would surely gain many contributions for this. As those experts move fast, I fear that my nerves may get to me when the time comes to congratulate them and my manners would slip. It's best I practice my performance for when it counts. Sun Clan head smiled. Yufei, let's do it together for a brighter future. Sun Yufei's mouth twisted in revulsion. Congratulations, Elder Li, in returning victorious. Suddenly, Kai Rong bowed as well as he mocked Sun Clan head. If you want a sponsor, you have to think big. Elder Li is a regent estate venerable. Everything will be ours once we earn his favor. He. Shouting, practice along. Kai Rong patted Kai Shouting's shoulder. A chip of the OL block. Kai Shouting's gesture was spot on like his father's. Sun Yufei felt more disgusted than ever. Sun Clan Head sneered. Kai Clan Head, you sure are ignorant. But what can you expect when you haven't been in touch with the 7 houses and know nothing about them? A venerable may be strong, but they ignore house affairs. Only elders hold the true power in a house. Your ass-kissing has more worth directed at an elder. They are the ones who can make you a vassal clan. Sun Clan Head spoke with immense pride. Kai Rong scowled and smoothened his beard as he sank in his thoughts. Then, a lazy voice reached them. Ass-kissing must be done in style. One wrong kiss and you'll get the gallows. I mean, won't you offend the venerables if you only do it to elders? And if you flatter the venerables, won't the elders feel irritated? What a dilemma. Why not both? You may get nothing, but at least you'll keep your heads. Good point. Clan Head and Sun Clan Head looked at each other, then bobbed their heads. Only then they reacted. Who said that? And turned to look. It was better not knowing. They cried out with such fear. One may think they saw a ghost. Xiaofan, why are you here? Who knew when Zhuofan got there? Surely not them. But his seamless interjection in their discussion unnerved them all. Ha ha ha, lighten up. I'm the same as you. I came here to welcome guests. Zhuofan waved the awkwardness away with a smile, though his smile looked dreadfully cold to the rest. It was practically common knowledge 4 houses, Regent Estate included, came here explicitly for Zhuofan's head. Yet, the 4 venerables and the 3 elders were inside trying to break the arrays, all while he was standing just outside for the heck of it. The Sun and Kai people looked at him, feeling his toying with the 7 houses was worthy of applause. Swallowing dryly, Kai Rong ventured a nervous reply. Zhuofan, I have always had the Luo clan's benefit in mind in all my actions. Hear me out please and leave quickly. If the venerables come out, you won't stand a chance. Oh, I never knew Elder Kai would, after betraying the Luo clan, care so much for me. Ha ha ha. I'm touched. Zhuofan raised a mocking eyebrow. Kai Rong reddened, feeling the condescending tone, but he didn't snap back. His reply was one of genuine concern. Zhuofan, Luo clan's misfortune has come because of you. Why did you come back? I am concerned for your well-being. Don't let your talent go to waste. Quickly escape. Kai Rong was very concerned but still urged Zhuofan to leave. Even when facing the demon Archon, who was such a thorn in the 7 houses' side, this third-rate clan's head was filled with uncertainty. Or he'd long since captured Zhuofan and handed him over. The Sun Clan head was thinking along the same lines. But since youths were rash as usual, their kids couldn't see this logic. Kai Shouting stood with his chest out as he shouted, Dad, he's only a 5th layer of bone-tempering cultivator. Why waste time and just go deal with him alongside Uncle Sun? Get his head and the 7 houses will hail us as heroes. Ha ha ha. Quiet fool. You know nothing. Kai Rong glared at his son. Sun Clan head sneered as well. He didn't know what Zhuofan did to get on the 7 houses' bad side, but the old fox in him knew something was up. It was best to stand down until all was made clear, lest he wanted an untimely death. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Oh, taking my head you say? That's a good plan. No, that was never our intention. Gesticulating like mad, Kai Rong was on pins and needles. Shouting is a foolish child. I promise you we aren't your enemies. Please leave quickly. Leave before the venerables are back. Ha ha ha. Them coming back? Zhuofan's tone was unbridled. I set those arrays and know them like the back of my hand. If even one man escapes, my head. Bam. With a loud noise, a figure flew from Poison Dragon Array, so poisoned that his body had 7 colors on him. His mouth was tight, yet black blood kept flowing from his lips, ears, and nose. It was hard to figure out who he was, but Kai Rong knew as he cried, Pill King Hall's Elder Yen. Zhuofan's cheek twitched. He just got into his role of showing off and then, This guy had to come out just to spite him. Fuming mad, he stepped right before Yen Zhenglan. The fearful elder Yen was only thinking of escaping when he found someone just ahead. But then dread set in when he saw his face. Zhuofan? How did you get here? Zhuofan's mouth trembled, but anyone could feel the coldness in his voice, the rage boiling deep within. Yen Zhenglan shivered. I took advantage of Yen Song not paying attention. It would have been so much better if you died inside. Now, your corpse is going to be in pieces. Sighing, Zhuofan's lightning wings crackled and shifted into sickles. Yen Zhenglan's shock was still prevalent on his face as he fell in 6 pieces, soaking the ground in blood. Success. Gasping, the others were shocked out of their minds. Now, they knew why the 7 houses wanted to end Zhuofan so desperately. A profound heaven expert fell apart instantly thanks to Zhuofan's skill. Even wounded, how could a bone-tempering cultivator kill a profound heaven expert? Kai Shouting felt weak in the knees, tumbling down. He hated himself for those brash words he spoke just now. Telling his dad to deal with this freak was the same as sending him to an early grave. Kai Rong and Sun Clan head were soaked in sweat. At least, these old foxes had their wits about them from the start and weren't rash. If they had been anything else, their meat pile would soon be joining the elders on the ground. Whoosh! Flashing before them, Zhuofan looked quite awkward. Just forget the last part, alright? Yep, you bet. Don't know what you're talking about, Steward Zhua. Ha ha ha. Yeah. My ears must be playing tricks on me. The 4 of them shook their heads till they were dizzy. Zhuofan smiled. With a second sound, another figure popped out of Poison Dragon Array. But this time it was Vicious Pill King. He took in the pieces of Yen Zhenglan, and the cold-faced Zhuofan, catching the gist of it all. Scratching his head, Yen Song giggled. Thanks, Steward Zhua, for helping me get rid of that one. It would have been much harder for me alone. Elder Yen, you let one escape with your skill? Zhuofan smiled coldly. Yen Song's scalp felt numb. Steward Zhua, I was careless. He was also an alchemist, so... Elder Yen, do you have any idea what I was just about to promise these guys? A head, ha ha ha. So tell me, whose head is it going to be? Ignoring his words, Zhuofan's cold glare stared him down. Shivering, Yen Song knew this time it was serious. Steward Zhua was flaunting before these guys, but then, his show deflated like a balloon, and so did his prestige. Of course he'd be pissed. Swallowing dryly, Yen Song had a cruel smile for them. Steward Zhua, that's easy. Isn't it just some heads? Aren't there 4 heads lining up for the taking? Good point. With them dead, no one will know about your blunder. Yep. Yen Song smiled and nodded. Kai Rong's group was scared out of their wits. They kneeled and begged forgiveness, while also cursing them inside. What kind of damn unreasonable freaks are these people? What they didn't know was this vicious demon wouldn't have made a name for himself if he was reasonable. Shaking his head, Zhuofan waved. Forget it. Don't scare these shrimps. Elder Yen, what of the other 2? Dead. Yen Song was solemn. Nodding, Zhuofan turned to the 4. All right, take these 4 in. I want to leave them for that snot-nosed brat to handle. And teach him how to be a clan head. Understood. Vicious Pill King pointed a finger at them and the 4 were chained, soon flying behind him as he entered Poison Dragon Array. A ripple spread and the Black Flame Array in the south opened to reveal Luo Yunchang and the rest. Li Jingtian was leisurely walking behind them. Zhuofan eased a breath seeing everyone safe. The battle was now over. Big bro Zhua! Luo Yunhai cried and skipped over for a fierce hug, his tears soaking Zhuofan's clothes. Zhuofan noted with a smile, feeling warm and fuzzy inside. Looking up, he found Lei Yuntian and Captain Pang looking at him with fervent gazes. The 2 nodded, and Zhuofan laughed. Old Pang, I'm relieved to see you still kicking. Captain Pang knew what he meant and laughed as well. Steward Zhua, if I am to die, I will do it fighting for the Luo clan. Never will I waste away in training. Then Zhuofan turned to Lei Yuding with a smile. Miss Lei, How are the people I asked you to train? Lei Yuding huffed and gave him a sound slap in return. Shuafan was stunned. What did I say? But then he saw her teary eyes. Damn you, bastard. You finally came back, and instead of asking if I was fine you went straight to business. Lei Yuding wailed. Shuafan blinked. That does make a lot of sense. So he smiled. Ha ha ha. Miss Lei, how have you been? Bam. Then another slap graced his face. Shuafan was now floored. What the hell? I asked how you are, so what's the problem? You want me to pay respects to your whole family? Lei Yuding glared instead. Too little, too late. Reeling from the blow, Shuafan was almost coughing blood at this point. This girl's too fickle, I can't make sense of her heart. The others smiled at his misfortune. Li Jingtian joined them, never having seen the cunning steward Zhua so soft-hearted. Shaking his head with a sigh, Shuafan really couldn't get her. It's best I don't talk at all. When they separated, Shuafan looked to see Luo Yunchang fumbling towards him with a pale face. Shuafan frowned. Young miss, are you hurt? Luo Yunchang only locked eyes with him, as if to see straight through his heart. Ice-cold hands touched his face. As her eyes stared at him with emotion, Shuafan, welcome home. Luo Yunchang's eyes closed and collapsed in his arms. Young miss. The others were worried. Shuafan stood there in a daze. The Luo clan was considered his clan since rebirth, but he never once saw it as his home. When Luo Yunchang said those words, they struck a chord in his thawing heart. The warm glow of the morning sun spilled through the window and into the pink room. Luo Yunchang's eyes trembled open, but the glaring sun's rays made her squint. Young Miss Luo, are you awake? Luo Yunchang turned to see Lei Yuding's servant, Xiao Chui. She was happily bringing in piping hot stew. Luo Yunchang weakly got up, as Xiao Chui placed the bowl on a nearby table. Luo Yunchang nodded gratefully for her help. Xiao Chui, where's Sister Lei? Miss and Steward Zhua are in a meeting. She told me to watch over you. She also had me make this stew for you. Shuafan. She didn't seem to have heard her as Luo Yunchang shivered, having recalled something. She then broke out in a wide smile. Yeah, he's back. I'm going to see him. Slow down, young Miss Luo. You're still very much weakened. Please have the stew first. Steward Zhua isn't running anywhere. I don't care. I want to see him. Luo Yunchang was so excited all the fatigue left her as she jumped out of bed. Xiao Chui sighed, left with following after her out of worry. The two soon arrived before Black Wind Mountains Hall. Hearing Shuafan's familiar voice from within. Elder Lei, how is your cultivation? Shuafan asked as he browsed the books. Lei Yuntian replied in disappointment. I am muddled, and have not advanced one layer in 2 years. But I feel I will break through soon. Muddled indeed. Shuafan's cold tone cut his frail tone short. But his eyes were still checking the reports. Thought it's not your fault. It is hard for someone as old as you to advance. Lei Yuntian forced an embarrassed smile. Steward Zhua is so blunt, not sparing any feelings. Lei Yuding saw her godfather put on the spot and slapped the table in anger. Shuafan, where are you going with this? While you were gone for the last 2 years, we had to look after the Luo clan. And now that you're back, the first thing you do is point fingers. And you! Shuafan threw a book before her as he spoke coldly. When I came back yesterday, you said I cut straight to business instead of greeting you. That I was cold. So I spent all day catching up with what you have been doing over the years. But today, I need to resume my role as the steward. Snapping his eyes on her, Shuafan pointed at the book. I told you to form a shadow corp before leaving to become our hidden ace, as well as our eyes and ears in Tianyu. Why is it that all you managed to contact are some small towns and some villages? You didn't place anyone in the capital, not to mention the 7 houses cities. Humph. You think it's that easy? Huffed Lei Yuding. 10 times I've sent people into Hell Valley City, but they were seized every time. Thankfully, they were loyal to us and died rather than say anything. Or Hell Valley would have been upon us a year ago. Oh. Did you not see how it's done when I got into Drifting Flower City? Shuafan raised a taunting eyebrow. Lei Yuding spat through gnashed teeth. Don't you even start. Just when I was close to forgetting. Steward Zhua had gone out for the glory of the clan, but never forgot to spare certain someone his feelings. Quite carefree, I might add. If my men had even half your skills, they would have infiltrated the whole empire by now, even the palace. Whatever you may think, I did it all for the clan. Zhuofan scratched his nose. Captain Pang grinned, adding his 2 cents to smooth things over. Ha ha ha. Young Miss Lei misunderstands. Brother Zhuo's thinking is unfathomable. I'm sure Brother Zhuo had a good reason for letting those rumors appear. Look, didn't he bring back 2 experts like he promised? And you, old Pang? Zhuofan butted in before Lei Yuding could nag some more. Captain Pang was startled, and swallowed drilly, feeling cold sweat down his spine. Now it was his turn, it seemed. None of them knew the refined Zhuofan, who planned to put the Luo clan back on its feet, would be so mean. Because Captain Pang cultivated the wraith art, the vibe coming from him was that of a fiend. But before Zhuofan, he was nothing more than a mouse in front of a cat. Although the two were like brothers, Captain Pang still shivered whenever he saw Zhuofan acting high and mighty. Who knows what fault this kid will find now? Brother, done awesome. Out of all expectations, Zhuofan beamed. He was happy as well, while the rest, sullen. What did Captain Pang do that is so awesome? Our efforts aren't lower than his. Zhuofan elaborated with a grin. When I gave you the wraith art, I didn't even think you'd survive. You not only survived, but even exceeded my expectations. Then why the hell did you give it to me then? Captain Pang's face twitched, not knowing if he should be glad or enraged. You gave it to me thinking I'd die. Knowing what he was thinking, Zhuofan patted his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Don't you worry now. You are reborn as one of Luo clan's pillars. Captain Pang nodded solemnly. Defending the Luo clan had been his aim all along. Having talked with his men, Zhuofan looked at the small figure at the side. The bored Luo Yunhai noticed his eyes and shivered. He felt danger in his gaze, as if a viper was out to get him. Big bro Zhuo, I'm still a child. Cut me some slack. Luo Yunhai opened his big naive eyes like an oversized kitten. Too bad this trick didn't fly with a demon like Zhuofan. Grinning, Zhuofan looked like a ghost from the underworld. You rotten brat. How's your cultivation? Why ask when you already know? Luo Yunhai felt a shiver down his spine. Big bro Zhuo. I'm in the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. On the verge of breaking through. He also gave Captain Pang a sign, who added, Steward Zhuo, young Master Yunhai has only been cultivating for 2 years. To reach such a level is a feat worthy of a genius. Oh, not bad indeed. How many hours a day did you cultivate? Zhuofan nodded with a smile ever present. Luo Yunhai's eyes darted around, then raised 6 fingers. 6 hours. Captain Pang was startled, then nodded. That's right. Young Master Yunhai cultivated in earnest. Good. Then from now on you'll do it for 20 hours a day. Zhuofan's smile was wide as ever, causing the others to gasp. Wouldn't the poor kid die of exhaustion training for so long? Luo Yunhai was dumbstruck. He immediately shouted his complaints. Big bro Zhuo, I'll die. Hardly. By feeding you pills each day, death will long be forgotten. Plus, as the days pass you'll get used to it. Zhuofan laughed. He recalled how his master did the same for him. His lower lip trembling, Luo Yunhai was on the verge of tears. But that would leave me with only 4 hours to rest. What about playing? Who told you you have 4 hours to rest? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan added, 2 hours is enough, while the rest is for reading books. How are you going to be a clan head if you're stacked in all the right places except in the head? Luo Yunhai's eyes rolled into his skull and slumped in his chair. The others sighed secretly. Zhuofan wasn't mean to just them but even to children. No wonder he was called Demon Archon in the outside world. Vicious Pill King and Li Jingtian were staying quiet, but hearing Zhuofan's verdict, even they shivered. Then they looked at Luo Yunhai with all their sympathy. Is it a blessing or a disaster? No one can tell. The cruel steward set his eyes on the poor child. He was dead set on making him the Luo clan's next in line. Yet, his future wasn't as glorious as any true future clan head, but one of a miserable childhood. But with Zhuo Fan's wicked planning and the kid's talent, his future was bound to be limitless. This could be counted as his only blessing. After a few more words, Zhuo Fan told them to withdraw, leaving only Vicious Pill King and Li Jingtian behind. As for Luo Yunhai, he walked out like a zombie, feeling like the whole world abandoned him. Such a young child was showing such despair. Zhuo Fan ignored him as he poured himself some tea. "Young miss, since you're already here, you might as well come in." With graceful steps, Luo Yunchang gestured Xiao Chui to stay as she entered alone. Her softened gaze had been on Zhuo Fan all this time. Zhuo Fan smiled as he rose. "Young miss, are you better?" Luo Yunchang didn't speak, only nodded slightly. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath out of awkwardness. He gestured to the other two and smiled. "Ha ha ha. Let me introduce you Elder Yen Song. He will be Luo clan's Pillhouse Elder. The other is Elder Li Jingtian, the elder in charge of the arrays. As long as he operates the 5th grade arrays, no one can break through them." Blinking, Luo Yunchang now realized there were 2 more people there and rushed to greet them. The elders returned her greeting as well. And yet, Li Jingtian still had pride in his eyes, while Vicious Pill King was downcast. Zhuo Fan's face turned solemn. "Are you perhaps not satisfied?" Vicious Pill King was the one who replied, "Steward Zhuo, the Luo clan you describe is not at all as we've seen. We just found out that the Luo clan has no elders and that is only around a second-rate clan." Vicious Pill King sighed. What he thought to be a titan in hiding, stronger than the 7 houses, was more along the lines of a damn frickin' third-rate clan. Li Jingtian sighed as well. He could feel the loyalty of this clan, but the reality failed to rise to his expectation, by a huge margin. Zhuo Fan glared at them. "I never said anything about the Luo clan's extent when I invited you in. You accepted my invitation of your own free will. But Steward Zhuo, you said the Luo clan is the strongest clan in Tianyu. Are you saying it's my fault?" Zhuo Fan cut Vicious Pill King off and scared him with his sudden reply. Luo Yunchang bowed again. "Elder Yen, Elder Li, first of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for joining the Luo clan. I know we are a small clan, unfit of your greatness, but please believe me, with Steward Zhuo, and you, the Luo clan will become better and stronger. We, the Luo clan, will not disappoint you. If you still want to leave, I will not stop you." Luo Yunchang's heartfelt words touched the two. "You 2 old coots better goddamn suck it up." Then came Zhuo Fan's cold tone. While Luo Yunchang's words were that of a fairy, Zhuo Fan's were that of a demon wanting to feast on their flesh. "You may dislike how weak the Luo clan is, but I promise you, in 5 years, I will make the Luo clan rise to the level of the 7 houses. And in 10 years it will exceed them. If you want to leave, hump. Getting into the Luo clan is easy, but getting out will be done through the mud, cold and very much dead." Shuddering, the elders could feel Zhuo Fan's bloodthirst. Just looking at him, they knew he wasn't kidding. If they tested Demon Archon's anger, today may very well be their funeral. Sweating, Li Jingtian and Vicious Pill King dropped to one knee. "Young Miss Steward Zhuo, we were only joking. Don't take it to heart." Luo Yunchang was shocked. She may be the young miss, but how could she receive such gestures from the elders? Not to mention, one was in the profound heaven stage and the other in the radiant stage. She rushed to get them up. "Please rise, elders, this isn't proper." But Luo Yunchang could do nothing if they refused. Sneaking a glance at Zhuo Fan, they noticed his ever stone-cold face and lowered their heads. He may be quite courteous to them usually, but when it came to such principles, he was dead serious. If they couldn't appease Zhuo Fan's anger, their lives were forfeited today. Luo Yunchang turned to Zhuo Fan and said, "Zhuo Fan, you?" Squinting, Zhuo Fan spoke. "I will let this matter rest here on account of young miss, but I better not hear of this again. Now leave." "Thank you, Steward Zhuo." "Thank you, young miss." Sighing, the two bowed again and ran outside. It seemed they had to get much closer with this young miss of theirs. She may be frail, but she could keep that steward in check. Our very lives depend on it. Luo Yunchang was left stunned at how quickly the two bolted. She had no idea Zhuofan could control a profound heaven expert and a radiant stage expert. The two experts were like shy kids before Zhuofan. What she didn't know was that if she could control the bloodworm as well as he does, she'd receive the same treatment. Forget about whining, they wouldn't even make a peep. Turning to Zhuofan, Luo Yunchang revealed a broad smile. Zhuofan, why do I feel you're more amazing than 2 years ago? I almost can't recognize you. But weren't you a bit harsh on them? Sister Lei and the others worked hard all this time. I know, and I am very pleased with their progress. They gave their all and exceeded my expectations. Zhuofan's smile was no longer cruel. Luo Yunchang was even more puzzled now. Then why did you? Ha ha ha, as leaders, one must mind both gratitude and show of power. I know how grateful you must have been for their hard work, so when I came back I showed them power. How else would they know who is the leader of the Luo clan? Zhuofan's eyes were deep. Luo Yunchang hesitated. But they are family, going through thick and thin alongside us. Must we be so hard on them? People change with time. If your power does not change, then you must be wary of everyone around you. Today, they may be your most loyal men, and tomorrow your worst enemies. Just like how the 7 houses were subjects to the empire at its founding. Now they are a danger to it. Zhuofan grinned with cruelty. Luo Yunchang watched him long and stammered. Zhuofan, you're truly frightening. Will there also be a day when you'll become our enemy? Perhaps. Zhuofan chuckled. I would rather die at your hand than see you as one. Luo Yunchang's eyes flickered. Zhuofan trembled inside. Who can tell what the future holds? Silence swept the hall, bringing a morbid atmosphere with it. It was now that Luo Yunhai rushed in tears to Luo Yunchang. Sister, that's not important right now. Big Bro Zhuo wants to kill me. Resting for only 2 hours is impossible. Startled, Luo Yunchang recalled how her brother was the most hardworking of them all. Steward Zhuo, don't you think 20 hours a day is a bit? You don't have to say it, young miss, I am doing it for his own good. A bit of sweat now will save a lot of bloodshed later. Or you can just stop him from following the wishes of your father. Yunhai, stop complaining and follow Steward Zhuo's schedule. Luo Yunchang snapped at the child. Luo Yunhai's eyes rolled into his skull and passed out. Before Zhuofan came, his life was still bearable. Now that he was here, he entered hell. Zhuofan shook his head. Meanwhile, at the foot of Blackwind Mountain, 4 tall and stout figures stood. One was in a blue robe and cowl, with a twin mustache and holding a light sword. Another wore a scholar crest and waved a golden fan. His eyes were so calm as if even the world burning wouldn't affect his tranquility. The third man was brash and big, with fiery hair and eyes holding sparks within. One look was enough to tell anyone he was a powder keg primed to blow. As for the last, he was unlike the first 3. He was twice as broad as a normal man. From his bulging muscles, one would instantly consider him a body cultivator. Yet his narrow eyes were quite delicate. Standing there, he looked no different than a firm mountain. The 4 watched the 4 guarding arrays and their eyes shined in shock. No wonder Godfather sent us thousands of miles here to their rescue. This place already houses an amazing figure. The man in blue turned to his side to ask, what do you think of these arrays? With a snap, the second man opened his fan and spoke calmly. The intricacies of these arrays are hard to grasp, but as long as a profound heaven expert or higher is in control of them, not even the 4 of us can escape. Blast it! Then we've traveled all this way for nothing? They clearly have their defenses up, the red-haired man shouted. The man in blue berated, Third brother, orders are orders. And they were given by the marshal himself. Whether this place is a volcano or an impenetrable fortress, we still have to go in. Have you forgotten the taste of the marshal's cane when you entered a drunken rave last time? The red-haired man stammered but remained silent. The man in blue nodded, then cupped his hands towards Blackwind Mountain as he shouted. The 4 generals under Marshal Dugu extend their respects to Luo clan head. His lofty voice traveled for miles, straight into Zhuo Fan's ear. His ears peaked. Zhuo Fan's eyebrow rose. Why has war god Dugu, second of the 4 pillars, sent his men all the way over here? Could it be? Young miss, take the kid to his training. I'll go take a look. Zhuo Fan looked to Luo Yunchang. She gave a nod, then dragged Luo Yunhai out by the ear. The marshal of Tianyu may have come, and despite the ever-present shock, Zhuo Fan was here to assuage all her worries. Regardless of the magnitude of the coming storm, nothing could last long in the face of Zhuo Fan's meticulous planning. This belief had evolved into blind faith in the man, a faith deep-rooted in the hearts of all Luo clansmen. Dragged away and through glistening eyes, Luo Yunhai's last cry at Zhuo Fan was, "Big bro Zhuo, you single-handedly ruined my life. You twerp who hasn't ever grown hair down there, what ruin?" Zhuo Fan teased. He turned to look down Blackwind Mountain and took slow steps downhill. With a ripple, the poison dragon Array's miasma parted. Zhuo Fan walked before the 4 as he sized each one of them. "I am Luo clan steward, Zhuo Fan. And sirs, oh, we are the 4 generals under Marshal Dugu. Hearing of the Luo clan's peril, he ordered us to rescue you. Greetings, I am Dugu Feng." The man in blue cupped his hands. The man with the fan did as well. "I am Dugu Lin. Dugu Hua." The redhead stout fellow rumbled a reply. As for the last and the biggest man, Dugu Shan. Wind, forest, fire, mountain, the 4 tigers of Tianyu. Zhuo Fan cried as he started making calculations in his mind. Star Reader. Reference to 4 phrases from Sun Tzu's The Art of War. As swift as the wind, as gentle as a forest, as fierce as fire, as unshakable as a mountain. He had heard his fair share of stories regarding the renowned 4 pillars. Second of the 4 pillars, Dugu Zhantian, was married to his military career. He had no children, but 4 godsons of great bravery and power. Given their talent, they weren't the least bit lacking to the geniuses raised inside the 7 houses, perhaps even surpassing them. The 4 had repeatedly rendered great military services that earned the people's gratitude in the form of the 4 tigers of Tianyu title. Dugu Feng, the eldest, was swift as the wind and excelled in surprise attacks, nicknamed Storm Tiger. Dugu Lin, the second, was as gentle as a forest, knowing the art of war by heart. For his calmness of mind, he was known as Crouching Forest Tiger. Dugu Hua, the third, burned like fire, and was just as blazing in temper as well. For his boldness, he was known as Raging Tiger. Dugu Shan, the 4th, was as steadfast as a mountain, hard as stone. Proficient in defense, he was known as Mountain Tiger. No endeavor the 4 had worked on ever failed. They were almost matching the god of war in their renown. Many times, the emperor expressed his desire to lift them to the ranks of commanders, and joined Dugu Zhantian in becoming Tianyu's 5 marshals, only to refuse each time. They would rather stay as Marshal Dugu's tigers, rather than be alone as Tianyu Empire's 4 lion kings. They were always inseparable from Dugu Zhantian. If the 4 of them arrived, then Dugu Zhantian. Checking his surroundings, Zhuo Fan's obvious thoughts were easily noticed by Dugu Lin, who tapped the fan in his palm. "Steward Zhuo, there's no need for you to look. We are the only ones here. Our orders carried us thousands of miles to rescue you all. Marshal Dugu and his forces are running a little late, I'm afraid." "Oh, so Marshal Dugu is gracing us with his presence." Zhuo Fan nodded and laughed. "I understand. Then I shall inform the young miss and young master post-haste. You may return." Zhuo Fan waved as he left. The 4 were startled, even shocked. The 4 of them were hailed as the 4 tigers of Tianyu everywhere in the empire, with even the 7 houses bound to showing them some respect. But here, in this backwater Luo clan, not only were they not allowed entry, the door was slammed into their face. To top it all off, he even said he'd inform someone. Wasn't this a little bit too absurd? Rage had stirred in the hearts of the 4. Dugu Hua, who had a notoriously fiery temper, cursed on the spot. "What kind of steward are you to act so unreasonably? We came all this way to help you, yet not only you did not show any appreciation, you even slammed the door behind you." That is no way to treat a guest. Guest, you say? Shuafan quirked an eyebrow, turning his head to give them a closer eye. You're telling me you came to save us and I'm supposed to believe that? We just had a hard battle on our hands not a couple of days ago, with blood and bodies everywhere. Letting you in might drown the Luo clan in flames. The four gasped. So the steward wasn't slighting them, but was overly cautious. That reason was enough to dampen their rage. Dugu Feng cupped his hands again. We are Marshal Dugu's four generals. He has always been a frank and open person, and we are under strict orders. We are not the enemy here. Are you perhaps doubting Marshal Dugu's integrity? Marshal Dugu is a pillar of our empire, in charge of defense, which my clan admires him greatly. Our young miss and young master burn incense and pray every day for Marshal's health, to keep our nation safe. Shuafan cupped his hands at the heavens, shouting with zeal, just like a true Dugu Xianxia fanboy. His action earned the nods of the four, even approval points. It's good that the Luo clan holds our godfather in such high regards. It makes our trip worthwhile. Then, Shuafan flipped his tune out of the blue. His face was cold, his eyes accusingly. And how am I to know you are the real four tigers of Tianyu? Have you seen how many copycats have cropped up nowadays? Please look over Marshal Dugu's token. Dugu Feng quickly offered a copper badge. But Shuafan didn't even glance at it, only curled his mouth. Like I said, there are many copycats around these days. If you yourself can't prove who you are, what good would a token do? Hey, stop messing around, punk. Us four tigers of Tianyu have roamed the empire for so many years, but not once has there been a case of someone copying us. You only have your ignorance to blame for not knowing who we are. You won't let us in, is that it? Want to see how I make my way through, breaking those arrays of yours? Dugu Hua barked, having reached his already short limit of his slight patience. Shuafan staggered back, putting on a perfect fearful face. See, you now show your true colors and still dare pretend? Marshal Dugu's army runs under strict orders, bearing the love of the people. How can there be such brash people wanting to barge into someone's home in his army? You're no different from bandits. You? Dugu Hua gnashed his teeth. Dugu Feng frowned and shouted, Third brother, stop nagging. Are you going to stain Marshal Dugu's name by charging into one's home? Dugu Hua glared at Shuafan with burning hatred, but his feet remained in place. Dugu Feng bowed. I apologize for my third brother's lack of courtesy. Please do not take it to mind, Steward Zhua. Can you trust us now? Trust? Humph, you almost had me there, but fortunately I caught on to your game. Is that how Marshal Dugu's generals behave, playing the good guy bad guy routine? Flushing red, the four were left speechless. Even Dugu Hua found it so embarrassing that he forgot to complain. Shuafan snorted. Didn't you say Marshal Dugu is on his way? We'll just have to wait for him to prove your identities. With that said, Shuafan vanished into the poison dragon array, and the miasma blocked the four's sight. They wanted to shout at him, but he was already gone. The four were left downcast behind. Who'd ever seen it coming? They, who were revered even in the 7 houses, were now forced to stand on the doorsteps of some backwater Luo clan. And they couldn't complain either. The clan just went through a hellish battle and their nerves were taut. And best of all, the Luo clan was a die-hard fan of the marshal. How could the four burst in and ruin their godfather's image? Sighing, Dugu Hua turned to Dugu Feng. Big brother, what do we do now? What else? Stay in a Windgaze City's tavern. But how are we going to give a full report to Marshal when we can't even get in to assess the situation? We'll report facts. Dugu Lin shot Dugu Hua a glare. Luo clan is more than it seems. It's best we wait for Marshal's personal intervention. The others' hearts chilled, recalling the 4 5th-grade arrays, and nodded. Putting aside this place having such astonishing arrays, the fact the order was sent for the 4 tigers to come here was proof enough of the real threat that the Luo clan was under. Yet, even after going through such a gory battle, it was clear from their steward's appearance that the clan wasn't suffering so much. This pointed out that the Luo clan was more than met the eye. Being generals themselves, the 4 could tell of this mysterious clan's power. In another part, Zhuofan returned to the hall and convened with the rest. Great changes happened throughout the clan as entire rooms were thrown into chaos. He made the 4 tigers back off just so he could make preparations. Since the 4 pillars were here, there was no way they were going to miss this chance of leaning on a great mountain. Yep, it was all about clinging to power, although different tactics were needed depending on the target. Zhuofan's methods weren't as crude and tasteless as those narrow-minded Kai and Sun clans. He wanted Dugu Zhantian to be eternally tied to the Luo clan. Luo Yunchang watched the people rush about as they were close to tearing down the whole of Blackwind Mountain. She turned to Zhuofan in puzzlement. "What? This?" Zhuofan said before she could continue. "Young miss, you're just in time. Tell that kid to switch from cultivation and hit the books for the next few days." "Read what?" Luo Yunchang was dazed. Zhuofan grinned. "Just some matters of circumstances, like war books." Achoo. Not 100 miles out of Windgaze City, a wizened man rode his large horse when a sudden sneeze caught him off guard and a shiver ran through him. "Guard? How long until we reach Windgaze City?" Everywhere around him was crawling with thousands upon thousands of soldiers. A general close by reported, "Marshal, we will arrive in 3 days." The old man nodded, but the frown never left him. "I have come out of countless battlefields with honors. So why is it that this small Windgaze city is putting me on edge?" 3 days later, Zhuofan was in a small room, checking Luo Yunhai's progress in reading. Suddenly, the earth began to rumble like a huge earthquake. Zhuofan raised a brow, focusing his attention outside, only to be shocked at what he saw. What an aura! He is indeed the god of war. Zhuofan rose to his feet and shouted, "Everyone to your stations. The Luo clan's safety for the next few years at stake here." "Understood." The men outside the room replied, having already gotten ready as they scrambled. Zhuofan turned to Luo Yunhai with his devious grin. "Kid, you're up now. You better had learned your part." Luo Yunhai's face sank. "Big bro Zhuo, do I have to? What do you think?" The room was soon engulfed in Zhuofan's evil cackling. Outside Windgaze City, the 4 tigers of Tianyu were already waiting for the orderly and impeccable military procession marching towards them. It was like a dark cloud without an end. The shaking of the mountains was due to the huge army. On the battlefield, any man, even a profound heaven expert, would shudder in face of such might. Leading the army was a huge man on a horse, his beard swirling in the wind. Despite reigning in his power, his mighty air and unbending nature were hard to conceal. He was the second of Tianyu's 4 pillars, marshal of Tianyu's armies, god of war Dugu Zhantian. He was in the 6th layer of the radiant stage, yet the whole of Tianyu considered him the strongest. His 4 godsons were also peak profound heaven experts. Just based on the loyalty of his million men, not even the regent estate would dare slight such a man. Despite Regent Estate having experts with higher cultivation than him. Once Dugu Zhantian sent an order, his million soldiers were like an unstoppable flood of steel. Even Regent Estate's venerables would have a hard time dealing with such a barrage. To unite all these weak soldiers, to make them act as one, that was what it meant to be a true god of war. For this reason, the 7 houses were afraid of the marshal, the head of the 4 pillars, Zhuge Chongfeng, who told them to allow him to amass such power. In this case, drowning one with numbers couldn't be a more apt description. "Generals welcome Marshal." The 4 gave a deep bow. Dugu Zhantian nodded. "What's the situation? Is the Luo clan safe?" "The Luo clan is at peace." Dugu Feng spoke heavily. Dugu Zhantian nodded a sigh. "It's good we arrived in time. We did not fail His Majesty. Was there anyone making it hard on them?" Before we arrived, it would seem that the Luo clan had suffered a sneak attack," Dugu Feng mumbled. Dugu Zhantian raised an eyebrow, his eyes staring back at him. "What? Then how are they? What are their losses? What about the attackers? Any prisoners? What of Luo clan head?" Dugu Zhantian shot questions non-stop at the bitter looking for. How could they know when the Luo clan had slammed the door in their faces? Dugu Feng braced for reprisal as he reported, "Marshal, We are in the dark. What? Dugu Zhantian blew his top. Then what have you been doing over the past few days? Idling? Fonger. That's unlike you at all. They've been stationed at the borders for decades to prevent the Chuanrong armies from invading. Yet, the emperor decreed him to go to Windgaze City's rescue. He knew this matter was of utmost importance. So, on his march here, he sent his 4 most trusted generals ahead to provide timely assistance. Only to find them idling about these past 3 days, and knowing absolutely nothing. And these were Dugu Zhantian's 4 tigers no less. Humph, you must have let the wine get to your heads and caused a scene. I'll settle your punishment later. Dugu Zhantian flared, almost wanting to do it now if not for delaying his rescue operation. Dugu Lin bowed flustered. Marshal, please hear us out. Having been told the ins and outs of the matter, Dugu Zhantian was staring dumbstruck. There are 4 5th-grade arrays in this backwater area? Dugu Zhantian blinked and started scouting ahead with his soul sense. And sure enough, he found 4 arrays surrounding Blackwind Mountain blocking his search. Dugu Zhantian was shocked. No wonder the emperor told me to come in person. There must be a mighty figure among them. Sighing, Dugu Zhantian turned to the 4. Now that you couldn't enter, I no longer blame you. Marshal, who said we can't? If not for Big Brother stopping me, I would have torn down those damn arrays long ago. Dugu Hua roared. Dugu Zhantian berated. You're a disgrace. How dare you charge into people's homes without an explicit order? If you had dared charged inside, I would have had your damn head for defying orders. Marshal, I was only venting. Don't take it seriously. Dugu Hua ducked his head in shame. The other 3 secretly snickered. Dugu Zhantian cut in. Marshal, the Luo clan steward said he will let us in after you arrived. He must mean for you to personally go inside. Eh? Dugu Zhantian burst out laughing. I have come at the order of the emperor to take a look at this Luo clan as well. But since there's a mighty figure inside, I would also like to meet him. He dismounted and strode towards Blackwind Mountain. Pass my order. The army is not to disturb the people and are to set camp 10 miles southeast of here. Understood. The entire army roared, while the 4 rushed to follow him. Dugu Zhantian went next to Dugu Zhantian. Marshal, that steward is extremely cautious. He will ask a ton of questions and will not hold a polite tone. Please do not get angry when you deal with him. Humph. You think my temper is short like you rascals? Dugu Zhantian laughed and Dugu Hua grumbled inside. Your rage is more explosive than mine. Dugu Lin slapped his fan. Third brother, that steward didn't do it out of caution. He wants to see the marshal in person. As to why, we shall soon find out soon. Ha ha ha, Linner is the most cool-headed among you, and can see things differently. He is right, the Luo clan must have wanted to see me. Then, I will just have to see for myself what's so great about this clan. Ha ha ha. Dugu Zhantian walked with his domineering air, soon arriving at Blackwind Mountain. Tianyu's marshal, Dugu Zhantian greets Luo clan head. Dugu Zhantian bellowed. The poison dragon array's miasma dissipated and Zhua Fan came out, but this time he had a look of complete respect. He bowed. I am Luo clan steward, Zhua Fan. Welcome, Marshal Dugu, and the 4 generals. Oh, so you're that steward? I heard you're quite cautious, not trusting even my token in the hands of my generals. Why then do you believe who I am at the mere sight of me? Dugu Zhantian grinned, clearly mocking Zhua Fan's earlier attitude. But Zhua Fan acted the fool. Marshal Dugu is the god of war. Who'd dare impersonate you? Even if someone did, none could copy your aura honed after numerous victories, nor the thick killing intent on you for slaughtering countless men. Is there any other true man, a man old but holding strong still, in Tianyu? I could feel and hear from afar the might you possess. Only Marshal Dugu is capable of making my energy surge in my veins. My respect to you is like a flood, an unstoppable river, like a never-ending sea, a mighty... Fine, I get it. Dugu Zhantian cut his rambling short. He wanted to test the kid and see his true intentions. But then, he saw him engage in this foolery, going as far as worshipping the ground he stepped on. It was so enrapturing, that even he felt a chill and had to stop it. If this went on for any longer, he'd be hurling for days and nights. The four were dumbstruck. None saw it coming. Zhuofan this time was a thorough ass-kisser, blowing their wish of questioning out of their minds. Dugu Zhantian had seen his fair share of fawners like Zhuofan, but never wasted time with any. Whenever they spoke, it was always followed by a long, endless string of adulation. Dugu Zhantian took a long look at him. This backwater town has many experts, it seems, even this young steward. I am in awe. Then, little brother, is it possible to see Luo clan head? He's eagerly awaiting. Grinning, Zhuofan bowed and Dugu Zhantian strode forward. The marshal could see this was all arranged by that mighty figure. He could feel getting closer and closer to him. What he didn't know was that mighty figure was that young steward. The four generals followed closely, with Dugu jutting his chin and muttering next to Zhuofan. Humph! Now do you believe us? Of course, I was too blind to see your greatness. I beg your pardon. Zhuofan smiled. Dugu Lin looked at him deeply but shook his head in the end. He was Dugu army strategist and knew something was off about Zhuofan. But he just couldn't dare believe all of this was orchestrated by such a young pup. Or he would be the second coming of Zhuge Changfeng. Please, after you, Marshal. With Zhuofan as guide, they passed through the Poison Dragon Array, reaching the peak of Blackwind Mountain. Instead of a lavish clan dwelling, they were greeted by simple gates of a barracks. They could even hear faint cries of kill from beyond. Frowning, the five were quite puzzled. What is the Luo clan up to now? With a smile, Zhuofan gestured, Ha ha ha. Please don't take offense, Marshal. We have just recently gone through a bloody attack and are still tense. Our guards especially, training day and night. Will God of War be willing to say a few words to our young blood? The whole clan would be most grateful. Zhuofan bowed again. Dugu Zhantian nodded slowly. He first wanted to know what the Luo clan was cooking up and second to know how deep they hid their assets. For the emperor to view them so highly and pull him from the borders in rescuing a nameless clan, he had to see for himself what they really were. Following Zhuofan through the gates, the five arrived before Luo clan's manor. What had them all in shock was that there were no buildings around, only tents. They looked akin to an army ready for war. That was Zhuofan's ingenious plan was all about. He tore down all buildings for tents to stir Marshal Dugu's sympathy and make him feel at home. With how Dugu Zhantian spent years on end on the battlefields, he'd be more at home in a tent than between four walls. This was also a form of flattery, to conform to one's tastes, covert as it was. Sure enough, Dugu Zhantian trembled as he nodded. Zhuofan no longer spoke, having a sly grin on his face instead. They soon arrived at Luo clan's training area, where Captain Pang was in the middle of practice with his guards. Most of them were still children, but their every strike was filled with zeal and their eyes burning with power. They looked strikingly similar to veterans after decades of war. Not even Dugu Zhantian could remain unfeeling seeing such a scene. Just what could those 10-year-olds have possibly seen to harden their gaze? As an experienced commander with decades of war behind him, he knew how to turn a batch of fresh recruits into dauntless warriors. But never in his wildest dream did he expect to see this in a backwater clan. The world was filled with marvels. He was now burning to know who was this great figure behind the Luo clan. Unbeknownst to him, this burning zeal in the eyes of the youths was thanks to the wraith art they trained in. As for those kids whose spirits were crushed, they lay dead, with bones crushed and bodies mauled. What he was seeing were those that came back from the brink of death, standing at the peak. How could they not be dauntless? Marshal, our third-rate clan just went through a disaster and only the surviving few are training now. You must be thinking it's a sorry sight. Zhuofan sighed in faint modesty. Dugu Zhantian shook his hand. No, hardly. The kids may not have cultivated, but their eyes are those of elites. If these are just your survivors, then your main guard unit that fell must have been a monster. How could such a mighty guard ever need rescuing? Zhuofan blinked and smiled. This marshal is pragmatic. I see now why he is acclaimed as a god of war. He is an upright and just man. Shuafan nodded secretly, having understood more about the marshal's nature. Then Marshal, please feel free to point out some tips. No need. I would not dare show my meager skill before you. Dugu Zhantian laughed. Steward Zhua, I only wish to meet with your clan head. Such a man has set 4 5th-grade arrays, and still trained such young warriors. I'm truly eager to see him. The 4 behind him were shocked. Marshal was the god of war, with countless figures wanting to meet him. But now it was the other way around. It was he who wanted to see someone else. Just who was guiding the Luo clan? How could the mere training of some guards move the Grand Tianyu's god of war? The 4 sighed as they turned to look at the guards again. These small few children were indeed far stronger than their own elites. It's no wonder. Shuafan's eyes flashed and grinned. Since Marshal is so eager, please come with me. Our clan head is also waiting. Shuafan entered the biggest tent as the others rushed to catch up to him. How could they have known all of this was Shuafan leading them by the nose? The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. The art of war, then, is governed by 5 constant factors, to be taken into account in one's deliberations, when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. These are the moral law, heaven, earth. Star Reader. Excerpt from Sun Tzu's Art of War. A bright voice read. Dugu Zhantian's faltered his steps. That's the art of war. Who is reading? Oh, I almost forgot. Young master had been training for 20 hours. He needs some rest. Shuafan slapped his forehead and rushed in another direction. He was unconcerned about the others following him, though. Dugu Zhantian's group followed either way. They arrived at a small yard where a youth held a bowl on his head and in horse stance. His knees and hands also held a bowl, but the surface of the water was unperturbed. What laid under his butt was a shining dagger. If his legs slacked for even a second, he'd tear himself a new one. Despite the danger, he was still reciting the art of war. Dugu Zhantian was puzzled. Steward Zhua, he. Ha ha ha, Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhai. Shuafan chuckled. From young to old, all of Luo clan admires Marshal Dugu. All of us adhere to military doctrine, especially the young master, who is training while studying, hoping to one day to serve under the marshal. Dugu Zhantian blinked. Why is the clan head of this Luo clan with his impressive soldiers wish to be under me? Everything about this clan is mysterious. Just what are they after? Shuafan probed with a smile. Marshal, will you accept our young master? Of course. If the youth wishes to serve his nation, to enter the battlefield. Perfect. Shuafan's yell cut him off. He then pulled Luo Yunhai up. Yunhai, don't just stand there, Marshal Dugu wants to take you in. Go and pour him tea. Right away. Luo Yunhai ran like the wind, like a bird out of its cage. Finally out of that damn position. I almost couldn't take it. Dugu Zhantian felt dizzy. Wait, you're gonna make me accept him here? Steward Zhua, that was... Marshal Dugu needn't say anything. My clan head would be immensely pleased to know you showed such care for young master. He will be grateful for all his life. You may not know it, but this was our clan head's cherished dream. Shuafan held Dugu Zhantian's large hand, with tears in his eyes. Dugu Zhantian wanted to refuse, but now he didn't have the heart to go through with it. Isn't it just a soldier? He isn't half bad either. Perhaps he'll earn some merits in the future. It's just taking one extra recruit anyway. Sighing, he nodded in the end. Then a screech came. Marshal Dugu, it's actually you? Luo Yunchang appeared, who knew when and was shaking from excitement. Zhuafan's face was twitching. Tone it down on the boasting. Steward Zhua, she... let me introduce you. She is our young Miss, Luo Yunchang. Zhuafan brought her before Dugu Zhantian and explained what happened. Luo Yunchang's eyes lit up, jumping in joy, completely out of her modest and virtuous character. Zhuafan's mouth twitched as he whispered, All right now. Don't push it. Luo Yunchang reigned in her excitement, then apologized to Dugu Zhantian, who didn't seem to mind. But the four generals looked particularly close at Luo Yunchang, especially the third brother, whose eyes were practically burning. Zhuofan laughed inside. Yep, she is no less than Diaochan. And Luo Yunchang is also a rare beauty. Star reader, fictional character in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Diaochan is one of the four beauties of ancient China. She is a maid of Dongjue who charmed Lu Bu into assassinating him in 192. Zhuofan turned to Dugu Zhantian. Marshal Dugu. Taking young master in is the greatest joy that ever graced the Luo clan. Why not make it even better by becoming kin? Kin? Stunned by those words, the four generals looked at Luo Yunchang with blushes. Dugu Zhantian rubbed his beard and looked expectantly at her. I don't know if clan head will agree. No worries, Dad would definitely agree. It is his cherished wish. Luo Yunchang rushed a reply. Dugu Zhantian saw his godson's bashful but hardly refusing. Dugu Hua had it worse, like a volcano ready to blow. Dugu Zhantian recalled how his godsons had fought by his side for decades and thought it was time for them to start a family. So he nodded. Since clan head agrees, then I'm more than happy to do it. The four generals clenched their fists, so excited they were trembling. But who was the one to marry this young miss? Zhuofan's eyes flashed and showed a sly smile. Luo Yunhai now came with the tea and saw Zhuofan nodding. He kneeled as he offered the teacup to Dugu Zhantian. Dugu Zhantian's mind was filled with the joy of a wedding, taking the cup in passing. But at that moment, Luo Yunhai's voice slammed into their ears. Luo Yunhai greets Godfather. PFF. Dugu Zhantian staggered. As he spat out the tea he just drank. WW, what did you just call me? Dugu Zhantian's old eyes bulged and pointed a trembling finger at Luo Yunhai with a shocked face. The four generals were dumbstruck as well. Marshal only agreed to take him as a soldier. How did it jump from that to being a godson? Luo Yunhai had a genial face as he cupped his hands in respect. Is it wrong of me to call you godfather? Yeah. OL Marshal, didn't you say it yourself that you wanted to be kin? The Grand Marshal Dugu is going back on his word over such a trivial matter. Zhuofan secretly snickered. Dugu Zhantian was bug-eyed. It took a while to get over his shock and turned from Luo Yunchang to Luo Yunhai. True, Steward Zhua only spoke of being kin, not caring to elaborate on its type. For Luo Yunhai to call him godfather was also a type of kin. But since only Luo Yunchang was there at the time, they believed it could only be through marriage. And the next thing they noticed was that Luo Yunhai was kneeling there and offering the teacup. Wasn't his actions clearly done for a godfather ceremony? Sigh. How could I be so careless? Dugu Zhantian rested his forehead and said to Zhuofan bitterly, Steward Zhua, then what you meant by kin was in fact, yes. Did Marshal perhaps think otherwise? I thought. Looking at Luo Yunchang, then at his four godsons, Dugu Zhantian sighed in resignation. The same. The four generals' faces crumbled with his last words. Zhuofan clapped with joy. Ha ha ha. Outstanding. Then young master, hurry and kowtow 3 times to your godfather. Yes. Luo Yunhai shouted, more than eager in his obeisance. Dugu Zhantian sighed bitterly with a shake of his head. He wanted to give his godsons a sister-in-law, only to end up giving them a younger brother instead. He was left with no alternative, since he already accepted. If he were to switch facts now and say he wanted the girl instead, wouldn't it be the same as robbing the common people's women? He was Dugu Zhantian, who had an illustrious military reputation, a man pursuing honesty and bravery, as well as maintaining a strict order in his ranks. Was he just going to throw it all away just like that? Let it be. With his talent and Luo clan's elite army, in 2 years of training under me, he ought to turn up as another tiger, no. Dugu Zhantian looked on the bright side. His face then turned serious as he looked at Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, today, you take me as your godfather, so you must follow the rules of the Dugu house. I am a man that separates private and public matters. Now that you are in the Dugu army and if I am still in armor, you must address me as marshal. Disobey any military rule and I will punish you according to the martial law. No exceptions. Your 4 brothers can attest to that. Yes, Godfather. Marshal. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands in glee. Dugu Zhantian nodded pleased. Clever boy. Furthermore, as you are now my godson, you are not to shame my name, or your head shall fall. Yes, Marshal. Luo Yunhai grinned and shouted. Zhuofan smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, Marshal, for getting another bright godson. I am most certain our young master will not let you down. He then turned to the 4 generals, his smile ever present. Congratulations, generals. You have now an outstanding brother. Young master shall be indebted to you looking after him. Ha ha ha. Turning from the beaming Luo Yunchang, a fairy upon this mortal world, to the grinning Zhuofan, the 4 looked bitter and depressed. Enough blabber. We have enough brothers as it is, millions in fact. We don't need more. All we wanted was a sister-in-law. Dugu Hua had it worse, feeling such disappointment that his eyes glistened with tears. Goddamn wretched Luo clan. You ignited our desires without us knowing, and you give us a little brother instead. I feel like crying. I've been in the field of battle for decades and now I don't want to go back. Knowing exactly what they were grumbling about in their minds, Zhuofan gave Luo Yunchang a thumbs up as he laughed inside. Who knew the young miss knew how to work her charms? She got the 4 of them hooked without so much as an eye batting. Luo Yunchang stuck out her head in womanly pride and returned Zhuofan an enchanting smile. This only worked to fuel the lamentation in the 4 men's hearts. Steward Zhua, now that I have Yunhai as godson, don't you think it's time I see your clan head? Dugu Zhantian asked. Shuddering, Zhuofan sighed a nod. Indeed. I do believe clan head wished he could meet Marshal for a long time. Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang showed sullen faces. Dugu Zhantian's group was startled, following them in silence. Not 15 minutes later, they reached a large tent. Zhuofan allowed them to enter first. What they saw left them speechless. On the table in the middle of the large tent stood a lonely spirit tablet. It was actually inscribed with Luo clan head's name. Clan head, your most esteemed and revered Marshal Dugu has come to see you. You must be so happy. Zhuofan's knees hit the ground, wailing to high heavens. Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang had tears streaming down their cheeks. Unlike Zhuofan, theirs was no act, but genuine pain. The loss of their father happened 2 years ago and this spirit tablet was very much real. How could they not feel sorrow when gazing upon the spirit tablet? Dugu Zhantian's group was stunned. They never would have thought the Battle of Wingay City just now was so disastrous it robbed them of their clan head. They had come too late. Shaking his head, Dugu Zhantian and the generals felt their pain, paying their respects as well by burning incense. Their hearts were bleak thinking the clan head died not a few days ago. Steward Zhua, if you don't mind me asking, are the 4 5th-grade arrays outside due to clan head? Dugu Zhantian asked after showing his respect. Zhuofan jumped to his feet and held his head high. It is indeed so. Clan head was but a bone-tempering cultivator. But that didn't stop him from reading the starry sky and the land's layout, grasping arrays and alchemy alike. Those arrays were personally placed by the clan head. Clan head was a truly extraordinary man. I see why His Majesty sent me to your rescue. Dugu Zhantian sighed. Regarding the intricacies of a 5th-grade array, not even a radiant stage expert could claim to understand them fully. But as a mere bone-tempering cultivator, the Luo clan head could set 4 5th-grade arrays. He had to be the genius of the millennium. A pity that he was only in the bone-tempering stage and was too weak to control the arrays fully and repel the stronger invaders. Dugu Zhantian could even imagine clan head's last moments. He sighed. A true pity. If only he was still alive, I would have asked him to join my army as general. He would have been a great help to my army in fighting back the Chu in Rome. Zhuofan's eyebrow flickered and clicked his tongue inwardly. Thank God I wasn't stupid enough to say I set them up, or they'd be hauling me to the borders. That would be dreadfully scary. And who was the filth that dared attack the Luo clan, making you suffer so much, and even kill clan head? Dugu Zhantian's killing intent spiked. He was only sent here by the emperor to protect the Luo clan. As for the enemy, he had no idea who it was. Shuafan snickered inwardly, perfect, and sobbed. Marshal does not know how cruel and terrifying they were. We had 100,000 people on Blackwind Mountain, now reduced to less than 10,000. The sorrowful siblings jumped in fright, looking at Shuafan with horror. Nothing seemed beneath this guy, no act too foul, no ditch too filthy. The siblings thought to themselves, when were there ever 100,000 men on this mountain? Better yet, we couldn't feed them even if there were. Dugu Zhantian was boiling mad. Such bastards slaughtering common folk live in my country? Now that I've returned to court, I will make sure to uproot this evil from our nation and bring it to peace. Please Godfadash Marshal, bring justice to the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai bowed. Luo Yunchang rushed to do the same. Please Marshal, bring us justice. Be at ease. I do not tolerate such meaningless slaughter. I will have them taste the fist of justice for you. Dugu Zhantian flicked his sleeve and roared. Dugu Feng grabbed Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang's arms and helped them to their feet. But his eyes never left Luo Yunchang. Ha ha ha. Even if Yunhai wasn't my brother, the 4 tigers will never let such criminals live. The other 3 were gnashing their teeth in frustration. That's eldest brother for you. Swift to act. How come we didn't think of it? But there's plenty of chance to pursue her, now that Luo Yunhai is our little brother. They then started crowding around her and extended their clutches, justifying it with sympathy, while their eyes glared at Dugu Feng as if to say, let the girl go. It's my turn. But then Zhuafan passed through and took Dugu Feng's wretched hand as well as the 3 clutches with ardent passion. We couldn't thank the 4 generals enough. Ha ha ha. It's only proper. Taking their hands back in annoyance, the 4 still had a smile, but their hearts were vexed. We want to cope a feel of that young miss you got over there. So why the hell a rotten steward butts into our business? Humph. Such a killjoy. Watching them with a cold eye, Dugu Zhantian was pondering. As their godfather, I have the final say in not only the peace on Tianyu, but to what lady fits them as well. Steward Zhua, who are they? Where do they come from? I will immediately send my troops to flatten them all. Dugu Zhantian bellowed with majestic power. Zhuafan cupped his hands. Marshal Dugu is a true god of war, in power and manners. I will be straight with you. One of those fiends was Hell Valley. I am certain that Marshal's army can uproot every single one of them. Raze their nest to the ground, restore peace. Wait. Come again? Dugu Zhantian stammered. His scalp numb as cold sweat trickled down. Zhuafan held his head high and spoke clearly. It was Hell Valley. Why, is it perhaps difficult, Marshal? Dugu Zhantian's face twitched. Difficult, he says. That couldn't even begin to describe it. Since when was it so easy to act against the 7 houses? He was from the 4 pillars, but he couldn't just up and march on the 7 houses. That'd start a civil war. Dugu Zhantian held his forehead and sighed. I got too carried away with boasting. Who'd have thought the reason why the emperor would send him over was to repel the 7 houses? It was only natural, since only the 4 pillars could reign in the 7 houses of Tianyu. Why didn't you say anything, Your Majesty? Now I can't go back on my word after boasting about it. Finding the hopeful gazes of Zhuafan, Luo Yunhai, and Luo Yunchang. For the first time ever, Dugu Zhantian flushed in embarrassment, trying to look elsewhere.